November 1667. November 1st. Up betimes and down to the waterside, calling and drinking a dram of the bottle at Mitchell S., but saw not Betty. And thence to Whitehall and to Sir W. Coventry's lodging, where he and I alone a good while, where he gives me the full of the Duke of Albemarle's and Prince's narratives, given yesterday by the House, wherein they fall foul of him and Sir G. Carteret in something about the dividing of the fleet, and the Prince particularly charging the commissioners of the Navy with negligence. He says the commissioners of the Navy, whereof Sir W. Coventry is one. He tells me that he is prepared to answer any particular most thoroughly, but the quality of the persons do make it difficult for him, and so I do see is in great pain, poor man, though he deserves better than 20 such as either of them, for his abilities and true service to the king and kingdom. He says there is incoherences, he believes, to be found between their two reports, which will be pretty work to consider. The Duke of Albemarle charges W. Coventry that he should tell him, when he come down to the fleet with Sir G. Carteret, to consult about dividing the fleet, that the Dutch would not be out in 6 weeks, which W. Coventry says is as false as is possible, and he can prove the contrary by the Duke of Albemarle's own letters. The Duke of Albemarle says that he did upon sight of the Dutch call a council of officers, and they did conclude they could not avoid fighting the Dutch. And yet we did go to the enemy and found them at anchor, which is a pretty contradiction. And he tells me that Spragg did the other day say in the House, that the Prince, at his going from the Duke of Albemarle with his fleet, did tell him that if the Dutch should come on, the Duke was to follow him, the Prince with his fleet, and not fight the Dutch. Out of all this, a great deal of good might well be picked. But it is a sad consideration that all this picking of holes in one another's coats nay, and the thanks of the House to the Prince and the Duke of Albemarle, and all this envy and design to ruin Sir W. Coventry did arise from Sir W. Coventry's unfortunate mistake the other day, in producing of a letter from the Duke of Albemarle, touching the good condition of all things at Chatham just before the Dutch come up, and did us that fatal mischief. For upon this they are resolved to undo him, and I pray God they do not. He tells me upon my demanding it that he thinks the king do not like this their bringing these narratives, and that they give out that they would have said more, but that the king hath hindered them, that I suppose is about my Lord Sandwich. He is getting a copy of the narratives, which I shall then have, and so I parted from him and away to Whitehall, where I met Mr. Creed and Yeapsley, and discoursed a little about Mr. Yeapsley's business and accounts, and so I to chapel and there stayed, it being All Hallows Day, and heard a fine anthem, made by Pelham, who is come over in France, of which there was great expectation, and indeed is a very good piece of musique. But still, I cannot call the anthem anything but instrumental musique with the voice, for nothing is made of the words at all. I this morning before chapel visited Sir G. Carteret, who is vexed to see how things are likely to go, but cannot help it, and yet seems to think himself mighty safe. I also visited my Lord Hinchingbroke at his chamber at Whitehall, where I found Mr. Turner, Moore, and Creed talking of my Lord Sandwich, whose case I doubt is but bad, and, I fear, will not escape being worse, though some of the company did say otherwise. But I am mightily pleased with my Lord Hinchingbroke's sobriety and few words. After chapel I with Creed to the Exchange, and after much talk he and I there about securing of some money either by land or goods to be always at our command, which we think a thing advisable in this critical time, we parted, and I to the Sun Tavern with Sir W. Warren, with whom I have not drank many a day, having for some time been strange to him, and there did put it to him to advise me how to dispose of my prize, which he will think of and do to my best advantage. We talked of several other things relating to his service, wherein I promise assistance, but coldly, thinking it policy to do so, and so, after eating a short dinner, I away home, and there took out my wife, and she and I alone to the King's Playhouse, and there saw a silly play and an old one, The Taming of a Shrew, and so home and I to my office a little, and then home to supper and to bed. Second, up and to the office where busy all the morning, at noon home, and after dinner my wife and Willett and I to the King's Playhouse, and there saw Henry the Fourth. And contrary to expectation, was pleased in nothing more than in Cartwright's speaking of Falstaff's speech about what is honor. The house full of Parliament men, it being holiday with them, and it was observable how a gentleman of good habit, sitting just before us, eating of some fruit in the midst of the play, did drop down as dead, being choked, but with much ado Orange Moll did thrust her finger down his throat and brought him to life again. After the play, we home, and I busy at the office late, and then home to supper and to bed. 3rd Lord's Day. Up, and with my wife to church, and thither comes Roger Pepys to our pew, and thence home to dinner, whither comes by invitation Mr. Turner, the minister, and my cousin Roger brought with him Jeffreys, the apothecary at Westminster, who is our kinsman, and we had much discourse of Cottonhamshire, and other things with great pleasure. My cousin Roger did tell me of a bargain which I may now have in Norfolk, that my she-cousin, Nan Pepys, is going to sell. The title whereof is very good, and the pennyworth is also good enough. But it is out of the way so of my life, that I shall never enjoy it, nor, it may be, see it, and so I shall have nothing to do with it. After dinner to talk, and I find by discourse Mr. Turner to be a man mighty well read in the Roman history, which is very pleasant. By and by Roger went, and Mr. Turner spent an hour talking over my Lord Sandwich's condition as to this Parliament, which we fear may be bad, and the condition of his family, which can be no better, and then having little to comfort ourselves, but that this humour will not last always in the Parliament, and that may well have a great many more as great men as he inquired into, and so we parted, and I to my chamber, and there busy all the evening, and then my wife and I to supper. And so to bed, with much discourse and pleasure one with another. 4th, up betimes and by water with Sir R. Ford, who is going to Parliament to Westminster, and there landing at the New Exchange stairs, I to Sir W. Coventry. And there he read over to me the Prince's and the Duke of Albemarle's narratives, wherein they are very severe against him and our office. But W. Coventry do contemn them, only that their persons and qualities are great, and so I do perceive is afeard of them, though he will not confess it. But he do say that, if he can get out of these briars, he will never trouble himself with princes nor dukes again. He finds several things in their narratives, which are both inconsistent and foolish, as well as untrue, especially as to what the Duke of Albemarle avers of his knowing of the enemy, S being abroad sooner than he says it, which W. Coventry will show him his own letter against him, for I confess I do see so much, that, were I but well possessed of what I should have in the world, I think I could willingly retreat, and trouble myself no more with it. Thence home, and there met Sir H. Comely, and he and I to the excise office to see what tallies are paying, and thence back to the Old Exchange, by the way talking of news, and he owning Sir W. Coventry, in his opinion, to be one of the worthiest men in the nation, as I do really think he is. He tells me he do think really that they will cut off my Lord Chancellor's head. The Chancellor at this day showing as much pride as is possible to those few that venture their fortunes by coming to see him, and that the Duke of York is troubled much, knowing that those that fling down the Chancellor cannot stop there, but will do something to him, to prevent his having it in his power hereafter to avenge himself and father-in-law upon them. And this Sir H. Comely fears may be by divorcing the Queen and getting another, or declaring the Duke of Monmouth legitimate, which God forbid. He tells me he do verily believe that there will come in an impeachment of high treason against my Lord of Ormond, among other things, for ordering the quartering of soldiers in Ireland on free quarters, which, it seems, is high treason in that country, and was one of the things that lost the Lord Strafford his head, and the law is not yet repealed, which, he says, was a mighty oversight of him not to have it repealed, which he might with ease have done, or have justified himself by an act. From the Exchange I took a coach, and went to Turlington, the great spectacle maker, for advice, who dissuades me from using old spectacles, but rather young ones, and do tell me that nothing can wrong my eyes more than for me to use reading glasses, which do magnify much. Thence home, and there dined, and then abroad and left my wife and Willet at her tailor, S., and I to Whitehall, where the Commissioners of the Treasury do not sit, and therefore I to Westminster to the Hall, and their meeting with Call Reams I did very cheaply by him get copies of the Prince's and Duke of Albemarle's narratives, which they did deliver the other day to the house, of which I am mighty glad, both for my present information and for my future satisfaction. So back by coach, and took up my wife, and away home, and there in my chamber all the evening among my papers and my accounts of Tangier to my great satisfaction, and so to supper and to bed. 5th, up and all the morning at the office. At noon home to dinner, and thence out with my wife and girl, and left them at her tailor S. and I to the Treasury, and there did a little business for Tangier, and so took them up again, and home, and when I had done at the office, being post-night, I to my chamber, and there did something more, and so to supper and to bed. 6th, up, and to Westminster, where to the Parliament door, and there spoke with Sir G. Downing, to see what was done yesterday at the Treasury for Tangier, and it proved as good as nothing, so that I do see we shall be brought to great straits for money there. He tells me here that he is passing a bill to make the excise and every other part of the king's revenue assignable on the exchequer, which indeed will be a very good thing. This he says with great glee as an act of his, and how poor a thing this was in the beginning, and with what envy he carried it on, and how my Lord Chancellor could never endure him for it since he first begun it. He tells me that the thing the House is just now upon is that of taking away the charter from the company of woodmongers, whose frauds, it seems, have been mightily laid before them. He tells me that they are like to fly very high against my Lord Chancellor. Thence I to the House of Lords, and there first saw Dr. Fuller, as Bishop of Lincoln, to sit among the Lords. Here I spoke with the Duke of York and the Duke of Albemarle about Tangier, but methinks both of them do look very coldly one upon another, and their discourse mighty cold, and little to the purpose about our want of money. Thence homeward, and called at Alestry, the bookseller, who is bookseller to the Royal Society, and there did buy 3 or 4 books, and find great variety of French and foreign books. And so home and to dinner, and after dinner with my wife to a play, and the girl Macbeth, which we still like mightily, though mighty short of the content we used to have when Betterton acted, who is still sick. So home, troubled with the way and to get a coach, and so to supper and to bed. This day, in the Painted Chamber, I met and walked with Mr. George Montagu, who thinks it may go hard with my Lord Sandwich, but he says the House is offended with Sir W. Coventry much, and that he do endeavour to gain them again in the most precarious manner in all things that is possible. 7th, up and at the office hard all the morning, and at noon resolved with Sir W. Penn to go see The Tempest, an old play of Shakespeare, acted, I hear, the first day, and so my wife and girl and W. Hewer by themselves, and Sir W. Penn and I afterwards by ourselves, and forced to sit in the side balcony over against the music room at the Duke's house, close by my Lady Dorset and a great many great ones. The house mighty full, the king and court there, and the most innocent play that ever I saw, and a curious piece of music in an echo of half sentences, the echo repeating the former half, while the man goes on to the latter, which is mighty pretty. The play no great wit, but yet good above ordinary plays. Thence home with W. Penn, and they're all mightily pleased with the play, and so to supper and to bed, after having done at the office. 8th, called up betimes by Sir H. Comely, and he and I to good purpose most of the morning I in my dressing gown with him, on our Tangier accounts, and stated them well. And here he tells me that he believes it will go hard with my Lord Chancellor. Thence I to the office, where met on some special business, and here I hear that the Duke of York is very ill, and by word brought us that we shall not need to attend today the Duke of York, for he is not well, which is bad news. They being gone, I to my workmen, who this day come to alter my office by beating down the wall and making me a fair window both there and increasing the window of my closet, which do give me some present trouble, but will be mighty pleasant. So all the whole day among them to very late, and so home weary, to supper, and to bed, troubled for the Duke of York his being sick. 9th, up into my workmen, who are at work close again, and I at the office all the morning, and there do hear by a messenger that Roger Pepys would speak with me. So before the office up I to Westminster, and there find the House very busy, and like to be so all day, about my Lord Chancellor's impeachment, whether treason or not, where every body is mighty busy. I spoke with my cousin Roger, whose business was only to give me notice that Carcass hath been before the committee, and to warn me of it, which is a great courtesy in him to do, and I desire him to continue to do so. This business of this fellow, though it may be a foolish thing, yet it troubles me, and I do plainly see my weakness that I am not a man able to go through trouble, as other men, but that I should be a miserable man if I should meet with adversity, which God keep me from. He desirous to get back into the House, he having his notes in his hand, the lawyers being now speaking to the point of whether treason or not treason, the article of advising the king to break up the Parliament, and to govern by the sword. Thence I down to the hall, and there met Mr. King, the Parliament man for Harwich, and there he did show, and let me take a copy of, all the articles against my Lord Chancellor, and what members they were that undertook to bring witnesses to make them good, of which I was mighty glad, and so away home, and to dinner and to my workmen, and in the afternoon out to get Simpson the joiner to come to work at my office, and so back home and to my letters by the post tonight, and there by W. Penn. Do hear that this article was overvoted in the House not to be a ground of impeachment of treason, at which I was glad, being willing to have no blood spilt, if I could help it. So home to supper, and glad that the dirty bricklayer's work of my office is done, and home to supper and to bed. 10th Lord's Day, mighty cold, and with my wife to church, where a lazy sermon. Here was my Lady Batten in her morning at church, but I took no notice of her. At noon comes Mitchell and his wife to dine with us, and pretty Mary. I glad to see her still. After dinner Sir W. Penn and I to Whitehall, to speak with Sir W. Coventry. And there, beyond all we looked for, do hear that the Duke of York hath got, and is full of, the smallpox, and so we to his lodgings. And there find most of the family going to St. James's, and the gallery doors locked up, that nobody might pass to nor fro, and a sad house, I am sure. I am sad to consider the effects of his death, if he should miscarry, but Dr. Frazier tells me that he is in as good condition as a man can be in his case. The eruption appeared last night. It seems he was let blood on Friday. Thence not finding W. Coventry, and going back again home, we met him coming with the Lord Keeper, and so returned and spoke with him in Whitehall Garden, 2 or 3 turns, advising with him what we should do about Carcass, bringing his letter into the Committee of Parliament, and he told us that the counsel he hath too late learned is, to spring nothing in the House, nor offer anything, but just what is drawn out of a man. That this is the best way of dealing with a Parliament, and that he hath paid dear, and knows not how much more he may pay, for not knowing it sooner, when he did unnecessarily produce the Duke of Albemarle's letter about Chatham, which if demanded would have come out with all the advantages in the world to Sir W. Coventry. But, as he brought it out himself, hath drawn much evil upon him. After some talk of this kind, we back home, and there I to my chamber busy all the evening, and then to supper and to bed, my head running all night upon our businesses in Parliament and what examinations we are likely to go under before they have done with us, which troubles me more than it should a wise man and a man the best able to defend himself. I believe, of our own whole office, or any other, I am apt to think. 11th, up and to Simpson at work in my office, and thence with Sir G. Carteret, who come to talk with me to Broad Street, where great crowding of people for money, at which he blamed himself. Thence with him and Lord Brunker to Captain Cox, he out of doors, and there drank their morning draught, and thence G. Carteret and I toward the Temple in coach together, and there he did tell me how the king do all he can in the world to overthrow my Lord Chancellor, and that notice is taken of every man about the king that is not seen to promote the ruin of the Chancellor, and that this being another great day in his business, he dares not but be there. He tells me that as soon as Secretary Morris brought the Great Seal from my Lord Chancellor, Bab, May fell upon his knees, and catched the king about the legs, and joyed him, and said that this was the first time that ever he could call him King of England, being freed from this great man, which was a most ridiculous saying. And he told me that, when first my Lord Gerard, a great while ago, come to the king, and told him that the Chancellor did say openly that the king was a lazy person and not fit to govern, which is now made one of the things in the people's mouths against the Chancellor. Why, says the king, that is no news, for he hath told me so 20 times, and but the other day he told me so, and made matter of mirth at it, but yet this light discourse is likely to prove bad to him. I light at the Temple, and went to my tailor's and mercer, about a cloak, to choose the stuff, and so to my bookseller, and bought some books, and so home to dinner, and Simpson my joiner with me, and after dinner my wife and I and Willett to the King's Playhouse, and there saw the Indian Emperor, a good play, but not so good as people cry it up, I think, though above all things Nell's ill speaking of a great part made me mad. Thence with great trouble and charge getting a coach, it being now and having been all this day a most cold and foggy, dark, thick day, we home, and there I to my office, and saw it made clean from top to bottom, till I feared I took cold in walking in a damp room while it is in washing, and so home to supper and to bed. This day I had a whole dose sent me by Mr. Hosier, which is a fine present, and I had the umbles of it for dinner. This day I hear Curtin, my bookseller, poor man, is dead, I believe, of grief for his losses by the fire. 12th, up and to the office, where sat all the morning, and there hear the Duke of York do yet do very well with his smallpox. Pray God he may continue to do so. This morning also, to my astonishment, I hear that yesterday my Lord Chancellor, to another of his articles, that of betraying the king's counsels to his enemies, is voted to have matter against him for an impeachment of high treason, and that this day the impeachment is to be carried up to the House of Lords, which is very high, and I am troubled at it. For God knows what will follow, since they that do this must do more to secure themselves against any that will revenge this, if it ever come in their power. At noon home to dinner, and then to my office, and there saw everything finished, so as my papers are all in order again, and my office twice as pleasant as ever it was, having a noble window in my closet and another in my office, to my great content, and so did business late, and then home to supper and to bed. 13th, up and down to the Old Swan, and so to Westminster, where I find the House sitting, and in a mighty heat about Commissioner Pett, that they would have him impeached, though the committee have yet brought in but part of their report. And this heat of the House is much heightened by Sir Thomas Clifford telling them that he was the man that did, out of his own purse, employ people at the outports to prevent the King of Scots to escape after the Battle of Worcester. The House was in a great heat all this day about it, and at last it was carried, however, that it should be referred back to the committee to make further inquiry. I here spoke with Roger Pepys, who sent for me, and it was to tell me that the committee is mighty full of the business of buying and selling of tickets, and to caution me against such an inquiry, wherein I am very safe, and that they have already found out Sir Richard Ford's son to have had a hand in it, which they take to be the same as if the father had done it, and I do believe the father may be as likely to be concerned in it as his son. But I perceive by him they are resolved to find out the bottom of the business if it be possible. By and by I met with Mr. Wren, who tells me that the Duke of York is in as good condition as is possible for a man, in his condition of the smallpox. He, I perceive, is mightily concerned in the business of my Lord Chancellor, the impeachment against whom is gone up to the House of Lords, and great differences there are in the Lords' House about it, and the Lords are very high one against another. Thence home to dinner, and as soon as dinner done I and my wife and Willett to the Duke of York's house, and there saw the Tempest again, which is very pleasant, and full of so good variety that I cannot be more pleased almost in a comedy, only the seaman's part a little too tedious. Thence home, and there to my chamber, and do begin anew to bind myself to keep my old vows, and among the rest not to see a play till Christmas but once in every other week, and have laid aside L10, which is to be lost to the poor, if I do. This I hope in God will bind me, for I do find myself mightily wronged in my reputation, and indeed in my purse and business, by my late following of my pleasure for so long time as I have done. So to supper and then to bed. This day Mr. Chichley told me, with a seeming trouble, that the House have stopped his son Jack, Sir John, his going to France, that he may be a witness against my Lord Sandwich. Which do trouble me, though he can, I think, say little. 14th. At the office close all the morning. At noon, all my clerks with me to dinner, to a venison pasty, and there comes Creed and dined with me, and he tells me how high the Lords were in the Lord's House about the business of the Chancellor, and that they are not yet agreed to impeach him. After dinner, he and I and my wife and girl, the latter two to their tailor S, and he and I to the Committee of the Treasury, where I had a hearing, but can get but L6,000 for the pay of the garrison, in lieu of above L16000, and this Alderman Backwell gets remitted there, and I am glad of it. Thence by coach took up my wife and girl, and so home, and set down Creed at Arundel House, going to the Royal Society, whither I would be glad to go, but cannot. Thence home, and to the office, where about my letters, and so home to supper, and to bed, my eyes being bad again. And by this means the nights, nowadays, do become very long to me, longer than I can sleep out. 15th, up and to Alderman Backwell S. Edward Backwell, goldsmith and alderman of the City of London. He was a man of considerable wealth during the Commonwealth. After the Restoration, he negotiated Charles Roman II's principal money transactions. He was MP for Wendover in the Parliament of 1679 and in the Oxford Parliament of 1680, according to the writer of the Life in the Diet of Nat. Beog. His heirs did not ultimately suffer any pecuniary loss by the closure of the Exchequer. Mr. Hilton Price stated that Backwell removed to Holland in 1676 and died there in 1679, but this is disproved by the pedigree in Lipscomb's Hist. of Bucks, where the date of his death is given as 1683, as well as by the fact that he sat for Wendover in 1679 and, as stated above. And there discoursed with him about the remitting of this L 6,000 to Tangier, which he hath promised to do by the first post, and that will be by Monday next, the 18th, and he and I agreed that I would take notice of it, that so he may be found to have done his best upon the desire of the Lord's commissioners. From this we went to discourse of his condition, and he with some vain glory told me that the business of Sheerness did make him quite mad, and indeed might well have undone him. But yet that he did the very next day pay here, and got bills to answer his promise to the king for the Swedes' ambassadors, who were then doing our business at the treaty at Breda, L 7,000, and did promise the bankers there, that if they would draw upon him all that he had of theirs and L 10000 more, he would answer it. He told me that Sergeant Maynard come to him for a sum of money that he had in his hands of his, and so did many others, and his answer was, "What countrymen are you?" And when they told him, "Why then," says he, "here is a tally upon the receiver of your country for so, and to yours for so much," and did offer to lay by tallies to the full value of all that he owed in the world, and L 40000 more for the security thereof, and not to touch a penny of his own till the full of what he owed was paid, which so pleased every body that he hath mastered all. So that he hath lent the commissioners of the treasury above L 40000 in money since that business, and did this morning offer to a lady who come to give him notice that she should need her money L 3,000 in 20 days, he bid her if she pleased send for it today and she should have it. Which is a very great thing, and will make them greater than ever they were, I am apt to think, in some time. Thence to Westminster, and there I walked with several, and do hear that there is to be a conference between the two houses today. So I stayed, and it was only to tell the Commons that the Lords cannot agree to the confining or sequestering of the Earl of Clarendon from the Parliament, forasmuch as they do not specify any particular crime which they lay upon him and call treason. This the House did receive, and so parted, at which, I hear, the Commons are like to grow very high, and will insist upon their privileges, and the Lords will own theirs, though the Duke of Buckingham, Bristol, and others have been very high in the House of Lords to have had him committed. This is likely to breed ill blood. Thence I away home, calling at my mercer S. and Taylor S., and there find, as I expected, Mr. Caesar and little Pelham Humphreys, lately returned from France, and is an absolute monsieur, as full of form and confidence and vanity, and disparages everything and everybody's skill but his own. The truth is, everybody says he is very able, but to hear how he laughs at all the king's music here, as Blagrave and others, that they cannot keep time nor tune, nor understand anything, and that Grebus, the Frenchman, the king's master of the music, how he understands nothing, nor can play on any instrument, and so cannot compose, and that he will give him a lift out of his place, and that he and the king are mighty great, and that he hath already spoke to the king of Grebus would make a man piss. I had a good dinner for them, as a venison pasty and some fowl, and after dinner we did play, he on the theobo, Mr. Caesar on his French lute, and I on the viol, but made but mean musique, nor do I see that this Frenchman do so much wonders on the theobo, but without question he is a good musician, but his vanity do offend me. They gone, towards night, I to the office a while, and then home and to my chamber, where busy till by and by comes Mr. Moore, and he stayed and supped and talked with me about many things, and tells me his great fear that all things will go to ruin among us, for that the king hath, as he says Sir Thomas Crew told him, been heard to say that the quarrel is not between my Lord Chancellor and him, but his brother and him, which will make sad work among us if that be once promoted, as to be sure it will, Buckingham and Bristol being now the only counsel the king follows, so as Arlington and Coventry are come to signify little. He tells me they are likely to fall upon my Lord Sandwich. But for my part, sometimes I am apt to think they cannot do him much harm, he telling me that there is no great fear of the business of resumption. By and by, I got him to read part of my Lord Cook's chapter of treason, which is mighty well worth reading, and do inform me in many things, and for aught I see it is useful now to know what these crimes are. and then to supper, and after supper he went away, and so I got the girl to comb my head, and then to bed, my eyes bad. This day Poundy, the waterman, was with me, to let me know that he was summoned to bear witness against me to Prince Rupert's people, who have a commission to look after the business of prize goods. About the business of the prize goods I was concerned in. But I did desire him to speak all he knew, and not to spare me, nor did promise nor give him anything, but sent him away with good words, to bid him say all he knew to be true. This do not trouble me much. 16th. At the office all the morning, and at noon took my Lord Brunker into the garden, and there told him of his man Carcass's proceedings against the office in the House of Commons. I did desire nor advise him anything, but in general, that the end of this might be ruin to the office, but that we shall be brought to fencing for ourselves, and that will be no profit to the office, but let it light where it would I thought I should be as well as any body. This I told him, and so he seeming to be ignorant of it, and not pleased with it, we broke off by Sir those. Harvey S. coming to us from the pay office, whither we had sent a smart letter we had writ to him this morning about keeping the clerks at work at the making up the books, which I did to place the fault somewhere, and now I let him defend himself. He was mighty angry, and particularly with me, but I do not care, but do rather desire it, for I will not spare him, that we shall bear the blame, and such an idle fellow as he have 500 a year for nothing. So we broke off, and I home to dinner, and then to the office, and having spent the afternoon on letters, I took coach in the evening, and to Whitehall, where there is to be a performance of musique of Pelham, before the king. The company not come, but I did go into the musique room, where Captain Cock and many others, and here I did hear the best and the smallest organ go that ever I saw in my life, and such a one as, by the grace of God, I will have the next year, if I continue in this condition, whatever it cost me. I never was so pleased in my life. Thence, it being too soon, I to Westminster Hall, it being now about 7 at night, and there met Mr. Gregory, my old acquaintance, an understanding gentleman, and he and I walked an hour together, talking of the bad prospect of the times, and the sum of what I learn from him is this: that the king is the most concerned in the world against the chancellor, and all people that do not appear against him, and therefore is angry with the bishops, having said that he had one bishop on his side, Crofts, and but one, that Buckingham and Bristol are now his only cabinet council. The term cabinet council, as stated by Clarendon, originated thus in 1640. The bulk and burden of the state affairs lay principally upon the shoulders of the Archbishop of Canterbury, the Earl of Strafford, and the Lord Coddington, some others being joined to them, as the Earl of Northumberland for ornament, the Bishop of London for his place, the two secretaries, Sir H. Vane and Sir Francis Windibank, for service and communication of intelligence. Only the Marquis of Hamilton, indeed, by his skill and interest, bore as great a part as he had a mind to do, and had the skill to meddle no further than he had a mind. These persons made up the Committee of State, which was reproachfully after called the Junto, and enviously then in the court the Cabinet Council. History of the Rebellion, Volume I, p. 211, edit. 1849. And that, before the Duke of York fell sick, Buckingham was admitted to the king of his cabinet, and there stayed with him several hours, and the Duke of York shut out. That it is plain that there is dislike between the king and Duke of York, and that it is to be feared that the House will go so far against the Chancellor, that they must do something to undo the Duke of York, or will not think themselves safe. That this Lord Vaughan, that is so great against the Chancellor, is one of the lewdest fellows of the age, worse than Sir Charles Sidley, and that he was heard to swear, God damn him, he would do my Lord Clarendon's business. That he do find that my Lord Clarendon hath more friends in both houses than he believes he would have, by reason that they do see what are the hands that pull him down, which they do not like. That Harry Coventry was scolded at by the king severely the other day, and that his answer was that, if he must not speak what he thought in this business in Parliament, he must not come thither. And he says that by this very business Harry Coventry hath got more fame and common esteem than any gentleman in England hath at this day, and is an excellent and able person. That the king, who not long ago did say of Bristol, that he was a man able in 3 years to get himself a fortune in any kingdom in the world, and lose all again in 3 months, do now hug him, and commend his parts everywhere above all the world. How fickle is this man, and how unhappy we like to be. that he fears some furious courses will be taken against the Duke of York, and that he hath heard that it was designed, if they cannot carry matters against the Chancellor, to impeach the Duke of York himself, which God forbid. That Sir Edward Nicholas, whom he served while secretary, is one of the best men in the world, but hated by the Queen Mother. For a service he did the old king against her mind and her favourites, and that she and my Lady Castlemaine did make the king to lay him aside. But this man says that he is one of the most perfect heavenly and charitable men in the whole world. That the House of Commons resolve to stand by their proceedings, and have chosen a committee to draw up the reasons thereof to carry to the Lords, which is likely to breed great heat between them. That the Parliament, after all this, is likely to give the king no money, and therefore that it is to be wondered what makes the king give way to so great extravagancies, which do all tend to the making him less than he is, and so will, every day more and more. And by this means every creature is divided against the other, that there never was so great an uncertainty in England, of what would be the event of things as at this day, nobody being at ease or safe. Being full of his discourse, and glad of the rencontre, I to Whitehall, and there got into the theatre room, and there heard both the vocal and instrumental music, where the little fellow stood keeping time. But for my part, I see no great matter, but quite the contrary in both sorts of musique. The composition, I believe, is very good, but no more of delightfulness to the ear or understanding, but what is very ordinary. Here was the king and queen, and some of the ladies, among whom none more jolly than my Lady Buckingham, her lord being once more a great man. Thence by coach home and to my office, ended my letters, and then home to supper, and my eyes being bad to bed. 17th Lord's Day. Up, and to church with my wife. A dull sermon of Mr. Mills, and then home, without strangers, to dinner, and then my wife to read, and I to the office, enter my journal to this day, and so home with great content that it is done, but with sorrow to my eyes. Then home, and got my wife to read to me out of Fuller's Church History, when by and by comes Captain Cock, who sat with me all the evening, talking, and I find by him, as by all others, that we are like to expect great confusions, and most of our discourse was the same, and did agree with that the last night, particularly that about the difference between the king and the Duke of York, which is like to be. He tells me that he hears that Sir W. Coventry was, a little before the Duke of York fell sick, with the Duke of York in his closet, and fell on his knees, and begged his pardon for what he hath done to my Lord Chancellor. But this I dare not soon believe. But he tells me another thing, which he says he had from the person himself who spoke with the Duke of Buckingham, who, he says, is a very sober and worthy man, that he did lately speak with the Duke of Buckingham about his greatness now with the king, and told him, "But, sir, these things that the king do now, in suffering the Parliament to do all this, you know are not fit for the king to suffer. And you know how often you have said to me that the king was a weak man, and unable to govern, but to be governed. And that you could command him as you listed. Why do you suffer him to go on in these things? Why, says the Duke of Buckingham, I do suffer him to do this, that I may hereafter the better command him. This he swears to me the person himself to whom the Duke of Buckingham said this did tell it him, and is a man of worth, understanding, and credit. He told me one odd passage by the Duke of Albemarle, speaking how hasty a man he is, and how for certain he would have killed Sir W. Coventry, had he met him in a little time after his showing his letter in the house. He told me that a certain lady, whom he knows, did tell him that, she being certainly informed that some of the Duke of Albemarle's family did say that the Earl of Torrington was a bastard, did think herself concerned to tell the Duke of Albemarle of it, and did first tell the Duchess, and was going to tell the old man, when the Duchess pulled her back by the sleeve, and hindered her, swearing to her that if he should hear it, he would certainly kill the servant that should be found to have said it, and therefore prayed her to hold her peace. One thing more he told me, which is that Garraway is come to town, and is thinking how to bring the house to mind the public state of the nation, and to put off these particular piques against man and man, and that he propounding this to Sir W. Coventry, Sir W. Coventry did give no encouragement to it, which he says is that by their running after other men he may escape. But I do believe this is not true neither. But however, I am glad that Garraway is here, and that he do begin to think of the public condition in reference to our neighbors that we are in, and in reference to ourselves, whereof I am mightily afeard of trouble. So to supper, and he gone, and we to bed. 18th. Up, and all the morning at my office till 3 afternoon with Mr. Hayter about perfecting my little pocket market book of the office, till my eyes were ready to fall out of my head, and then home to dinner, glad that I had done so much, and so abroad to Whitehall, to the commissioners of the Treasury, and there did a little business with them, and so home, leaving multitudes of solicitors at their door, of one sort or other, complaining for want of such dispatch as they had in my Lord Treasurer's time. When I believe more business was dispatched, but it was in his manner to the king's wrong. Among others here was Gresham College coming about getting a grant of Chelsea College for their society, which the king, it seems, hath given them his right in, but they met with some other pretenses, I think, to it, besides the king, s. Thence took up my wife, whom I had left at her tailor, s. and home and there, to save my eyes, got my wife at home to read again, as last night in the same book, till W. Baitlier come and spent the evening talking with us, and supped with us, and so to bed. 19th. To the office, and thence before noon I, by the board's direction, to the Parliament House to speak with Sir R. Brooks about the meaning of an order, come to us this day, to bring all the books of the office to the committee. I find by him that it is only about the business of an order of ours for paying off the ships by ticket, which they think I on behalf of my Lord Brunker do suppress, which vexes me, and more at its occasioning the bringing them our books. So home and to dinner, where Mr. Shepley with me, newly come out of the country, but I was at little liberty to talk to him, but after dinner with 2 contracts to the committee, with Lord Brunker and Sir T. Harvey, and there did deliver them, and promised at their command more, but much against my will. And here Sir R. Brooks did take me alone, and pray me to prevent their trouble, by discovering the order he would have. I told him I would suppress none, nor could, but this did not satisfy him, and so we parted, I vexed that I should bring on myself this suspicion. Here I did stand by unseen, and did hear their impertinent yet malicious examinations of some rogues about the business of Bergen, wherein they would wind in something against my Lord Sandwich. It was plain by their manner of examining, as Sir Thomas Crew did afterwards observe to me, who was there, but all amounted to little I think. But here Sir Thomas Crew and W. Hewer, who was there also, did tell me that they did hear Captain Downing give a cruel testimony against my Lord Brunker, for his neglect, and doing nothing in the time of straits at Chatham when he was spoke to, and did tell the committee that he, Downing, did presently after, in Lord Brunker's hearing, tell the Duke of Albemarle that if he might advise the king, he should hang both my Lord Brunker and Pett. This is very hard. Thence with W. Hewer and our messenger, Marlowe, home by coach, and so late at letters, and then home to supper, and my wife to read and then to bed. This night I wrote to my father, in answer to a new match which is proposed, the executor of in sum, my sister's former servant for my sister, that I will continue my mind of giving her L 500 if he likes of the match. My father did also this week, by Shepley return me up a guinea, which, it seems, upon searching the ground, they have found since I was there. I was told this day that Laurie Hyde, Lawrence Hyde, second son of Lord Chancellor Clarendon, 1614-1711. He held many important offices, and was first Lord of the Treasury 84, created Earl of Rochester in 1681, and KG 1685. Second son of my Lord Chancellor, did some time since in the House say that if he thought his father was guilty, but of one of the things then said against him, he would be the first that should call for judgment against him. Which Mr. Waller, the poet, did say was spoke like the old Roman, like Brutus, for its greatness and worthiness. 20th. Up, and all the morning at my office shut up with Mr. Gibson, I walking and he reading to me the order books of the office from the beginning of the war, for preventing the parliaments having them in their hands before I have looked them over and seen the utmost that can be said against us from any of our orders, and to my great content all the morning I find none. So at noon home to dinner with my clerks, who have of late dined frequently with me, and I do purpose to have them so still. By that means, I having opportunity to talk with them about business, and I love their company very well. All the morning Mr. Hayter and the boy did shut up themselves at my house, doing something towards the finishing the abstract book of our contracts for my pocket, which I shall now want very much. After dinner I stayed at home all the afternoon, and Gibson with me. He and I shut up till about 10 at night. We went through all our orders, and towards the end I do meet with 2 or 3 orders for our discharging of 2 or 3 little vessels by ticket without money, which do plunge me. But however, I have the advantage by this means to study an answer, and to prepare a defense, at least for myself. So he gone I to supper, my mind busy thinking after our defense in this matter, but with vexation to think that a thing of this kind, which in itself brings nothing but trouble and shame to us, should happen before all others to become a charge against us. This afternoon Mr. Mills come and visited me, and stayed a little with me, my wife being to be godmother to his child tomorrow, and among other talk, he told me how fully satisfactory my first report was to the house in the business of Chatham, which I am glad to hear, and the more, for that I know that he is a great creature of Sir R. Brooks. 21st. Up and to the office, where all the morning, and at noon home, where my wife not very well, but is to go to Mr. Mills's child's christening, where she is godmother, Sir J. Minns and Sir R. Brooks her companions. I left her after dinner, my clerks dining with me, to go with Sir J. Minns, and I to the office, where did much business till after candlelight, and then my eyes beginning to fail me, I out and took coach to Arundel House, where the meeting of Gresham College was broke up. But their meeting creed, I with him to the tavern in St. Clement's churchyard, where was Dean Wilkins, Dr. Whistler, Dr. Floyd, a divine admitted, I perceive, this day, and other brave men. And there, among other things of news, I do hear, that upon the reading of the House of Commons' reasons of the manner of their proceedings in the business of my Lord Chancellor, the reasons were so bad, that my Lord Bristol himself did declare that he would not stand to what he had, and did still, advise the Lords to concur to, upon any of the reasons of the House of Commons. But if it was put to the question whether it should be done on their reasons, he would be against them. And indeed it seems the reasons however they come to escape the House of Commons, which shows how slightly the greatest matters are done in this world, and even in parliaments were none of them of strength, but the principle of them untrue. They saying, that where any man is brought before a judge, accused of treason in general, without specifying the particular, the judge do there constantly, and is obliged to commit him. Whereas the question being put by the Lords to my Lord Keeper, he said that quite the contrary was true. And then, in the 6th article, I will get a copy of them if I can, there are 2 or 3 things strangely asserted to the diminishing of the king's power. As is said, at least things that heretofore would not have been heard of. But then the question being put among the Lords, as my Lord Bristol advised, whether, upon the whole matter and reasons that had been laid before them, they would commit my Lord Clarendon, it was carried 5 to 1 against it, there being but 3 bishops against him, of whom Cozens and Dr. Reynolds were 2, and I know not the 3rd. This made the opposite lords, as Bristol and Buckingham, so mad that they declared and protested against it, speaking very broad that there was mutiny and rebellion in the hearts of the lords, and that they desired they might enter their dissents, which they did do, in great fury. So that upon the lords sending to the Commons, as I am told, to have a conference for them to give their answer to the Commons' reasons, the Commons did desire a free conference, but the lords do deny it. And the reason is, that they hold not the Commons any court, but that themselves only are a court, and the chief court of judicature, and therefore are not to dispute the laws and method of their own court with them that are none, and so will not submit so much as to have their power disputed. And it is conceived that much of this eagerness among the lords do arise from the fear some of them have, that they may be dealt with in the same manner themselves, and therefore do stand upon it now. It seems my Lord Clarendon hath, as is said and believed, had his horses several times in his coach, ready to carry him to the Tower, expecting a message to that purpose. But by this means his case is like to be laid by. From this we fell to other discourse, and very good. Among the rest they discourse of a man that is a little frantic, that hath been a kind of minister. Dr. Wilkins saying that he hath read for him in his church, that is poor and a debauched man, that the college have hired for 20s, to have some of the blood of a sheep let into his body, and it is to be done on Saturday next. This was Arthur Kaga, who had studied at Cambridge, and was said to be a Bachelor of Divinity. He was indigent, and looked upon as a very freakish and extravagant man. Dr. King, in a letter to the Hon. Robert Boyle, remarks that Mr. Kaga was about 32 years of age, that he spoke Latin well when he was in company, which he liked, but that his brain was sometimes a little too warm. The experiment was performed on November 23, 1667, by Dr. King, at Arundel House, in the presence of many spectators of quality and 4 or 5 physicians. Kaga wrote a description of his own case in Latin, and when asked why he had not the blood of some other creature instead of that of a sheep, transfused into him, answered, Sanguis ovis symbolicum quandam facultatem habet cum sanguine Christi, quia Christus est Agnus Dei. Birch S. History of the Royal Society, Volume Roman 2, pp. 214-16. Kaga was the first person in England to be experimented upon. Previous experiments were made by the transfusion of the blood of one dog into another. See November 1666, Volume Roman 6, p. 64. They purpose to let in about 12 ounces, which, they compute, is what will be let in a minute's time by a watch. They differ in the opinion they have of the effects of it. Some think it may have a good effect upon him as a frantic man by cooling his blood, others that it will not have any effect at all. But the man is a healthy man, and by this means will be able to give an account what alteration, if any, he do find in himself, and so may be useful. On this occasion, Dr. Whistler told a pretty story related by Muffet, a good author of Dr. Caius that built Key's College, that being very old and living only at that time upon woman's milk, he, while he fed upon the milk of an angry, fretful woman, was so himself. And then, being advised to take it of a good-natured, patient woman, he did become so, beyond the common temper of his age. Thus much nutriment, they observed, might do. Their discourse was very fine, and if I should be put out of my office, I do take great content in the liberty I shall be at of frequenting these gentlemen's company. Broke up thence and home, and there to my wife in her chamber, who is not well of those, and there she tells me great stories of the gossiping women of the parish what this, and what that woman was, and among the rest, how Mrs. Hallworthy is the veriest confident bragging gossip of them all, which I should not have believed, but that Sir R. Brooks, her partner, was mighty civil to her, and taken with her, and what not. My eyes being bad, I spent the evening with her in her chamber, talking and inventing a cipher to put on a piece of plate, which I must give, better than ordinary, to the parson's child, and so to bed. And through my wife's illness had a bad night of it, and she a worse, poor wretch. 22nd. Up betimes, and drinking my morning draught of strong water with Betty Mitchell, I had not opportunity para Baser Law, I by water to Whitehall, and there met Creed, and thence with him to Westminster Hall, where we talked long together of news, and there met with Cooling, my Lord Chamberlain's secretary, and from him learn the truth of all I heard last night. And understand further that this stiffness of the Lords is in no manner of kindness to my Lord Chancellor, for he neither hath, nor do, nor for the future likely can oblige any of them, but rather the contrary. But that they do fear what the consequence may be to themselves, should they yield in his case, as many of them have reason. And more, he showed me how this is rather to the wrong and prejudice of my Lord Chancellor. For that it is better for him to come to be tried before the Lords, where he can have right and make interest, than, when the Parliament is up, be committed by the King, and tried by a court on purpose made by the King, of what lords the King pleases, who have a mind to have his head. So that my Lord himself, his son, he tells me, hath moved, that if they have treason against my Lord of Clarendon, that they would specify it and send it up to the Lords, that he might come to his trial. So full of intrigues this business is. Having now a mind to go on and to be rid of Creed, I could not, but was forced to carry him with me to the excise office, and thence to the Temple, and there walked a good while in the Temple church, observing the plainness of Selden's tomb, and how much better one of his executors hath, who is buried by him, and there I parted with him and took coach and home, where to dinner. 23rd. Up, and to the office, where all the morning, and at noon home to dinner, and all the afternoon also busy, till late preparing things to fortify myself and fellows against the Parliament, and particularly myself against what I fear is thought, that I have suppressed the order of the board by which the discharging the great ships off at Chatham by tickets was directed, whereas, indeed, there was no such order. So home at night to supper and to bed. 24th, Lord's Day. In my chamber all the morning, having lain long in bed, till Mr. Shepley come to dine with me, and there being to return to Hinchinbroke speedily, I did give him as good account how matters go here as I could. After dinner, he being gone, I to the office, and there for want of other of my clerks, sent to Mr. Gibbs, whom I never used till now, for the writing over of my little pocket contract book. And there I labored till 9 at night with him, in drawing up the history of all that hath passed concerning tickets, in order to the laying the whole, and clearing myself an office before Sir R. Brooks. And in this I took great pains, and then sent him away, and proceeded, and had W. Hewer come to me, and he and I till past 12 at night in the office. And he, which was a good service, did so inform me in the consequences of my writing this report, and that what I said would not hold water, in denying this board to have ever ordered the discharging out of the service whole ships by ticket, that I did alter my whole counsel, and fall to arm myself with good reasons to justify the office in so doing, which hath been but rare, and having done this, I went, with great quiet in my mind, home, though vexed that so honest a business should bring me so much trouble, but mightily was pleased to find myself put out of my former design, and so, after supper, to bed. 25th. Up and all the morning finishing my letter to Sir Robert Brooks, which I did with great content, and yet at noon when I come home to dinner I read it over again after it was sealed and delivered to the messenger, and read it to my clerks who dined with me, and there I did resolve upon some alteration, and caused it to be new writ, and so to the office after dinner, and there all the afternoon mighty busy, and at night did take coach thinking to have gone to Westminster. But it was mighty dark and foul, and my business not great, only to keep my eyes from reading by candle, being weary. But being gone part of my way I turned back, and so home, and there to read, and my wife to read to me out of Sir Robert Cotton's book about war, which is very fine, showing how the kings of England have raised money by the people heretofore upon the people, and how they have played upon the kings also. So after supper I to bed. This morning, Sir W. Penn tells me that the House was very hot on Saturday last upon the business of liberty of speech in the House, and damned the vote in the beginning of the Long Parliament against it. I so that he fears that there may be some bad thing which they have a mind to broach, which they dare not do without more security than they now have. God keep us, for things look mighty ill. 26th. Up all the morning at the office, and then home to dinner, where dined Mr. Clerk, solicitor, with me to discourse about my tenure accounts, which I would fain make up, but I have not time. After dinner, by coach as far as the Temple, and there saw a new book in folio of all that suffered for the king in the late times, which I will buy. It seems well writ, and then back to the Old Exchange, and there at my goldsmith, bought a basin for my wife to give the parson's child, to which the other day she was godmother. It cost me 10 14s. Besides graving, which I do with the cipher of the name, Daniel Mills, and so home to the office, and then home to supper and hear my wife read, and then to bed. This afternoon, after dinner, come to me Mr. Warren, and there did tell me that he come to pay his debt to me for the kindness I did him in getting his last ship out, which I must also remember was a service to the king, though I did not tell him so, as appeared by my advising with the board, and their writing to Sir W. Coventry to get the pass for the ship to go for it to Genoa. Now that which he had promised me for the courtesy was I take it 100 pieces or more, I think more, and also for the former courtesy I had done for the getting of his first ship out for this hemp, he did promise me a consideration upon the return of the goods. But I never did to this day demand anything of him. Only about a month ago he told me that now his ship was come, and he would come out of my debt, but told me that whereas he did expect to have had some profit by the voyage, it had proved of loss to him by the loss of some ships or some accidents, I know not what, and so that he was not able to do what he intended, but told me that he would present me with 60 pieces in gold. I told him I would demand nothing of his promises, though they were much greater, nor would have thus much, but if he could afford to give me but 50 pieces, it should suffice me. So now he brought something in a paper, which since proves to be 50 pieces. But before I would take them I told him that I did not insist on anything, and therefore prayed him to consult his ability before he did part with them. And so I refused them once or twice, till he did the third time offer them, and then I took them, he saying that he would present me with as many more if I would undertake to get him 500 paid on his bills. I told him I would by no means have any promise of the kind, nor would have any kindness from him for any such service, but that I should do my utmost for nothing to do him that justice, and would endeavor to do what I could for him, and so we parted, he owning himself mightily engaged to me for my kind usage of him in accepting of so small a matter in satisfaction of all that he owed me. Which I enter at large for my justification, if anything of this should be hereafter inquired after. This evening also comes to me to my closet at the office Sir John Chichley, of his own accord, to tell me what he shall answer to the committee, when, as he expects, he shall be examined about my Lord Sandwich. Which is so little as will not hurt my lord at all, I know. He do profess great generousness towards my lord, and that this jealousy of my lord's of him is without ground, but do mightily inveigh against Sir Roger Cuttance, and would never have my lord to carry him to sea again, as being a man that hath done my lord more hurt than ever he can repair by his ill advice, and disobliging every body. He will by no means seem to crouch to my lord, but says that he hath as good blood in his veins as any man, though not so good a title, but that he will do nothing to wrong or prejudice my lord, and I hope he will not, nor I believe can. But he tells me that Sir E. Spragg and Utber are the men that have done my lord the most wrong, and did bespatter him the most at Oxford, and that my lord was misled to believe that all that was there said was his, which indeed it was not, and says that he did at that time complain to his father of this his misfortune. This I confess is strange to me touching these two men, but yet it may well enough as the world goes, though I wonder I confess at the latter of the two, who always professes great love to my lord. Sir Roger Cuttance was with me in the morning, and there gives me an account so clear about Bergen and the other business against my lord, as I do not see what can be laid to my lord in either, and tells me that Penn, however he now dissembles it, did on the quarter-deck of my lord's ship, after he come on board, when my lord did fire a gun for the ships to leave pursuing the enemy, Penn did say, before a great many several times, that his heart did leap in his belly for joy when he heard the gun, and that it was the best thing that could be done for securing the fleet. He tells me also that Penn was the first that did move and persuade my lord to the breaking bulk, as a thing that was now the time to do right to the commanders of the great ships, who had no opportunity of getting anything by prizes. Now his lordship might distribute to everyone something, and he himself did write down before my lord the proportions for each man. This I am glad of, though it may be this dissembling fellow may, 20-1, deny it. 27th. Up, and all the morning at my Lord Brunker's lodgings with Sir J. Minns and W. Penn about Sir W. Warren's accounts, wherein I do not see that they are ever very likely to come to an understanding of them, as Sir J. Minns hath not yet handled them. Here till noon, and then home to dinner, where Mr. Pierce comes to me, and there, in general, tells me how the king is now fallen in and become a slave to the Duke of Buckingham, led by none but him, whom he, Mr. Pierce, swears he knows do hate the very person of the king, and would, as well as will, certainly ruin him. He do say, and I think with right, that the king do in this do the most ungrateful part of a master to a servant that ever was done, in this carriage of his to my Lord Chancellor. That, it may be, the Chancellor may have faults, but none such as these they speak of. That he do now really fear that all is going to ruin, for he says he hears that Sir W. Coventry hath been, just before his sickness, with the Duke of York, to ask his forgiveness and peace for what he had done. For that he never could foresee that what he meant so well, in the counselling to lay by the Chancellor, should come to this. As soon as dined, I with my boy Tom to my bookbinder's, where all the afternoon long till 8 or 9 at night seeing him binding up 2 or 3 collections of letters and papers that I had of him, but above all things my little abstract pocket-book of contracts, which he will do very neatly. Then home to read, sup, and to bed. 28th. Up, and at the office all this morning, and then home to dinner, and then by coach sent my wife to the King's Playhouse, and I to Whitehall, there intending, with Lord Brunker, Sir J. Minns, and Sir T. Harvey to have seen the Duke of York, whom it seems the King and Queen have visited, and so we may now well go to see him. But there was nobody could speak with him, and so we parted, leaving a note in Mr. Wren's chamber that we had been there, he being at the free conference of the two houses about this great business of my Lord Chancellor S., at which they were at this hour, 3 in the afternoon, and there they say my Lord Anglesey do his part admirably, and each of us taking a copy of the Guinea Company's defence to a petition against them to the Parliament the other day. So I away to the King's Playhouse, and there sat by my wife and saw The Mistaken Beauty, which I never, I think, saw before, though an old play, and there is much in it that I like, though the name is but improper to it, at least that name, it being also called The Liar, which is proper enough. Here I met with Sir Richard Brown, who wondered to find me there, telling that I am a man of so much business, which character, I thank God, I have ever got, and have for a long time had and deserved, and yet am now come to be censured in common with the office for a man of negligence. Thence home and to the office to my letters, and then home to supper and to bed. 29th. Waked about 7 o'clock this morning with a noise I supposed I heard, near our chamber, of knocking, which by and by increased, and I, more awake, could distinguish it better. I then waked my wife, and both of us wondered at it, and lay so a great while that increased, and at last heard it plainer, knocking, as if it were breaking down a window for people to get out, and then removing of stools and chairs, and plainly, by and by, going up and down our stairs. We lay, both of us, afeard, yet I would have rose, but my wife would not let me. Besides, I could not do it without making noise, and we did both conclude that thieves were in the house, but wondered what our people did, whom we thought either killed or afeard as we were. Thus we lay till the clock struck 8 and high day. At last I removed my gown and slippers safely to the other side of the bed over my wife, and there safely rose and put on my gown and breeches, and then, with a firebrand in my hand, safely opened the door and saw nor heard anything. Then, with fear, I confess, went to the maid's chamber door, and all quiet and safe. Called Jane up and went down safely and opened my chamber door, where all well. Then more freely about, and to the kitchen, where the cook made up, and all safe. So up again, and when Jane come, and we demanded whether she heard no noise, she said, yes, and was afeard, but rose with the other maid and found nothing, but heard a noise in the great stack of chimneys that goes from Sir J. Minns through our house. And so we sent, and their chimneys have been swept this morning, and the noise was that and nothing else. It is one of the most extraordinary accidents in my life, and gives ground to think of Don Quixote's adventures, how people may be surprised, and the more from an accident last night, that our young Gib cat, a male cat, Gibby is a contraction of the Christian name Gilbert, Old French, Tybert. I am melancholy as a Gib cat. Shakespeare I Henry Roman 4, Act 1 Sc. 3. Gib alone is also used, and a verb made from it to gib, or act like a cat. Did leap down our stairs from top to bottom, at 2 leaps, and frighted us, that we could not tell well whether it was the cat or a spirit, and do sometimes think this morning that the house might be haunted. Glad to have this so well over, and indeed really glad in my mind, for I was much afeard. I dressed myself and to the office both forenoon and afternoon, mighty hard putting papers and things in order to my extraordinary satisfaction, and consulting my clerks in many things, who are infinite helps to my memory and reasons of things, and so being weary, and my eyes aching, having overwrought them today reading so much shorthand, I home and there to supper, it being late, and to bed. This morning Sir W. Penn and I did walk together a good while, and he tells me that the houses are not likely to agree after their free conference yesterday, and he fears what may follow. 30th. Up and to the office, where all the morning, and then by coach to Arundel House to the election of officers for the next year, where I was near being chosen of the council, but am glad I was not, for I could not have attended, though above all things I could wish it, and do take it as a mighty respect to have been named there. The company great, and the elections long, and then to Carey House, a house now of entertainment next my Lord Ashley's, and there, where I have heretofore heard common prayer in the time of Dr. Mossum, we after 2 hours stay sitting at the table with our napkins open had our dinners brought, but badly done. But here was good company. I choosing to sit next Dr. Wilkins, Sir George Ent, and others whom I value, there talked of several things. Among others, Dr. Wilkins, talking of the universal speech, of which he hath a book coming out, did first inform me how man was certainly made for society, he being of all creatures the least armed for defense, and of all creatures in the world the young ones are not able to do anything to help themselves, nor can find the dug without being put to it, but would die if the mother did not help it. And, he says, were it not for speech man would be a very mean creature. Much of this good discourse we had, but here, above all, I was pleased to see the person who had his blood taken out. He speaks well, and did this day give the society a relation thereof in Latin, saying that he finds himself much better since, and as a new man, but he is cracked a little in his head, though he speaks very reasonably and very well. He had but 20s. For his suffering it, and is to have the same again tried upon him, the first sound man that ever had it tried on him in England, and but one that we hear of in France, which was a porter hired by the virtuosos. Here all the afternoon till within night. Then I took coach and to the Exchange, where I was to meet my wife, but she was gone home, and so I to Westminster Hall, and there took a turn or two, but meeting with nobody to discourse with, returned to Carey House, and there stayed and saw a pretty deception of the sight by a glass with water poured into it, with a stick standing up with 3 balls of wax upon it, one distant from the other. How these balls did seem double and disappear one after another, mighty pretty. Here Mr. Carcass did come to me, and brought first Mr. Calwall, our treasurer, and then Dr. Wilkins to engage me to be his friend, and himself asking forgiveness and desiring my friendship, saying that the council have now ordered him to be free to return to the office to be employed. I promised him my friendship, and am glad of this occasion, having desired it, for there is nobody's ill tongue that I fear like his, being a malicious and cunning bold fellow. Thence, paying our shot 6s apiece, I home, and there to the office and wrote my letters, and then home, my eyes very sore with yesterday's work, and so home and tried to make a peace by my ear and vial to I wonder what the grave, and see, and so to supper and to bed, where frighted a good while and my wife again with noises, and my wife did rise twice. But I think it was Sir John Minns's people again late cleaning their house, for it was past 1 o'clock in the morning before we could fall to sleep, and so slept. But I perceive well what the care of money and treasure in a man's house is to a man that fears to lose it. My Lord Anglesey told me this day that he did believe the House of Commons would, the next week, yield to the Lords. But speaking with others this day, they conclude they will not, but that rather the King will accommodate it by committing my Lord Clarendon himself. I remember what Mr. Evelyn said, that he did believe we should soon see ourselves fall into a commonwealth again. Joseph Williamson I find mighty kind still, but close, not daring to say anything almost that touches upon news or state of affairs. December 1667. December 1st, Lord's Day. Up, and after entering my journal for 2 or 3 days, I to church, where Mr. Mills, a dull sermon, and in our pew there sat a great lady, which I afterwards understood to be my Lady Carlisle, that made her husband a cuckold in Scotland, a very fine woman indeed in person. After sermon home, where W. Hewer dined with us, and after dinner, he and I all the afternoon to read over our office letters to see what matters can be got for our advantage or disadvantage therein. In the evening comes Mr. Pelling and the 2 men that were with him formerly, the little man that sings so good a bass, Wallington, and another that understands well, one Pigot and Betty Turner come and sat and supped with us, and we spent the evening mighty well in good musique, to my great content to see myself in condition to have these and entertain them for my own pleasure only. So they gone, we to bed. Second, up, and then abroad to Alderman Backwell's, who was sick of a cold in bed, and then to the excise office, where I find Mr. Ball out of humor in expectation of being put out of his office by the change of the farm of the excise. There comes Sir H. Comely, and he and I to Westminster, and they're walked up and down till noon, where all the business is that the Lord's answer is come down to the Commons, that they are not satisfied in the Commons' reasons. And so the Commons are hot, and like to sit all day upon the business what to do herein, most thinking that they will remonstrate against the Lords. Thence to Lord Crewe S. and there dined with him, where, after dinner, he took me aside and bewailed the condition of the nation, how the king and his brother are at a distance about this business of the chancellor, and the two houses differing. And he do believe that there are so many about the king like to be concerned and troubled by the parliament, that they will get him to dissolve or prorogue the parliament. And the rather, for that the king is likely, by this good husbandry of the treasury, to get out of debt, and the parliament is likely to give no money. Among other things, my Lord Crewe did tell me, with grief, that he hears that the king of late hath not dined nor supped with the queen, as he used of late to do. After a little discourse, Mr. Caesar, he dining there, did give us some musique on his lute, Mr. John Crewe being there, to my great content, and then away I. And Mr. Caesar followed me, and told me that my boy Tom hath this day declared to him that he cared not for the French lute, and would learn no more. Which Caesar out of faithfulness tells me that I might not spend any more money on him in vain. I shall take the boy to task about it, though I am contented to save my money if the boy knows not what is good for himself. So thanked him, and indeed he is a very honest man I believe, and away home, there to get something ready for the Lords Commissioners of the Treasury, and so took my wife and girl and set them at unthanks, and I to Whitehall, and there with the Commissioners of the Treasury, who I find in mighty good condition to go on in payment of the seamen off, and thence I to Westminster Hall, where I met with my cousin Roger and walked a good while with him. He tells me of the high vote of the Commons this afternoon, which I also heard at Whitehall, that the proceedings of the Lords in the case of my Lord Clarendon are an obstruction to justice, and of ill precedent to future times. This makes every body wonder what will be the effect of it, most thinking that the king will try him by his own commission. It seems they were mighty high to have remonstrated, but some said that was too great an appeal to the people. Roger is mighty full of fears of the consequence of it, and wishes the king would dissolve them. So we parted, and I bought some Scotch cakes at Wilkinson's in King Street, and called my wife, and home, and there to supper, talk, and to bed, supped upon these cakes, of which I have eaten none since we lived at Westminster. This night our poor little dog Fancy was in a strange fit, through age, of which she has had 5 or 6. Third, up by candlelight, the only time I think I have done so this winter, and a coach being got overnight, I to Sir W. Coventry, S., the first time I have seen him at his new house since he come to lodge there. He tells me of the vote for none of the house to be of the commission for the bill of accounts, which he thinks is so great a disappointment to Birch and others that expected to be of it, that he thinks, could it have been seen, there would not have been any bill at all. We hope it will be the better for all that are to account, it being likely that the men, being few and not of the house, will hear reason. The main business I went about was about Gilsthorpe Sir W., Batten's clerk, who, being upon his deathbed and now dead, hath offered to make discoveries of the disorders of the navy and of L65,000 damage to the king, which made mighty noise in the Commons' House, and members appointed to go to him, which they did. But nothing to the purpose got from him, but complaints of false musters, and ships being refitted with victuals and stores at Plymouth, after they come fitted from other ports. But all this to no purpose, nor more than we know and will own. But the best is that this loggerhead should say this, that understands nothing of the navy, nor ever would, and hath particularly blemished his master by name among us. I told Sir W. Coventry of my letter to Sir R. Brooks and his answer to me. He advises me, in what I write to him, to be as short as I can, and obscure, saving in things fully plain, for all that he do is to make mischief, and that the greatest wisdom in dealing with the Parliament and the world is to say little, and let them get out what they can by force, which I shall observe. He declared to me much of his mind to be ruled by his own measures, and not to go so far as many would have him to the ruin of my Lord Chancellor, and for which they do endeavour to do what they can against W. Coventry. But, says he, I have done my due in helping to get him out of the administration of things, for which he is not fit. But for his life or estate I will have nothing to say to it. Besides that, my duty to my master the Duke of York is such, that I will perish before I will do anything to displease or disoblige him, where the very necessity of the kingdom do not in my judgment call me. Thence I home and to the office, where my Lord Anglesey, and all the discourse was yesterday's vote in the Commons, wherein he told us that, should the Lords yield to what the Commons would have in this matter, it were to make them worse than any justice of peace. Whereas they are the highest court in the kingdom, that they cannot be judges whether an offender be to be committed or bylaid, which every justice of peace do, and then he showed me precedents plain in their defense. At noon home to dinner, and busy all the afternoon, and at night home, and there met W. Baitlier, who tells me the first great news that my Lord Chancellor is fled this day. By and by to Sir W. Penn's, where Sir R. Ford and he and I met, with Mr. Young and Lewes, about our accounts with my Lady Batten, which prove troublesome, and I doubt will prove to our loss. But here I hear the whole that my Lord Chancellor is gone, and left a paper behind him for the House of Lords, telling them the reason of him retiring, complaining of a design for his ruin. But the paper I must get, only the thing at present is great, and will put the King and Commons to some new counsels certainly. So home to supper and to bed. Sir W. Penn I find in much trouble this evening, having been called to the committee this afternoon about the business of prizes. Sir Richard Ford told us this evening an odd story of the baseness of the late Lord Mayor, Sir W. Bolton, in cheating the poor of the city, out of the collections made for the people that were burned, of L. 1800, of which he can give no account, and in which he hath forsworn himself plainly, so as the Court of Aldermen have sequestered him from their court till he do bring in an account, which is the greatest piece of roguery that they say was ever found in a Lord Mayor. He says also that this day hath been made appear to them that the keeper of Newgate at this day hath made his house the only nursery of rogues and whores and pickpockets and thieves in the world, where they were bred and entertained, and the whole society met. And that, for the sake of the sheriffs, they durst not this day commit him, for fear of making him let out the prisoners, but are fain to go by artifice to deal with him. He tells me also, speaking of the new street that is to be made from Guildhall down to Cheapside, that the ground is already, most of it, bought. And tells me of one particular, of a man that hath a piece of ground lying in the very middle of the street that must be, which, when the street is cut out of it, there will remain ground enough, of each side, to build a house to front the street. He demanded L. 700 for the ground, and to be excused paying anything for the melioration of the rest of his ground that he was to keep. The court consented to give him L. 700, only not to abate him the consideration, which the man denied, but told them, and so they agreed, that he would excuse the city the L. 700, that he might have the benefit of the melioration without paying anything for it. So much some will get by having the city burned. But he told me that in other cases ground, by this means, that was not 4d. A foot before will now, when houses are built, be worth 15s. A foot. But he tells me that the common standard now reckoned on between man and man, in places where there is no alteration of circumstances, but only the house is burnt, there the ground, which, with a house on it, did yield L. 100 a year, is now reputed worth L. 33 sixes. 8d. And that this is the common market price between one man and another, made upon a good and moderate medium. Fourth, at the office all the morning. At noon to dinner, and presently with my wife abroad, whom and her girl I leave at Unthank S, and so to Whitehall in expectation of waiting on the Duke of York today, but was prevented therein. Only at Mr. Wren's chamber there I hear that the House of Lords did send down the paper which my Lord Chancellor left behind him, directed to the Lords, to be seditious and scandalous. And the Commons have voted that it be burned by the hands of the hangman, and that the King be desired to agree to it. I do hear also that they have desired the King to use means to stop his escape out of the nation. Here I also heard Mr. German, who was there in the chamber upon occasion of Sir Thomas Harvey, S. telling him of his brother, S. having a child, and thereby taking away his hopes, that is, Mr. German's, of L. 2,000 a year. He swore, God damn him, he did not desire to have any more wealth than he had in the world, which indeed is a great estate, having all his uncle S., my Lord St. Alban S., and my lord hath all the Queen Mother S., but when Sir those. Harvey told him that hereafter you will wish it more. By God, answers he, I won't promise what I shall do hereafter. Thence into the house, and there spied a pretty woman with spots on her face, well clad, who was inquiring for the guard chamber. I followed her, and there she went up, and turned into the turning towards the chapel, and I after her. And upon the stairs there met her coming up again, and there kissed her twice, and her business was to inquire for Sir Edward Bishop, one of the sergeants at arms. I believe she was a woman of pleasure, but was shy enough to me, and so I saw her go out afterwards, and I took a hackney coach and away. I to Westminster Hall, and there walked, and thence towards Whitehall by coach, and spying Mrs. Burrows in a shop did stop and light and speak to her, and so to Whitehall, where I light and went and met her coming towards Whitehall, but was upon business, and I could not get her to go any whither, and so parted, and I home with my wife and girl, my wife not being very well, of a great looseness day and night for these 2 days. So home, my wife to read to me in Sir R. Cotton's Book of War, which is excellent reading, and particularly I was mightily pleased this night in what we read about the little profit or honor this kingdom ever gained by the greatest of its conquests abroad in France. This evening come Mr. Mills and sat with us a while, who is mighty kind and good company, and so, he gone, I to supper and to bed. My wife an unquiet night. This day Gilsthorpe is buried, who hath made all the late discourse of the great discovery of L65000, of which the king bath been wronged. 5th, at the office all the morning, do hear that Will Penn, Sir W. Penn's son, is come from Ireland, but I have not seen him yet. At noon to the Change, where did little, but so home again and to dinner with my clerks with me, and very good discourse and company they give me, and so to the office all the afternoon till late, and so home to supper and to bed. This day, not for want, but for good husbandry, I sent my father, by his desire, 6 pair of my old shoes, which fit him and are good. Yet, methought, it was a thing against my mind to have him wear my old things. 6th, up and with Sir J. Minns to the Duke of York, the first time that I have seen him, or we waited on him since his sickness, and, blessed be God, he is not at all the worse for the smallpox, but is only a little weak yet. We did much business with him, and so parted. My Lord Anglesey told me how my Lord Northampton brought in a bill into the House of Lords yesterday, under the name of a bill for the honor and privilege of the House, and mercy to my Lord Clarendon, which, he told me, he opposed, saying that he was a man accused of treason by the House of Commons, and mercy was not proper for him, having not been tried yet, and so no mercy needful for him. However, the Duke of Buckingham and others did desire that the bill might be read, and it was for banishing my Lord Clarendon from all his Majesty's dominions, and that it should be treason to have him found in any of them. The thing is only a thing of vanity, and to insult over him, which is mighty poor I think, and so do everybody else, and ended in nothing, I think. By and by home with Sir J. Minns, who tells me that my Lord Clarendon did go away in a custom-house boat, and is now at Calais, and, I confess, nothing seems to hang more heavy than his leaving of this unfortunate paper behind him, that hath angered both houses, and hath, I think, reconciled them in that which otherwise would have broke them in pieces. So that I do hence, and from Sir W. Coventry's late example and doctrine to me, learn that on these sorts of occasions there is nothing like silence, it being seldom any wrong to a man to say nothing, but for the most part, it is to say anything. This day, in coming home, Sir J. Minns told me a pretty story of Sir Lewis Dives, whom I saw this morning speaking with him, that having escaped once out of prison through a house of office, and another time in woman's apparel, and leaping over a broad canal, a soldier swore, says he, this is a strange jade. He told me also a story of my Lord Coddington, who, wanting a son, intended to make his nephew his heir, a country boy, but did alter his mind upon the boy's being persuaded by another young heir, in roguery, to crow like a cock at my lord's table, much company being there, and the boy having a great trick at doing that perfectly. My lord bade them take away that fool from the table, and so gave over the thoughts of making him his heir, from this piece of folly. So home, and there to dinner, and after dinner abroad with my wife and girl, set them down at unthanks, and I to Whitehall to the council chamber, where I was summoned about the business of paying of the seamen, where I heard my Lord Anglesey put to it by Sir W. Coventry before the king for altering the course set by the council. Which he like a wise man did answer in few words, that he had already sent to alter it according to the council's method, and so stopped it, whereas many words would have set the commissioners of the treasury on fire, who, I perceive, were prepared for it. Here I heard Mr. Gauden speak to the king and counsel upon some business of his before them, but did it so well, in so good words and to the purpose, that I could never have expected from a man of no greater learning. So went away, and in the lobby met Mr. Sawyer, my old chamber fellow, and stayed and had an hour's discourse of old things with him, and I perceive he do very well in the world, and is married he tells me and hath a child. Then home and to the office, where Captain Cock come to me, and, among other discourse, tells me that he is told that an impeachment against Sir W. Coventry will be brought in very soon. He tells me that even those that are against my Lord Chancellor, and the court in the House, do not trust nor agree one with another. He tells me that my Lord Chancellor went away about 10 at night, on Saturday last, and took boat at Westminster, and thence by a vessel to Calais, where he believes he now is. And that the Duke of York and Mr. Wren knew of it, and that himself did know of it on Sunday morning. That on Sunday his coach and people about it went to Twickenham, and the world thought that he had been there. That nothing but this unhappy paper hath undone him, and that he doubts that this paper hath lost him everywhere that his withdrawing do reconcile things, so far as he thinks the heat of their fury will be over, and that all will be made well between the two brothers. That Holland do endeavor to persuade the King of France to break peace with us. That the Dutch will, without doubt, have 60 sail of ships out the next year. So knows not what will become of us, but hopes the Parliament will find money for us to have a fleet. He gone, I home, and there my wife made an end to me of Sir K. Cotton's Discourse of War, which is indeed a very fine book. So to supper and to bed. Captain Cock did this night tell me also, among other discourses, that he did believe that there are jealousies in some of the House at this day against the commissioners of the Treasury, that by their good husbandry they will bring the king to be out of debt and to save money, and so will not be in need of the Parliament, and then do what he please, which is a very good piece of news that there is such a thing to be hoped, which they would be afeared of. 7th, all the morning at the office, and at noon home to dinner with my clerks, and while we were at dinner comes Willet's aunt to see her and my wife. She is a very fine widow and pretty handsome, but extraordinary well-carriaged and speaks very handsomely, and with extraordinary understanding. So as I spent the whole afternoon in her company with my wife, she understanding all the things of note touching plays and fashions and court and everything, and speaks rarely, which pleases me mightily, and seems to love her niece very well, and was so glad, which was pretty odd, that since she came hither her breasts begin to swell. She being afeared before that she would have none, which was a pretty kind of content she gave herself. She tells us that Catiline is likely to be soon acted, which I am glad to hear, but it is at the king's house. But the king's house is at present, and hath for some days been silenced upon some difference heart and moon. She being gone I to the office, and there late doing business, and so home to supper and to bed. Only this evening I must remember that my Lady Batten sent for me, and it was to speak to me before her overseers about my bargain with Sir W. Batten about the prize, to which I would give no present answer, but am well enough contented that they begin the discourse of it, and so away to the office again, and then home to supper and to bed. Somebody told me this, that they hear that Thompson, with the wooden leg, and Wildman, the fifth monarchy man, a great creature of the Duke of Buckingham, are in nomination to be commissioners, among others, upon the bill of accounts. 8th, Lord's Day. All the morning at my chamber doing something towards the settling of my papers and accounts, which have been out of order a great while. At noon to dinner, where W. Howe with us, and after dinner. He being gone, I to my chamber again till almost night, and then took boat, the tide serving, and so to Whitehall, where I saw the Duchess of York, in a fine dress of second mourning for her mother, being black, edged with ermine, go to make her first visit to the Queen since the Duke of York was sick. And by, she being returned, the Queen come and visited her. But it was pretty to observe that Sir W. Coventry and I, walking an hour and more together in the matted gallery, he observed, and so did I, how the Duchess, as soon as she spied him, turned her head a one side. Here he and I walked thus long, which we have not done a great while before. Our discourse was upon everything, the unhappiness of having our matters examined by people that understand them not, that it was better for us in the navy to have men that do understand the whole, and that are not passionate. that we that have taken the most pains are called upon to answer for all crimes, while those that, like Sir W. Batten and Sir J. Minns, did sit and do nothing, do lie still without any trouble. That, if it were to serve the king and kingdom again in a war, neither of us could do more, though upon this experience we might do better than we did. That the commanders, the gentlemen that could never be brought to order, but undid all, are now the men that find fault and abuse others. That it had been much better for the king to have given Sir J. Minns and Sir W. Batten 1,000 a year to have sat still, than to have had them in his business this war. That the serving a prince that minds not his business is most unhappy for them that serve him well, and an unhappiness so great that he declares he will never have more to do with a war, under him. That he hath papers which do flatly contradict the Duke of Albemarle's narrative, and that he hath been with the Duke of Albemarle and showed him them, to prevent his falling into another like fault, that the Duke of Albemarle seems to be able to answer them. But he thinks that the Duke of Albemarle and the prince are contented to let their narratives sleep, they being not only contradictory in some things, as he observed about the business of the Duke of Albemarle's being to follow the prince upon dividing the fleet, in case the enemy come out, but neither of them to be maintained in others. That the business the other night of my Lord Anglesey at the council was happily got over for my lord, by his dexterous silencing it, and the rest not urging it further. Forasmuch as, had the Duke of Buckingham come in time enough, and had got it by the end, he would have toused him in it. Sir W. Coventry telling me that my Lord Anglesey did, with such impudence, maintain the quarrel against the Commons, and some of the lords, in the business of my Lord Clarendon, that he believes there are enough would be glad but of this occasion to be revenged of him. He tells me that he hears some of the Thompsons are like to be of the commission for the accounts, and Wildman, which he much wonders at, as having been a false fellow to every body, and in prison most of the time since the king's coming in. But he do tell me that the house is in such a condition that nobody can tell what to make of them, and he thinks they were never in before, that every body leads and nobody follows, and that he do now think that, since a great many are defeated in their expectation of being of the commission, now they would put it into such hands as it shall get no credit from. For, if they do look to the bottom and see the king's case, they think they are then bound to give the king money. Whereas they would be excused from that, and therefore endeavor to make this business of the accounts to signify little. I spoke with him about my Lord Sandwich's business, in which he is very friendly, and do say that the unhappy business of the prizes is it that hath brought all this trouble upon him, and the only thing that made anything else mentioned, and it is true. So having discoursed with him, I spent some time with Sir Stephen Fox about the business of our adjusting the new method of the excise between the guard's household and Tangier, the Lords Commissioners of the Treasury being now resolved to bring all their management into a course of payment by orders, and not by tallies, and I am glad of it, and so by water home late, and very dark, and when come home there I got my wife to read, and then come Captain Cock to me. And there he tells me to my great satisfaction that Sir Robert Brooks did dine with him today, and that he told him, speaking of me, that he would make me the darling of the House of Commons, so much he is satisfied concerning me. And this Cock did tell me that I might give him thanks for it, and I do think it may do me good, for he do happen to be held a considerable person, of a young man, both for sobriety and ability. Then to discourse of business of his own about some hemp of his that is come home to receive it into the king's stores, and then parted, and by my wife and I to supper, she not being well, her flux being great upon her, and so to bed. 9th, all the morning busy at the office, doing very considerable business, and thither comes Sir G. Carteret to talk with me, who seems to think himself safe as to his particular, but do doubt what will become of the whole kingdom, things being so broke in pieces. He tells me that the king himself did the other day very particularly tell the whole story of my Lord Sandwich, not following the Dutch ships, with which he is charged, and shows the reasons of it to be the only good course he could have taken, and do discourse it very knowingly. This I am glad of, though, as the king is now, his favor, for aught I see, serves very little instead at this day, but rather is an argument against a man. And the king do not concern himself to relieve or justify any body, but is wholly negligent of everybody's concernment. This morning I was troubled with my Lord Hinchingbroke's sending to borrow L 200 of me, But I did answer that I had none, nor could borrow any. For I am resolved I will not be undone for any body. Though I would do much for my Lord Sandwich for, it is to answer a bill of exchange of his. And I perceive he hath made use of all other means in the world to do it. But I am resolved to serve him, but not ruin myself, as it may be to part with so much of the little I have by me to keep, if I should by any turn of times lose the rest. At noon I to the Change, and there did a little business, and among other things called at Cade's, the stationer, where he tells me how my Lord Gerard is troubled for several things in the House of Commons, and in one wherein himself is concerned. And, it seems, this lord is a very proud and wicked man, and the Parliament is likely to order him. Then home to dinner, and then a little abroad, thinking to have gone to the other end of the town. But it being almost night I would not, but home again, and there to my chamber, and all alone did there draw up my answer to Sir Rob Brooke's letter, and when I had done it went down to my clerks at the office for their opinion, which at this time serves me to very good purpose, they having many things in their heads which I had not in the businesses of the office now in dispute. Having done with this, then I home and to supper very late, and to bed. My being yet very ill of her looseness, by which she is forced to lie from me tonight in the girl's chamber. 10th. Up and all the morning at the office, and then home with my people to dinner, and very merry, and then to my office again, where did much business till night, that my eyes begun to be sore, and then forced to leave off, and by coach set my wife at her tailor's and Willett, and I to Westminster Hall, and there walked a good while till 8 at night. And there hear to my great content that the king did send a message to the House today that he would adjourn them on the 17th instant to February. By which time, at least, I shall have more respite to prepare things on my own behalf, and the office against their return. Here met Mr. Hinkston, the organist, walking, and I walked with him, and asking him many questions, I do find that he can no more give an intelligible answer to a man that is not a great master in his art, than another man. And this confirms me that it is only want of an ingenious man that is master in musique, to bring musique to a certainty, and ease in composition. Having done this, I home, taking up my wife and girl, and there to supper and to bed, having finished my letters, among which one to Commissioner Middleton, who is now coming up to town from Portsmouth, to enter upon his surveyorship. 11th. By coach to Whitehall, and there attended the Duke of York, as we are wont, who is now grown pretty well and goes up and down Whitehall, and this night will be at the council, which I am glad of. Thence to Westminster Hall, and there walked most of the morning, and among others did there meet my cousin Roger Pepys, who intends to go to Impington on this day se'nnight, the Parliament break up the night before. Here I met Rolt and Sir John Chichley, and Harris the player, and there we talked of many things, and particularly of Catiline, which is to be suddenly acted at the king's house. And they're all agree that it cannot be well done at that house, there not being good actors eno. And Bert acts Cicero, which they all conclude he will not be able to do well. The king gives them 500 for robes, there being, as they say, to be 16 scarlet robes. Thence home to dinner, and would have had Harris home with me, but it was too late for him to get to the playhouse after it, and so home to dinner, and spent the afternoon talking with my wife and people at home till the evening. And then comes Sir W. Warren to talk about some business of his and mine. And he, I find, would have me not to think that the Parliament, in the mind they are in, and having so many good offices in their view to dispose of, will leave any of the king's officers in, but will rout all, though I am likely to escape as well as any, if any can escape. And I think he is in the right, and I do look for it accordingly. Then we fell to discourse of my little vessel, the Maybolt, and he thinks that it will be best for me to employ her for a voyage to Newcastle for coals, they being now dear, and the voyage not long, nor dangerous yet, and I think I shall go near to do so. Then talking of his business, I away to the office, where very busy, and thither comes Sir W. Penn, and he and I walked together in the garden. And there told me what passed today with him in the committee, by my Lord Sandwich's breaking bulk of the prizes. And he do seem to me that he hath left it pretty well understood by them, he saying that what my lord did was done at the desire, and with the advice of the chief officers of the fleet, and that it was no more than admirals heretofore have done in like cases, which, if it be true that he said it, is very well, and did please me well. He being gone, I to my office again, and there late, and so weary home. 12th. Rose before day and took coach by daylight and to Westminster to Sir G. Downing, S., and there met Sir Stephen Fox, and thence he and I to Sir Robert Long's to discourse the business of our orders for money, he for the guards and I for Tangier. And were a little angry in our concerns, one against the other, but yet parted good friends, and I think I got ground by it. Thence straight to the office, and there sat all the morning, and then home to dinner, and after dinner I all alone to the Duke of York's house, and saw The Tempest, which, as often as I have seen it, I do like very well and the house very full. But I could take little pleasure more than the play, for not being able to look about, for fear of being seen. Here only I saw a French lady in the pit, with a tunique, just like one of ours, only a handkercher about her neck. But this fashion for a woman did not look decent. Thence walked to my bookseller, S., and there he did give me a list of the 20 who were nominated for the commission in Parliament for the accounts. And it is strange that of the 20 the Parliament could not think fit to choose their 9, but were fain to add 3 that were not in the list of the 20, they being many of them factious people and ringleaders in the late troubles. So that Sir John Talbot did fly out and was very hot in the business of Wildman S. being named, and took notice how he was entertained in the bosom of the Duke of Buckingham, a privy councillor, and that it was fit to be observed by the House and punished. The men that I know of the 9 I like very well, that is, Mr. Pierrepont, Lord Brereton, and Sir William Turner, and I do think the rest are so, too, but such as will not be able to do this business as it ought to be, to do any good with. Here I did also see their votes against my Lord Chief Justice Keeling, that his proceedings were illegal, and that he was a contemner of Magna Charta, the great preserver of our lives, freedoms, and properties, and an introduction to arbitrary government, which is very high language, and of the same sound with that in the year 1640. I home, and there wrote my letters, and so to supper and to bed. This day my Lord Chancellor's letter was burned at the Change. 13th. Up, lying long all alone, my wife lying for these 2 or 3 days of sickness alone, thinking of my several businesses in hand, and then rose and to the office, being in some doubt of having my cousin Roger and Lord Hinchinbroke and Sir Those. Crew by my cousin's invitation at dinner today, and we wholly unprovided. So I away to Westminster, to the Parliament door, to speak with Roger. And here I saw my Lord Keeling go into the house to the bar, to have his business heard by the whole house today, and a great crowd of people to stare upon him. Here I hear that the Lord's bill for banishing and disabling my Lord Clarendon from bearing any office, or being in the King's dominions, and its being made felony for any to correspond with him but his own children, is brought to the Commons. But they will not agree to it, being not satisfied with that as sufficient, but will have a bill of attainder brought in against him. But they make use of this against the Lords, that they that would not think there was cause enough to commit him without hearing, will have him banished without hearing. By and by comes out my cousin Roger to me, he being not willing to be in the house at the business of my Lord Keeling, lest he should be called upon to complain against him for his abusing him at Cambridge, very wrongfully and shamefully, but not to his reproach, but to the Chief Justice, S. in the end, when all the world cried shame upon him for it. So he with me home, and Creed, whom I took up by the way, going thither, and they to dine with me and pretty merry, and among other pieces of news, it is now fresh that the King of Portugal is deposed, and his brother made king, and that my Lord Sandwich is gone from Madrid with great honor to Lisbon, to make up, at this juncture, a peace to the advantage, as the Spaniard would have it, of Spain. I wish it may be for my Lord's honor, if it be so, but it seems my Lord is in mighty estimation in Spain. After dinner comes Mr. Moore, and he and I alone a while, he telling me my Lord Sandwich's credit is like to be undone, if the bill of L200 my Lord Hinchinbroke wrote to me about be not paid tomorrow, and that, if I do not help him about it, they have no way but to let it be protested. So finding that Creed hath supplied them with L150 in their straits, and that this is no bigger sum, I am very willing to serve my Lord, though not in this kind. But yet I will endeavor to get this done for them, and the rather because of some plate that was lodged the other day with me by my lady's order, which may be in part of security for my money, as I may order it, for aught I see, there is no other to be hoped for. This do trouble me, but yet it is good luck that the sum is no bigger. He gone, I with my cousin Roger to Westminster Hall, and there we met the House rising, and they have voted my Lord Chief Justice Keeling's proceedings illegal. But that, out of particular respect to him and the mediation of a great many, they have resolved to proceed no further against him. After a turn or two with my cousin, I away with Sir W. Warren, who met me here by my desire, and to Exeter House, and there to counsel to Sir William Turner about the business of my bargain with my Lady Batten. And he do give me good advice, and that I am safe, but that there is a great many pretty considerations in it that makes it necessary for me to be silent yet for a while till we see whether the ship be safe or no. For she is drove to the coast of Holland, where she now is in the Texel, so that it is not prudence for me yet to resolve whether I will stand by the bargain or no, and so home, and Sir W. Warren and I walked upon Tower Hill by moonlight a great while, consulting business of the office and our present condition, which is but bad, it being most likely that the Parliament will change all hands, and so let them, so I may keep but what I have. Thence home, and there spent the evening at home with my wife, and entering my journal, and so to supper and to bed, troubled with my parting with the L200, which I must lend my Lord Sandwich to answer his bill of exchange. 14th. Up and to the office, where busy, and after dinner also to the office again till night, when Mr. Moore come to me to discourse about the L200 I must supply my Lord Hinchingbroke, and I promised him to do it, though much against my will. So home, to supper and to bed. 15th Lord's Day. Up and to church, where I heard a German preach in a tone hard to be understood, but yet an extraordinary good sermon and wholly to my great content. So home, and there all alone with wife and girl to dinner, and then I busy at my chamber all the afternoon, and looking over my plate, which indeed is a very fine quantity, God knows, more than ever I expected to see of my own, and more than is fit for a man of no better quality than I am. In the evening comes Mrs. Turner to visit us, who hath been long sick, and she sat and supped with us. And after supper, her son Frank being there, now upon the point of his going to the East Indies, I did give him Lex Mercatoria, and my wife my old pair of tweezers, which are pretty, and my book an excellent one for him. Most of our talk was of the great discourse the world hath against my Lady Batten, forgetting her husband to give her all, and disinherit his eldest son. Though the truth is, the son, as they say, did play the knave with his father when time was, and the father no great matter better with him, nor with other people also. So she gone, we to bed. 16th. Up and to several places to pay what I owed. Among others to my mercer to pay for my fine camlot cloak, which costs me, the very stuff, almost L6, and also a velvet coat. The outside cost me above L8. And so to Westminster, where I find the house mighty busy upon a petition against my Lord Gerard, which lays heavy things to his charge, of his abusing the king and his guards, and very hot the house is upon it. I away home to dinner alone with wife and girl, and so to the office, where mighty busy to my great content late, and then home to supper, talk with my wife, and to bed. It was doubtful today whether the house should be adjourned tomorrow or no. 17th. Up and to the office, where very busy all the morning, and then in the afternoon I with Sir W. Penn and Sir T. Harvey to Whitehall to attend the Duke of York, who is now as well as ever, and there we did our usual business with him, and so away home with Sir W. Penn, and there to the office, where pretty late doing business, my wife having been abroad all day with Mrs. Turner buying of one thing or other. This day I do hear at Whitehall that the Duke of Monmouth is sick, and in danger of the smallpox. So home to supper and to bed. 18th. Up and to my goldsmith's in the morning, to look after the providing of L60 for Mr. Moore, towards the answering of my Lord Sandwich's bill of exchange. He being come to be contented with my lending him L60 in part of it, which pleases me, I expecting to have been forced to answer the whole bill. And this, which I do, I hope to secure out of the plate, which was delivered into my custody of my lord's the other day by Mr. Cook, and which I did get Mr. Stokes, the goldsmith, last night to weigh at my house, and there is enough to secure L100 thence home to the office, and there all the morning by particular appointment with Sir W. Penn, Sir R. Ford, and those that are concerned for my Lady Batten, Mr. Wood, Young, and Lewes, to even the accounts of our prize business. And at noon broke up, and to dinner, every man to his own home, and to it till late at night again, and we did come to some end, and I am mightily put to it how to order the business of my bargain, but my industry is to keep it off from discourse till the ship be brought home safe. And this I did do, and so we broke up, she appearing in our debts about L1500, and so we parted. And I to my business, and home to my wife, who is troubled with the toothache. And there, however, I got her to read to me the history of Algiers, which I find a very pretty book, and so to supper with much pleasure talking, and to bed. The Parliament not adjourned yet. 19th. Up, and to the office, where Commissioner Middleton first took place at the board as Surveyor of the Navy, and indeed I think will be an excellent officer. I am sure much beyond what his predecessor was. At noon, to avoid being forced to invite him to dinner, it being his first day, and nobody inviting him, I did go to the Change with Sir W. Penn in his coach, who first went to Guildhall, whither I went with him, he to speak with Sheriff God and I only for company, and did here look up and down this place, where I have not been before since the fire. And I see that the city are got a pace on in the rebuilding of Guildhall. Thence to the Change, where I stayed very little, and so home to dinner, and there find my wife mightily out of order with her teeth. At the office all the afternoon, and at night by coach to Westminster, to the Hall, where I met nobody, and do find that this evening the King by message, which he never did before, hath passed several bills, among others that for the accounts, and for banishing my Lord Chancellor, and hath adjourned the House to February. At which I am glad, hoping in this time to get leisure to state my tenure accounts, and to prepare better for the Parliament's inquiries. Here I hear how the House of Lords, with great severity, if not tyranny, have ordered poor Carr, who only erred in the manner of the presenting his petition against my Lord Gerard, it being first printed before it was presented, which was, it seems, by Colonel Sands's going into the country, into whose hands he had put it. The poor man is ordered to stand in the pillory 2 or 3 times, and his ears cut, and be imprisoned I know not how long. But it is believed that the Commons, when they meet, will not be well pleased with it, and they have no reason, I think. Having only heard this from Mrs. Mitchell, I away again home, and there to supper and to bed, my wife exceeding ill in her face with the toothache, and now her face has become mightily swelled that I am mightily troubled for it. 20th. Up, and all the morning at the office with Sir R. Ford and the same company as on Wednesday about my Lady Batten's accounts. At noon home to dinner, where my poor wife in bed in mighty pain, her left cheek so swelled as that we feared it would break, and so were fain to send for Mr. Hollier, who come, and seems doubtful of the defluxions of humours that may spoil her face, if not timely cured. He laid a poultice to it and other directions, and so away, and I to the office, where on the same accounts very late, and did come pretty near a settlement. So at night to Sir W. Penn's with Sir R. Ford, and there was Sir D. Godden, and there we only talked of sundry things. And I have found of late, by discourse, that the present sort of government is looked upon as a sort of government that we never had yet, that is to say, a King and House of Commons against the House of Lords. For so indeed it is, though neither of the two first care a fig for one another, nor the third for them both, only the bishops are afeard of losing ground, as I believe they will. So home to my poor wife, who is in mighty pain, and her face miserably swelled. So as I was frighted to see it, and I was forced to lie below in the great chamber, where I have not lain many a day, and having sat up with her, talking and reading and pitying her, I to bed. 21st. At the office all the morning, and at noon home to dinner with my clerks and Creed, who among other things all alone, after dinner, talking of the times, he tells me that the nonconformists are mighty high, and their meetings frequented and connived at. And they do expect to have their day now soon. For my Lord of Buckingham is a declared friend to them, and even to the Quakers, who had very good words the other day from the King himself. And what is more, the Archbishop of Canterbury is called no more to the cabal nor, by the way, Sir W. Coventry, which I am sorry for, the cabal at present being, as he says, the King and Duke of Buckingham and Lord Keeper, the Duke of Albemarle and Privy Seal. The bishops, differing from the King in the late business in the House of Lords, having caused this and what is like to follow, for every body is encouraged nowadays to speak, and even to preach, as I have heard one of them, as bad things against them as ever in the year 1640, which is a strange change. He gone, I to the office, where busy till late at night, and then home to sit with my wife, who is a little better, and her cheek assuaged. I read to her out of the history of Algiers, which is mighty pretty reading, and did discourse alone about my sister Paul's match, which is now on foot with one Jackson, another nephew of Mr. Phillips's, to whom he hath left his estate. 22nd, Lord's Day. Up, and my wife, poor wretch, still in pain, and then to dress myself and down to my chamber to settle some papers, and thither come to me Willet with an errand from her mistress, and this time I first did give her a little kiss, she being a very pretty humoured girl, and so one that I do love mightily. Thence to my office, and there did a little business, and so to church, where a dull sermon, and then home, and cousin Kate Joyce come and dined with me and Mr. Holliard. But by chance I offering occasion to him to discourse of the Church of Rome, Lord. How he run on to discourse with the greatest vehemence and importunity in the world, as the only thing in the world that he is full of, and it was good sport to me to see him so earnest on so little occasion. She come to see us and to tell me that her husband is going to build his house again, and would borrow of me L300, which I shall upon good security be willing to do, and so told her, being willing to have some money out of my hands upon good security. After dinner up to my wife again, who is in great pain still with her tooth. And there, they gone, I spent the most of the afternoon and night reading and talking to bear her company, and so to supper and to bed. 23rd. Up before day, and by coach to Sir W. Coventry, S., and with him to Whitehall, and there walked a great while with him in the garden till the commissioners of the Treasury met, and there talked over many businesses. And particularly he tells me that by my desire he hath moved the Duke of York that Sir J. Minns might be removed from the navy, at least the controller's place, and his business put on my Lord Brouncker and Sir W. Penn. That the committee for accounts are good sober men, and such as he thinks we shall have fair play from, that he hopes that the kingdom will escape ruin in general, notwithstanding all our fears, and yet I find he do seem not very confident in it. So to the commissioners of the Treasury, and there I had a dispute before them with Sir Stephen Fox about our orders for money, who is very angry, but I value it not. But, Lord, to see with what folly my Lord Albemarle do speak in this business, would make a man wonder at the good fortune of such a fool. Thence meeting there with Creed, he and I to the Exchange, and there I saw Carr stand in the pillory for the business of my Lord Gerard, which is supposed will make a hot business in the House of Commons, when they shall come to sit again, the Lords having ordered this with great injustice, as all people think, his only fault being the printing his petition before, by accident, his petition be read in the House. Here walked up and down the Exchange with Creed, and then home to dinner, and there hear by Creed that the bishops of Winchester and of Rochester, and the dean of the chapel, and some other great prelates, are suspended, and a cloud upon the archbishop ever since the late business in the House of Lords, and I believe it will be a heavy blow to the clergy. This noon I bought a sermon of Dr. Floyd's, which Creed read a great part of to me and Mr. Hollier, who dined with me, but as well writ and as good against the Church of Rome as ever I read. But, Lord, how Hollier, poor man, was taken with it. They gone I to the office, and there very late with Mr. Wilson and my people about the making of a new contract for the victualler, which do and will require a great deal of pains of me. And so to supper and to bed, my wife being pretty well all this day, by reason of her imposthume being broke in her cheek into her mouth. This day, at the Change, Creed showed me Mr. Coleman, of whom my wife hath so good an opinion, and says that he is as very a rogue for women as any in the world, which did disquiet me, like a fool, and run in my mind a great while. 24th. Up and all the morning at the office, and at noon with my clerks to dinner, and then to the office again, busy at the office till 6 at night, and then by coach to St. James's, it being about 6 at night. My design being to see the ceremonies, this night being the eve of Christmas, at the Queen's Chapel. But it being not begun I to Westminster Hall, and there stayed and walked, and then to the Swan, and there drank and talked, and did banter a little frank, and so to Whitehall and sent my coach round, I through the park to chapel, where I gotten up almost to the rail, and with a great deal of patience stayed from 9 at night to 2 in the morning in a very great crowd. And there expected, but found nothing extraordinary, there being nothing but a high mass. The Queen was there and some ladies. But Lord, what an odd thing it was for me to be in a crowd of people, here a footman, there a beggar, here a fine lady, there a zealous poor papist, and here a Protestant, 2 or 3 together, come to see the show. I was afeard of my pocket being picked very much. Their musique very good indeed, but their service I confess too frivolous, that there can be no zeal go along with it, and I do find by them themselves that they do run over their beads with one hand, and point and play and talk and make signs with the other in the midst of their mass. But all things very rich and beautiful. And I see the papists have the wit, most of them, to bring cushions to kneel on, which I wanted, and was mightily troubled to kneel. All being done, and I sorry for my coming, missing of what I expected, which was to have had a child born and dressed there, and a great deal of due. But we broke up, and nothing like it done. And there I left people receiving the sacrament, and the queen gone, and ladies. Only my Lady Castlemaine, who looked prettily in her night clothes, and so took my coach, which waited and away through Covent Garden, to set down 2 gentlemen and a lady, who come thither to see also, and did make mighty mirth in their talk of the folly of this religion. And so I stopped, having set them down, and drank some burnt wine at the Rose Tavern door, while the constables come, and 2 or 3 bellmen went by. 25th. It being a fine, light moonshine morning, and so home round the city, and stopped and dropped money at 5 or 6 places, which I was the willinger to do, it being Christmas Day, and so home, and there find my wife in bed, and Jane and the maids making pies, and so I to bed, and slept well, and rose about 9, and to church, and there heard a dull sermon of Mr. Mills, but a great many fine people at church, and so home. Wife and girl and I alone at dinner, a good Christmas dinner, and all the afternoon at home, my wife reading to me the history of the drummer of Mr. Mompesson, which is a strange story of spies, and worth reading indeed. In the evening comes Mr. Pelling, and he sat and supped with us, and very good company, he reciting to us many copies of good verses of Dr. Wilde, who writ Iterboreal, and so to bed, my boy being gone with W. Hewer and Mr. Hayter to Mr. Gibson, in the country to dinner, and lie there all night. 26th. Up into Westminster, and there to the Swan, and by chance met Mr. Spicer and another checker clerk, and there made them drink, and there talked of the credit the checker is now come to, and will in a little time, and so away homeward, and called at my bookseller S., and there bought Mr. Harrington's works, Oceana and Sea, and 2 other books, which cost me L4, and so home, and there eat a bit, and then with my wife to the King's Playhouse, and there saw the Surprisal, which did not please me today, the actors not pleasing me, and especially Nell's acting of a serious part, which she spoils. Here met with Sir W. Penn, and sat by him, and home by coach with him, and there to my office a while, and then home to supper and to bed. I hear this day that Mrs. Stuart do at this day keep a great court at Somerset House, with her husband the Duke of Richmond, she being visited for her beauty's sake by people, as the Queen is at nights. And they say also that she is likely to go to court again, and there put my Lady Castlemaine's nose out of joint. God knows that would make a great turn. This day I was invited to have gone to my cousin Mary Pepys' burial, my uncle Thomas' daughter, but could not. 27th. Up and by water to Whitehall, and there walked with Creed in the matted gallery, till by and by a committee for Tangier met. The Duke of York there. And there I did discourse over to them their condition as to money, which they were all mightily, as I could desire, satisfied with, but the Duke of Albemarle, who takes the part of the guards against us in our supplies of money, which is an odd consideration for a dull, heavy blockhead as he is, understanding no more of either than a goose. But the ability and integrity of Sir W. Coventry, in all the king's concernments, I do and must admire. After the committee up, I and Sir W. Coventry walked an hour in the gallery, talking over many businesses, and he tells me that there are so many things concur to make him and his fellow commissioners unable to go through the king's work that he do despair of it, every body becoming an enemy to them in their retrenchments, and the king unstable, the debts great and the king's present occasions for money great and many and pressing, the bankers broke and every body keeping in their money, while the times are doubtful what will stand. But he says had they come in 2 years ago they doubt not to have done what the king would by this time, or were the king in the condition as heretofore, when the chancellor was great, to be able to have what sums of money they pleased of the parliament. And then the ill administration was such that instead of making good use of this power, and money he suffered all to go to ruin. But one such sum now would put all upon their legs, and now the king would have the parliament give him money when they are in an ill humor and will not be willing to give any, nor are very able, and besides every body distrusts what they give the king will be lost. Whereas 6 months hence, when they see that the king can live without them, and is become steady, and to manage what he has well, he doubts not but their doubts would be removed, and would be much more free as well as more able to give him money. He told me how some of his enemies at the Duke of York's had got the Duke of York's commission for the commissioners of his estate changed, and he and Brouncker and Povey left out. That this they did due to disgrace and impose upon him at this time. But that he, though he values not the thing, did go and tell the Duke of York what he heard, and that he did not think that he had given him any reason to do this, out of his belief that he would not be as faithful and serviceable to him as the best of those that have got him put out. Whereupon the Duke of York did say that it arose only from his not knowing whether now he would have time to regard his affairs, and that, if he should, he would put him into the commission with his own hand, though the commission be passed. He answered that he had been faithful to him, and done him good service therein, so long as he could attend it. And if he had been able to have attended it more, he would not have enriched himself with such and such estates as my Lord Chancellor hath got, that did properly belong to his Royal Highness, as being forfeited to the King, and so by the King's gift given to the Duke of York. Hereupon the Duke of York did call for the commission, and hath since put him in. This he tells me, he did only to show his enemies that he is not so low as to be trod on by them, or the Duke hath any so bad opinion of him as they would think. Here we parted, and I with Sir H. Comely went and took a turn into the park, and there talked of several things, and about Tangier particularly, and of his management of his business, and among other discourse about the method he will leave his accounts in if he should suddenly die. He says there is nothing but what is easily understood, but only a sum of L500 which he has entered given to E.E.S., which in great confidence he do discover to me to be my Lord Sandwich. At the beginning of their contract for the mole, and I suppose the rest did the like, which was L1500, which would appear a very odd thing for my lord to be a profiter by the getting of the contract made for them. But here it puts me into thoughts how I shall own my receiving of L200 a year from him, but it is his gift, I never asked of him, and which he did to Mr. Povey, and so there is no great matter in it. Thence to other talk. He tells me that the business of getting the Duchess of Richmond to court is broke off, the Duke not suffering it, and thereby great trouble is brought among the people that endeavored it, and thought they had compassed it. And, Lord, to think that at this time the King should mind no other cares but these. He tells me that my Lord of Canterbury is a mighty stout man, and a man of a brave, high spirit, and cares not for this disfavor that he is under at court, knowing that the King cannot take away his profits during his life, and therefore do not value it. This character of Archbishop Sheldon does not tally with the scandal that Pepys previously reported of him. Burnet has some passages of importance on this in his own time, Book 2. He affirms that Charles's final decision to throw over Clarendon was caused by the Chancellor's favoring Mrs. Stuart's marriage with the Duke of Richmond. The King had a conference with Sheldon on the removal of Clarendon, but could not convert the Archbishop to his view. Lauderdale told Burnet that he had an account of the interview from the King. The King and Sheldon had gone into such expostulations upon it that, from that day forward, Sheldon could never recover the King's confidence. Thence I home, and there to my office, and wrote a letter to the Duke of York from myself about my clerks extraordinary, which I have employed this war, to prevent my being obliged to answer for what others do without any reason demand allowance for. And so by this means I will be accountable for none but my own, and they shall not have them but upon the same terms that I have, which is a profession that with these helps they will answer to their having performed their duties of their places. So to dinner, and then away by coach to the Temple, and then for speed by water thence to Whitehall, and there to our usual attending the Duke of York, and did attend him, where among other things I did present and lodge my letter, and did speed in it as I could wish. Thence home with Sir W. Penn and Com. Middleton by coach, and there home and to cards with my wife, W. Hewer, Mercer, and the girl, and mighty pleasant all the evening, and so to bed with my wife, which I have not done since her being ill for 3 weeks or thereabouts. 28th. Up and to the office, where busy all the morning, at noon home, and there to dinner with my clerks and Mr. Pelting, and had a very good dinner, among others a haunch of venison boiled, and merry we were, and I rose soon from dinner, and with my wife and girl to the King's house, and there saw The Mad Couple, which is but an ordinary play. But only Nell's and Hart's mad parts are most excellently done, but especially hers. Which makes it a miracle to me to think how ill she do any serious part, as the other day, just like a fool or changeling, and in a mad part, do beyond all imitation almost. It pleased us mightily to see the natural affection of a poor woman, the mother of one of the children brought on the stage. The child crying, she by force got upon the stage, and took up her child and carried it away off of the stage from heart. Many fine faces here today. Thence home, and there to the office late, and then home to supper and to bed. I am told today, which troubles me, that great complaint is made upon the change, among our merchants, that the very ostend little picaroon men of war do offer violence to our merchantmen, and search them, beat our masters, and plunder them, upon pretense of carrying Frenchmen's goods. Lord, what a condition are we come to, and that so soon after a war. 29th Lord's Day. Up, and at my chamber all the day, both morning and afternoon, only a little at dinner with my wife alone. Upon the settling of my tenure accounts towards the evening of all reckonings now against the new year. And here I do see the great folly of letting things go long unevened, it being very hard for me and dangerous to state after things are gone out of memory. And much more would be so should I have died in this time, and my accounts come to other hands, to understand which would never be. At night comes Mrs. Turner to see us, and there, among other talk, she tells me that Mr. William Penn, who is lately come over from Ireland, is a Quaker again, or some very melancholy thing. That he cares for no company, nor comes into any, which is a pleasant thing, after his being abroad so long, and his father such a hypocritical rogue, and at this time an atheist. She gone, I to my very great content do find my accounts to come very even and naturally, and so to supper and to bed. 30th, up before day, and by coach to Westminster, and there first to Sir H. Comely, and there I did to my great content deliver him up his little several papers for sums of money paid him, and took his regular receipts upon his orders, wherein I am safe. Thence to Whitehall, and there to visit Sir G. Carteret, and there was with him a great while, and my lady, and they seem in very good humour, but by and by Sir G. Carteret and I alone, and there we did talk of the ruinous condition we are in, the king being going to put out of the council so many able men, such as my Lord Anglesey, Ashley, Hopey's Secretary Morris, to bring in Mr. Trevor, and the Archbishop of Canterbury, and my Lord Bridgewater. He tells me that this is true, only the Duke of York do endeavour to hinder it, and the Duke of York himself did tell him so. That the King and the Duke of York do not in company disagree, but are friendly. But that there is a core in their hearts, he doubts, which is not to be easily removed. For these men do suffer only for their constancy to the Chancellor, or at least from the King's ill will against him, that they do now all they can to vilify the clergy, and do accuse Rochester. And so do raise scandals, all that is possible, against other of the bishops. He do suggest that something is intended for the Duke of Monmouth, and it may be, against the Queen also, that we are in no manner sure against an invasion the next year, that the Duke of Buckingham do rule all now, and the Duke of York comes indeed to the cabal, but signifies little there. That this new faction do not endure, nor the King, Sir W. Coventry, but yet that he is so useful that they cannot be without him, but that he is not now called to the cabal, that my Lord of Buckingham, Bristol, and Arlington do seem to agree in these things, but that they do not in their hearts trust one another, but do drive several ways, all of them. In short, he do bless himself that he is no more concerned in matters now, and the hopes he hath of being at liberty, when his accounts are over, to retire into the country. That he do give over the kingdom for wholly lost. So after some other little discourse, I away, meeting with Mr. Cooling. I with him by coach to the wardrobe, where I never was since the fire in Hatton Garden, but did not light, and he tells me he fears that my Lord Sandwich will suffer much by Mr. Townsend. Being untrue to him, he being now unable to give the commissioners of the Treasury an account of his money received by many thousands of pounds, which I am troubled for. Thence to the old Exchange together, he telling me that he believes there will be no such turning out of great men as is talked of, but that it is only to fright people, but I do fear there may be such a thing doing. He do mightily inveigh against the folly of the king to bring his matters to rack thus, and that we must all be undone without help. I met with Cooling at the Temple Gate, after I had been at both my booksellers, and there laid out several pounds in books now against the new year. From the Change, where I met with Captain Cock, who would have borrowed money of me, but I had the grace to deny him, he would have had 3 or 400, I with Cock and Mr. Temple, whose wife was just now brought to bed of a boy, but he seems not to be at all taken with it, which is a strange consideration how others do rejoice to have a child born to Sir G. Carteret S. in Lincoln's Inn Fields, and there did dine together, there being there, among other company, Mr. Attorney Montagu, and his fine lady, a fine woman. After dinner, I did understand from my Lady Jemima that her brother Hinchingbroke's business was to be ended this day, as she thinks, towards his match, and they do talk here of their intent to buy themselves some new clothes against the wedding, which I am very glad of. After dinner, I did even with Sir G. Carteret, through accounts of the interest of the money, which I did so long put out for him in Sir R. Viner's hands. And by it, I think, I shall be a gainer about L28, which is a very good reward for the little trouble I have had in it. Thence with Sir Philip Carteret to the King's Playhouse, there to see Love's Cruelty, an old play, but which I have not seen before. And in the first act, Orange Mall come to me, with one of our porters by my house, to tell me that Mrs. Pierce and Nep did dine at my house today, and that I was desired to come home. So I went out presently, and by coach home, and they were just gone away, so, after a very little stay with my wife, I took coach again, and to the King's Playhouse again, and come in the fourth act. And it proves to me a very silly play, and to everybody else as far as I could judge. But the jest is that here telling Moll how I had lost my journey, she told me that Mrs. Nep was in the house, and so shows me to her, and I went to her and sat out the play, and then with her to Mrs. Manuel's, where Mrs. Pierce was, and her boy and girl. And here I did hear Mrs. Manuel and one of the Italians, her gallant, sing well. But yet I confess I am not delighted so much with it, as to admire it. For not understanding the words, I lose the benefit of the vocalities of the music, and it proves only instrumental. And therefore was more pleased to hear Nep sing 2 or 3 little English things that I understood, though the composition of the other, and performance, was very fine. Thence, after sitting and talking a pretty while, I took leave and left them there, and so to my bookseller, S., and paid for the books I had bought, and away home, where I told my wife where I had been. But she was as mad as a devil, and nothing but ill words between us all the evening while we sat at cards. W. Hewer, and the girl by even to gross ill words, which I was troubled for, but do see that I must use policy to keep her spirit down, and to give her no offense by my being with Nep and Pierce, of which, though she will not own it, yet she is heartily jealous. At last it ended in few words and my silence, which for fear of growing higher between us I did forbear, and so to supper and to bed without one word one to another. This day I did carry money out, and paid several debts. Among others, my tailor and shoemaker and draper, Sir W. Turner, who begun to talk of the commission of accounts, wherein he is one. But though they are the greatest people that ever were in the nation as to power, and like to be our judges, yet I did never speak one word to him of desiring favor or bidding him joy in it, but did answer him to what he said, and do resolve to stand or fall by my silent preparing to answer whatever can be laid to me, and that will be my best proceeding, I think. This day I got a little rent in my new fine camlet cloak with the latch of Sir G. Carteret's door, but it is darned up at my tailor S. that it will be no great blemish to it, but it troubled me. I could not but observe that Sir Philip Carteret would fain have given me my going into a play. But yet, when he come to the door, he had no money to pay for himself, I having refused to accept of it for myself, but was fain, and I perceive he is known there, and do run upon the score for plays, which is a shame, but I perceive always he is in want of money. The practice of gallants attending the theatre without payment is illustrated by Mr. Lowe in his Betterton, from Shadwell's True Widow. First doorkeeper, pray, sir, pay me, my masters will make me pay itd man. Impudent rascal, do you ask me for money? Take that, sirrah, N.D. doorkeeper. Will you pay me, sir, Th. man? No, I don't intend to stay, N.D. doorkeeper. So you say every day and see 2 or 3 acts for nothing. In the pit I met with Sir C.H. North, formerly Mr. North, who was with my lord at sea, and he of his own accord was so silly as to tell me he is married, and for her quality being a lord's daughter my Lord Grey, and person and beauty and years and estate and disposition, he is the happiest man in the world. I am sure he is an ugly fellow, but a good scholar and sober gentleman, and heir to his father, now Lord North, the old lord being dead. 31st. Up, without words to my wife, or few, and those not angry, and so to Whitehall, and there waited a long time, while the Duke of York was with the king in the cabal. And there I and Creed stayed talking without, in the vane room, and I perceive all people's expectation is, what will be the issue of this great business of putting these great lords out of the council and power? The quarrel, I perceive, being only there standing against the will of the king in the business of the chancellor. Anon the Duke of York comes out, and then to a committee of Tangier, where my Lord Middleton did come today, and seems to me but a dull, heavy man. But he is a great soldier, and stout, and a needy lord, which will still keep that poor garrison from ever coming to be worth anything to the king. Here, after a short meeting, we broke up, and I home to the office, where they are sitting, and so I to them, and having done our business rose, and I home to dinner with my people. And there dined with me my uncle Thomas, with a mourning hat band on, for his daughter Mary, and here I and my people did discourse of the act for the accounts. An act for taking the accompts of the several sums of money therein mentioned, 19 and 20 car. Roman 2, CI. The commissioners were empowered to call before them all treasurers, receivers, paymasters, principal officers and commissioners of the navy and ordnance respectively, pursers, mustermasters and clerks of the check, accomptants, and all officers and keepers of his majesty's stores and provisions for war as well for land as sea, and all other persons whatsoever employed in the management of the said war, or requisite for the discovery of any frauds relating thereunto, and c. And c. Statutes of the Realm, Volume V, pp. 624, 627, which do give the greatest power to these people, as they report that have read it, I having not yet read it, and indeed its nature is such as I have no mind to go about to read it, for fear of meeting matter in it to trouble me, that ever was given to any subjects, and too much also. After dinner with my wife and girl to unthank S, and there left her, and I to Westminster, and there to Mrs. Martin's, and did Hazer con L what I desired, and there did drink with her, and find fault with her husband's wearing of too fine clothes, by which I perceive he will be a beggar. And so after a little talking I away and took up my wife again, and so home and to the office, where Captain Perriman did give me an account, walking in the garden. How the seamen of England are discouraged by want of money, or otherwise by being, as he says, but I think without cause, by their being underrated, so far as that he thinks the greatest part are gone abroad or going, and says that it is known that there are Irish in the town, up and down, that do labor to entice the seamen out of the nation by giving them L3 in hand, and promise of 40s per month to go into the King of France's service, which is a mighty shame, but yet I believe is true. I did advise with him about my little vessel, the Maybolt, which he says will be best for me to sell, though my employing her to Newcastle this winter, and the next spring for coals will be a gainful trade, but yet make me great trouble, but I will think of it, and so to my office, ended my letters, and so home to supper and to bed, good friends with my wife. Thus ends the year, with great happiness to myself and family as to health and good condition in the world, blessed be God for it. Only with great trouble to my mind in reference to the public, there being little hopes left but that the whole nation must in a very little time be lost, either by troubles at home, the Parliament being dissatisfied, and the king led into unsettled councils by some about him, himself considering little, and divisions growing between the king and Duke of York. Or else by foreign invasion, to which we must submit if any, at this bad point of time should come upon us, which the King of France is well able to do. These thoughts, and some cares upon me, concerning my standing in this office when the Committee of Parliament shall come to examine our navy matters, which they will now shortly do. I pray God they may do the kingdom service therein, as they will have sufficient opportunity of doing it. January 16, 67, 1668. January 1st. Up and all the morning in my chamber making up some accounts against this beginning of the new year, and so about noon abroad with my wife, who was to dine with W. Hewer and Willett at Mrs. Pierce's, but I had no mind to be with them, for I do clearly find that my wife is troubled at my friendship with her and Nep, and so dined with my Lord Crewe, with whom was Mr. Brown, clerk of the House of Lords, and Mr. John Crewe. Here was mighty good discourse, as there is always, and among other things my Lord Crewe did turn to a place in the life of Sir Philip Sidney, wrote by Sir Fulk Greville, which do foretell the present condition of this nation, in relation to the Dutch, to the very degree of a prophecy, and is so remarkable that I am resolved to buy one of them, it being, quite throughout, a good discourse. Here they did talk much of the present cheapness of corn even to a miracle, so as their farmers can pay no rent, but do fling up their lands, and would pay in corn. But, which I did observe to my lord, and he liked well of it, our gentry are grown so ignorant in every thing of good husbandry, that they know not how to bestow this corn. Which, did they understand but a little trade, they would be able to join together, and know what markets there are abroad, and send it thither, and thereby ease their tenants and be able to pay themselves. They did talk much of the disgrace the archbishop is fallen under with the king, and the rest of the bishops also. Thence I after dinner to the Duke of York's playhouse, and there saw Sir Martin Marall, which I have seen so often, and yet am mightily pleased with it, and think it mighty witty, and the fullest of proper matter for mirth that ever was writ. And I do clearly see that they do improve in their acting of it. Here a mighty company of citizens, prentices, and others, and it makes me observe that when I begun first to be able to bestow a play on myself, I do not remember that I saw so many by half of the ordinary, prentices and mean people in the pit at twos. 6d. Apiece now, I going for several years no higher than the 12d, and then the 18d. Places, though, I strained hard to go in then when I did. So much the vanity and prodigality of the age is to be observed in this particular. Thence I to Whitehall, and there walked up and down the house a while, and do hear nothing of anything done further in this business of the change of privy councillors. Only I hear that Sir G. Savile, one of the Parliament Committee of 9, for examining the accounts, is by the King made a Lord, the Lord Halifax, which I believe will displease the Parliament. By and by I met with Mr. Brisband, and having it in my mind this Christmas to do what I never can remember that I did, go to see the manner of the gaming at the Groom Porters, I having in my coming from the playhouse stepped into the 2 temple halls, and there saw the dirty, prentices and idle people playing. Wherein I was mistaken, in thinking to have seen gentlemen of quality playing there, as I think it was when I was a little child, that one of my father's servants, John Basham, I think, carried me in his arms thither. I did tell Brisband of it, and he did lead me thither, where, after staying an hour, they begun to play at about 8 at night, where to see how differently one man took his losing from another, one cursing and swearing, and another only muttering and grumbling to himself, a third without any apparent discontent at all. To see how the dice will run good luck in one hand for half an hour together, and another have no good luck at all. To see how easily here, where they play nothing but guineas, a L100 is won or lost. To see 2 or 3 gentlemen come in there drunk, and putting their stock of gold together, one 22 pieces, the second 4, and the third 5 pieces, and these to play one with another, and forget how much each of them brought, but he that brought the 22 thinks that he brought no more than the rest. To see the different humours of gamesters to change their luck, when it is bad, how ceremonious they are as to call for new dice, to shift their places, to alter their manner of throwing, and that with great industry as if there was anything in it. To see how some old gamesters, that have no money now to spend as formerly, do come and sit and look on, as among others Sir Lewis Dives, who was here, and hath been a great gamester in his time. To hear their cursing and damning to no purpose, as one man being to throw a 7 if he could, and, failing to do it after a great many throws, cried he would be damned if ever he flung 7 more while he lived, his despair of throwing it being so great, while others did it as their luck served almost every throw. To see how persons of the best quality do here sit down, and play with people of any, though meaner. And to see how people in ordinary clothes shall come hither, and play away 100 or 200 or 300 guineas, without any kind of difficulty. And lastly, to see the formality of the groom porter, who is their judge of all disputes in play and all quarrels that may arise therein, and how his under-officers are there to observe true play at each table, and to give new dice, is a consideration I never could have thought had been in the world, had I not now seen it. And mighty glad I am that I did see it, and it may be we'll find another evening, before Christmas be over, to see it again, when I may stay later, for their heat of play begins not till about 11 or 12 o'clock, which did give me another pretty observation of a man that did win mighty fast when I was there. I think he won L100 at single pieces in a little time. While all the rest envied him his good fortune, he cursed it, saying, "A pox on it that it should come so early upon me, for this fortune 2 hours hence would be worth something to me, but then, God damn me, I shall have no such luck." This kind of profane, mad entertainment they give themselves. And so I, having enough for once, refusing to venture, though Brisband pressed me hard, and tempted me with saying that no man was ever known to lose the first time, the devil being too cunning to discourage a gamester. And he offered me also to lend me 10 pieces to venture. But I did refuse, and so went away, and took coach and home about 9 or 2 at night, where not finding my wife come home, I took the same coach again, and leaving my watch behind me for fear of robbing, I did go back into Mrs. Pierce's, thinking they might not have broken up yet. But there I find my wife newly gone, and not going out of my coach spoke only to Mr. Pierce in his nightgown in the street, and so away back again home. And there to supper with my wife, and to talk about their dancing and doings at Mrs. Pierce's today, and so to bed. Second, up and with Sir J. Minns by coach to Whitehall, and there attended the King and the Duke of York in the Duke of York's lodgings, with the rest of the officers and many of the commanders of the fleet, and some of our master shipwrights, to discourse the business of having the topmasts of ships made to lower abaft of the mainmast. A business I understand not, and so can give no good account. But I do see that by how much greater the council, and the number of councillors is, the more confused the issue is of their counsels. So that little was said to the purpose regularly, and but little use was made of it, they coming to a very broken conclusion upon it, to make trial in a ship or two. From this they fell to other talk about the fleets fighting this late war, and how the king's ships have been shattered, though the king said that the world would not have it that about 10 or 20 ships in any fight did do any service, and that this hath been told so to him himself, by ignorant people. The prince, who was there, was mightily surprised at it, and seemed troubled, but the king told him that it was only discourse of the world. But Mr. Wren whispered me in the ear, and said that the Duke of Albemarle had put it into his narrative for the house, that not above 25 ships fought in the engagement wherein he was, but that he was advised to leave it out. But this he did write from sea, I am sure, or words to that effect, and did displease many commanders, among others, Captain Batts, who the Duke of York said was a very stout man, all the world knew. And that another was brought into his ship that had been turned out of his place when he was a boatswain, not long before, for being a drunkard. This the prince took notice of, and would have been angry, I think, but they let their discourse fall, but the Duke of York was earnest in it. And the prince said to me, standing by me, God damn me, if they will turn out every man that will be drunk, they must turn out all the commanders in the fleet. What is the matter if he be drunk, so when he comes to fight he do his work? At least, let him be punished for his drunkenness, and not put out of his command presently. This he spoke, very much concerned for this idle fellow, one Green. After this, the king began to tell stories of the cowardice of the Spaniards in Flanders, when he was there, at the siege of Mardyke and Dunkirk, which was very pretty, though he tells them but meanly. This being done I to Westminster Hall, and there stayed a little, and then home, and by the way did find with difficulty the life of Sir Philip Sidney, the book one mentioned yesterday. And the bookseller told me that he had sold 4, within this week or 2, which is more than ever he sold in all his life of them. And he could not imagine what should be the reason of it. But I suppose it is from the same reason of people's observing of this part therein, touching his prophesying our present condition here in England in relation to the Dutch, which is very remarkable. So home to dinner, where Balty's wife is come to town. She come last night and lay at my house, but being weary was gone to bed before I come home, and so I saw her not before. After dinner I took my wife and her girl out to the New Exchange, and there my wife bought herself a lace for a handkercher, which I do give her, of about L3 for a New Year's gift, and I did buy also a lace for a band for myself, and so home. And there to the office busy late, and so home to my chamber, where busy on some accounts, and then to supper and to bed. This day my wife shows me a locket of diamonds worth about L40, which W. Hewer do press her to accept, and hath done for a good while, out of his gratitude for my kindness and hers to him. But I do not like that she should receive it, it not being honorable for me to do it. And so do desire her to force him to take it back again, he leaving it against her will yesterday with her. And she did this evening force him to take it back, at which she says he is troubled. But however, it becomes me more to refuse it than to let her accept of it. And so I am well pleased with her returning it him. It is generally believed that France is endeavoring a firmer league with us than the former, in order to his going on with his business against Spain the next year, which I am, and so everybody else is, I think, very glad of, for all our fear is of his invading us. This day, at Whitehall, I overheard Sir W. Coventry propose to the king his ordering of some particular thing in the wardrobe, which was of no great value. But yet, as much as it was of profit to the king and saving to his purse. The king answered to it with great indifferency, as a thing that it was no great matter whether it was done or no. Sir W. Coventry answered, I see your majesty do not remember the old English proverb, he that will not stoop for a pin will never be worth a pound. And so they parted, the king bidding him do as he would, which methought was an answer not like a king that did intend ever to do well. Third, at the office all the morning with Mr. Wilson and my clerks, consulting again about a new contract with the victualler of the Navy, and at noon home to dinner, and then to the office again, where busy all the afternoon preparing something for the council about Tangier this evening. So about 5 o'clock away with it to the council, and there do find that the council hath altered its times of sitting to the mornings, and so I lost my labor, and back again by coach presently round by the city wall, it being dark, and so home, and there to the office, where till midnight with Mr. Wilson and my people to go through with the victualler's contract and the considerations about the new one, and so home to supper and to bed, thinking my time very well spent. Fourth, up and there to the office, where we sat all the morning. At noon home to dinner, where my clerks and Mr. Clerk the solicitor with me, and dinner being done I to the office again, where all the afternoon till late busy, and then home with my mind pleased at the pleasure of dispatching my business. And so to supper and to bed, my thoughts full. How to order our design of having some dancing at our house on Monday next, being 12th day. It seems worth remembering that this day I did hear my Lord Anglesey at the table, speaking touching this new act for accounts, say that the House of Lords did pass it because it was a senseless, impracticable, ineffectual, and foolish act. And that my Lord Ashley having shown this that it was so to the House of Lords, the Duke of Buckingham did stand up, and told the Lords that they were beholden to my Lord Ashley, that having first commended them for a most grave and honorable assembly, he thought it fit for the House to pass this act for accounts, because it was a foolish and simple act. And it seems it was passed with but a few in the House, when it was intended to have met in a grand committee upon it. And it seems that in itself it is not to be practiced till after this session of Parliament, by the very words of the Act, which nobody regarded, and therefore cannot come in force yet, unless the next meeting they do make a new Act for the bringing it into force sooner, which is a strange omission. But I perceive my Lord Anglesey do make a mere laughing-stock of this Act, as a thing that can do nothing considerable for all its great noise. Fifth, Lord's Day. Up, and being ready and disappointed of a coach, it breaking a wheel just as it was coming for me, I walked as far as the Temple, it being dirty. And as I went out of my doors, my cousin Anthony Joyce met me, and so walked part of the way with me, and it was to see what I would do upon what his wife a little while since did desire, which was to supply him L350 to enable him to go to build his house again. I, who in my nature am mighty unready to answer no to anything, and thereby wonder that I have suffered no more in my life by my easiness in that kind than I have, answered him that I would do it, and so I will, he offering me good security, and so it being left for me to consider the manner of doing it we parted. Taking coach as I said before at the Temple, I to Charing Cross, and there went into unthanks to have my shoes wiped, dirty with walking, and so to Whitehall, where I visited the Vice-Chamberlain, who tells me, and so I find by others that the business of putting out of some of the Privy Council is over, the king being at last advised to forbear it. For whereas he did design it to make room for some of the House of Commons that are against him, thereby to gratify them, it is believed that it will but so much the more fret the rest that are not provided for, and raise a new stock of enemies by them that are displeased, and so all they think is over. And it goes for a pretty saying of my Lord Anglesey, up and down the court, that he should lately say to one of them that are the great promoters of this putting him and others out of the council, "Well," says he, "and what are we to look for when we are outed? Will all things be set right in the nation?" The other said that he did believe that many things would be mended. "But," says my lord, "will you and the rest of you be contented to be hanged, if you do not redeem all our misfortunes and set all right, if the power be put into your hands?" The other answered, "No, I would not undertake that." "Why then," says my lord, "I and the rest of us that you are laboring to put out will be contented to be hanged, if we do not recover all that is past, if the king will put the power into our hands, and adhere wholly to our advice." Which saying, as it was severe, so generally people have so little opinion of those that are likely to be uppermost, that they do mightily commend my Lord Anglesey for this saying. From the vice-chamberlain up and down the house till chapel done, and then did speak with several that I had a mind to, and so intending to go home, my Lady Carteret saw and called me out of her window, and so would have me home with her to Lincoln's Inn Fields to dinner, and there we met with my Lord Brereton and several other strangers to dine there. And I find him a very sober and serious, able man, and was in discourse too hard for the Bishop of Chester, who dined there, and who, above all books lately wrote, commending the matter and style of a late book, called The Causes of the Decay of Piety, I do resolve at his great commendation to buy it. Here dined also Sir Philip Howard, a Berkshire Howard, whom I did once hear swear publicly, and loud in the matted gallery that he had not been at a wench in so long a time. He did take occasion to tell me at the table that I have got great ground in the Parliament, by my ready answers to all that was asked me there about the business of Chatham, and they would never let me be out of employment, of which I made little, but was glad to hear him, as well as others, say it. And he did say also, relating to Commissioner Pett, that he did not think that he was guilty of anything like a fault, that he was either able or concerned to amend, but only the not carrying up of the ship's hire he meant. But he said, 3 or 4 miles lower down, to Rochester Bridge, which is a strange piece of ignorance in a member of Parliament at such a time as this, and after so many examinations in the house of this business, and did boldly declare that he did think the fault to lie in my Lord Middleton, who had the power of the place, to secure the boats that were made ready by Pett, and to do anything that he thought fit, and was much, though not altogether in the right, for Spragg, that commanded the river, ought rather to be charged with the want of the boats and the placing of them. After dinner, my Lord Brereton very gently went to the organ, and played a verse very handsomely. Thence after dinner away with Sir G. Carteret to Whitehall, setting down my Lord Brereton at my Lord Brounker's, and there up and down the house, and on the Queen's side to see the ladies, and there saw the Duchess of York, whom few pay the respect they used, I think, to her, but she bears all out with a very great deal of greatness, that is the truth of it. And so, it growing night, I away home by coach, and there set my wife to read, and then comes Pelling, and he and I to sing a little, and then sup and so to bed. 6th. Up, leaving my wife to get her ready, and the maids to get a supper ready against night for our company, and I by coach to Whitehall, and there up and down the house, and among others met with Mr. Pierce, by whom I find, as I was afeard from the folly of my wife, that he understood that he and his wife was to dine at my house today, whereas it was to sup. And therefore I, having done my business at court, did go home to dinner, and there find Mr. Harris, by the like mistake, come to dine with me. However, we did get a pretty dinner ready for him, and there he and I to discourse of many things, and I do find him a very excellent person, such as in my whole I do not know another better qualified for converse, whether in things of his own trade, or of other kinds, a man of great understanding and observation, and very agreeable in the manner of his discourse, and civil as far as is possible. I was mightily pleased with his company, and after dinner did take coach with him, and my wife and girl, to go to a play, and to carry him thither to his own house. But I light by the way to return home, thinking to have spoke with Mrs. Bagwell, who I did see today in our entry, come from Harwich, whom I have not seen these 12 months. I think and more and vowed I avoir Hazer Alcon with her, said she was gone, and so I took coach and away to my wife at the Duke of York's house in the pit and so left her. And to Mrs. Pierce, and took her and her cousin Corbett, Nep and little James, and brought them to the Duke's house. And the house being full was forced to carry them to a box, which did cost me 20s. Besides oranges, which troubled me, though their company did please me. Thence, after the play, stayed till Harris was undressed, there being acted The Tempest. And so he withal all by coach home, where we find my house with good fires and candles ready, and our office the like, and the 2 Mercers and Betty Turner, Pendleton and W. Baitlier. And so with much pleasure we into the house, and there fell to dancing, having extraordinary music, 2 violins and a bass violin and theorbo, 4 hands, the Duke of Buckingham's musique, the best in town, sent me by greeting, and there we set into dancing. By and by to my house, to a very good supper and mighty merry and good music playing, and after supper to dancing and singing till about 12 at night. And then we had a good sack posset for them and an excellent cake, cost me near 20s. Of our Jane S. making, which was cut into 20 pieces, there being by this time so many of our company, by the coming in of young Goodire and some others of our neighbors, young men that could dance, hearing of our dancing, and anon comes in Mrs. Turner, the mother, and brings with her Mrs. Hallworthy, which pleased me mightily. And so to dancing again, and singing with extraordinary great pleasure, till about 2 in the morning, and then broke up. And Mrs. Pierce and her family, and Harris and Nep by coach home, as late as it was. And they gone, I took Mrs. Turner and Hallworthy home to my house, and there gave wine and sweetmeats. But I find Mrs. Hallworthy but a mean woman, I think, for understanding, only a little conceited and proud and talking, but nothing extraordinary in person or discourse or understanding. However, I was mightily pleased with her being there. I having long longed for to know her, and they being gone, I paid the fiddlers L3 among the 4, and so away to bed, weary and mightily pleased, and have the happiness to reflect upon it as I do sometimes on other things, as going to play or the like, to be the greatest real comfort that I am to expect in the world. And that it is that we do really labor in the hopes of. And so I do really enjoy myself, and understand that if I do not do it now I shall not hereafter, it may be able to pay for it, or have health to take pleasure in it, and so fill myself with vain expectation of pleasure, and go without it. 7th. Up weary about 9 o'clock, and then out by coach to Whitehall to attend the Lords of the Treasury about Tangier with Sir Stephen Fox, and having done with them I away back again home by coach time enough to dispatch some business, and after dinner with Sir W. Penn's coach, he being gone before with Sir D. Godden, to Whitehall to wait on the Duke of York. But I finding him not there, nor the Duke of York within, I away by coach to the nursery, where I never was yet. And there to meet my wife and Mercer and Willett as they promised. But the house did not act today, and so I was at a loss for them, and therefore to the other 2 playhouses into the pit, to gaze up and down, to look for them. And there did by this means, for nothing, see an act in the School of Compliments at the Duke of York's house, and Henry IV at the King's house. But not finding them, nor liking either of the plays, I took my coach again and home, and there to my office to do business, and by they come home, and had been at the King's house and saw me, but I could see them, and there I walked with them in the garden a while, and to sing with Mercer there a little, and so home with her, and taught her a little of my It is Decreed, which I have a mind to have her learn to sing, and she will do it well. And so after supper she went away, and we to bed. And there made amends by sleep for what I wanted last night. 8th, up, and it being dirty, I by coach, which I was forced to go to the charge for, to Whitehall, and there did deliver the Duke of York a memorial for the council about the case of Tangier's want of money, and I was called in there, and my paper was read. I did not think fit to say much, but left them to make what use they pleased of my paper. And so went out and waited without all the morning, and at noon hear that there is something ordered towards our help, and so I away by coach home, taking up Mr. Prynne at the court gate, it raining, and setting him down at the Temple. And by the way did ask him about the manner of holding of parliaments, and whether the number of knights and burgesses were always the same. And he says that the latter were not, but that, for aught he can find, they were sent up at the discretion, at first, of the sheriffs, to whom the writs are sent, to send up generally the burgesses and citizens of their county. And he do find that heretofore the parliament men being paid by the country, several boroughs have complained of the sheriffs putting them to the charge of sending up burgesses. Which is a very extraordinary thing to me, that knew not this, but thought that the number had been known and always the same. Thence home to the office, and so with my Lord Brouncker and his mistress, Williams, to Captain Cox to dinner, where was Temple and Mr. Porter, and a very good dinner and merry. Thence with Lord Brouncker to Whitehall to the commissioners of the Treasury at their sending for us to discourse about the paying of tickets, and so away, and I by coach to the Change, and there took up my wife and Mercer and the girl by agreement, and so home, and there with Mercer to teach her more of it is decreed, and to sing other songs and talk all the evening, and so after supper I to even my journal since Saturday last, and so to bed. Yesterday Mr. Gibson, upon his discovering by my discourse to him that I had a willingness, or rather desire, to have him stay with me, than go, as he designed on Sir W. Warren's account, to see, he resolved to let go the design and wait his fortune with me, though I labored hard to make him understand the uncertainty of my condition or service. But however he will hazard it, which I take mighty kindly of him, though troubled lest he may come to be a loser by it. But it will not be for want of my telling him what he was to think on and expect. However, I am well pleased with it, with regard to myself, who find him mighty understanding and acquainted with all things in the Navy, that I should, if I continue in the Navy, make great use of him. 9th. Up, and to the office, having first been visited by my cousin Anthony Joyce about the L350 which he desires me to lend him, and which I have a mind enough to do, but would have it in my power to call it out again in a little time, and so do take a little further time to consider it. So to the office, where all the morning busy, and so home at noon to dinner with my people, where Mr. Hollier come and dined with me, and it is still mighty pleasant to hear him talk of Rome and the Pope, with what hearty zeal and hatred he talks against him. After dinner to the office again, where busy till night, very busy, and among other things wrote to my father about lending Anthony Joyce the money he desires. And I declare that I would do it as part of Paul's portion, and that Paul should have the use of the money till she be married. But I do propose to him to think of Mr. Cumberland rather than this Jackson that he is upon. And I confess I have a mighty mind to have a relation so able a man, and honest, and so old an acquaintance as Mr. Cumberland. I shall hear his answer by the next. At night home and to cards with my wife and girl, and to supper late, and so to bed. 10th. Up, and with Sir Denys Gauden, who called me, to Whitehall, and there to wait on the Duke of York with the rest of my brethren, which we did a little in the King's green room, while the King was in council. And in this room we found my Lord Bristol walking alone, which, wondering at, while the council was sitting, I was answered that, as being a Catholic, he could not be of the council, which I did not consider before. After broke up and walked a turn or two with Lord Brouncker talking about the times, and he tells me that he thinks, and so do everybody else, that the great business of putting out some of the council to make room for some of the Parliament men to gratify and wheedle them is over, thinking that it might do more hurt than good, and not obtain much upon the Parliament either. This morning there was a Persian in that country dress, with a turban, waiting to kiss the King's hand in the vane room, against he come out. It was a comely man as to features, and his dress, methinks, very comely. Thence in Sir W. Penn's coach alone, he going with Sir D. Gauden, to my new booksellers, Martin S., and there did meet with Fournier. George Fournier, a Jesuit born at Caen in 1569, was the author of several nautical works. His chief one, L. Hydrography, was published at Paris in folio in 1663. A second edition appeared in. The Frenchman, that hath wrote of the sea and navigation, and I could not but buy him, and also bespoke an excellent book, which I met with there of China. The truth is, I have bought a great many books lately to a great value, but I think to buy no more till Christmas next, and those that I have will so fill my two presses that I must be forced to give away some to make room for them, it being my design to have no more at any time for my proper library than to fill them. Thence home and to the Exchange, there to do a little business, where I find everybody concerned whether we shall have out a fleet this next year or no, they talking of a peace concluded between France and Spain, so that the King of France will have nothing to do with his army unless he comes to us. But I do not see in the world how we shall be able to set out a fleet for want of money to buy stores and pay men, for neither of which we shall be any more trusted. So home to dinner, and then with my wife and Deb. To the king's house to see a Glora, which hath been always mightily cried up. And so I went with mighty expectation, but do find nothing extraordinary in it at all, and but hardly good in any degree. So home, and thither comes to us W. Baitlier and sat with us all the evening, and to cards and supper, passing the evening pretty pleasantly, and so late at night parted, and so to bed. I find him mightily troubled at the Lords Commissioners of the Treasury, opposing him in the business he hath a patent for about the business of impost on wine. But I do see that the Lords have reason for it, it being a matter wherein money might be saved to his Majesty, and I am satisfied that they do let nothing pass that may save money, and so God bless them. So he being gone, we to bed. This day I received a letter from my father, and another from my cousin Roger Pepys, who have had a view of Jackson's evidences of his estate, and do mightily like of the man, and his condition and estate, and do advise me to accept of the match for my sister, and to finish it as soon as I can. And he do it so as, I confess, I am contented to have it done, and so give her her portion. And so I shall be eased of one care how to provide for her, and do in many respects think that it may be a match proper enough to have her married there, and to one that may look after my concernments if my father should die and I continue where I am, and there I am well pleased with it, and so to bed. 11th. Lay some time talking with my wife in bed about Paul's business, and she do conclude to have her married here, and to be merry at it, and to have W. Hewer and Baitlier and Mercer and Willett bridemen and bridemaids, and to be very merry, and so I am glad of it, and do resolve to let it be done as soon as I can. So up, and to the office, where all the morning busy, and thence home to dinner, and from dinner with Mercer, who dined with us, and wife and Deb. To the king's house, there to see the wild goose chase, which I never saw, but have long longed to see it, being a famous play, but as it was yesterday, I do find that where I expect most I find least satisfaction. For in this play I met with nothing extraordinary at all, but very dull inventions and designs. Nep come and sat by us, and her talk pleased me a little, she telling me how Mies Davis is for certain going away from the Duke's house, the king being in love with her, and a house is taken for her, and furnishing, and she hath a ring given her already worth L600, that the king did send several times for Nelly, and she was with him, but what he did she knows not. This was a good while ago, and she says that the king first spoiled Mrs. Weaver, which is very mean, methinks, in a prince, and I am sorry for it, and can hope for no good to the state from having a prince so devoted to his pleasure. She told me also of a play shortly coming upon the stage, of Sir Charles Sidley's, which she thinks will be called The Wandering Ladies, a comedy that she thinks will be most pleasant, and also another play called The Duke of Lerma, besides Catiline, which she thinks, for want of the clothes which the king promised them, will not be acted for a good while. Thence home, and there to the office, and did some business, and so with my wife for half an hour walking in the moonlight, and it being cold, frosty weather walking in the garden, and then home to supper, and so by the fireside to have my head combed, as I do now often do, by Deb, whom I love should be fiddling about me, and so to bed. 12th Lord's Day. Up, and to dress myself, and then called into my wife's chamber, and there she without any occasion fell to discourse of my father's coming to live with us when my sister marries. This, she being afeard of declaring an absolute hatred to him since his falling out with her about Coleman's being with her. She declares against his coming hither, which I not presently agreeing to. She declared, if he come, she would not live with me, but would shame me all over the city and court, which I made slight of, and so we fell very foul. And I do find she do keep very bad remembrances of my former unkindness to her, and do mightily complain of her want of money and liberty, which I will rather hear and bear the complaint of than grant the contrary, and so we had very hot work a great while. But at last I did declare as I intend that my father shall not come, and that he do not desire and intend it. And so we parted with pretty good quiet, and so away, and being ready went to church, where first I saw Alderman Backwell and his lady come to our church, they living in Mark Lane, and I could find in my heart to invite her to sit with us, she being a fine lady. I come in while they were singing the 19th Psalm, while the sexton was gathering to his box, to which I did give fives. And so after sermon home, my wife, Deb, and I all alone and very kind, full of good discourses, and after dinner I to my chamber, ordering my Tangier accounts to give to the auditor in a day or two, which should have been long ago with him. At them to my great content all the afternoon till supper, and after supper with my wife, W., Hewer, and Deb, pretty merry till 12 at night, and then to bed. 13th. Up, and Mr. Gibbs comes to me, and I give him instructions about the writing fair my Tangier accounts against tomorrow. So I abroad with Sir W. Penn to Whitehall, and there did with the rest attend the Duke of York, where nothing extraordinary. Only I perceive there is nothing yet declared for the next year what fleet shall be abroad. Thence homeward by coach and stopped at Martin's, my bookseller, where I saw the French book which I did think to have had for my wife to translate, called L'Escale des Fils. L'Escale des Fils, by Hellet, was burnt at the foot of the gallows in 1672, and the author himself was burnt in effigy. But when I come to look in it, it is the most bawdy lewd book that ever I saw, rather worse than Putana Errante. So that I was ashamed of reading in it, and so away home, and there to the Change to discourse with Sir H. Comely, and so home to dinner, and in the evening, having done some business, I with my wife and girl out, and left them at unthank. While I to Whitehall to the Treasury Chamber for an order for Tangier, and so back, took up my wife and home. And they're busy about my Tangier accounts against tomorrow, which I do get ready in good condition, and so with great content to bed. 14th. At the office all the morning, and at noon home to dinner, and after dinner with Mr. Clerk and Gibson to the Temple, my wife and girl going further by coach, and there at the auditor did begin the examining my Tangier accounts, and did make a great entry into it, and with great satisfaction, and I am glad I am so far eased. So appointing another day for further part of my accounts, I with Gibson to my bookseller, Martin, and there did receive my book one expected of China, a most excellent book with rare cuts, and there fell into discourse with him about the burning of Paul's when the city was burned, his house being in the churchyard. And he tells me that it took fire first upon the end of a board that, among others, was laid upon the roof instead of lead, the lead being broke off, and thence down lower and lower. But that the burning of the goods under St. Faith's arose from the goods taking fire in the churchyard, and so got into St. Faith's church, and that they first took fire from the draper's side, by some timber of the houses that were burned falling into the church. He says that one warehouse of books was saved under Paul S., and he says that there were several dogs found burned among the goods in the churchyard, and but one man, which was an old man, that said he would go and save a blanket which he had in the church, and being a weak old man, the fire overcome him, and was burned. He says that most of the booksellers do design to fall a building again the next year, but he says that the Bishop of London do use them most basely, worse than any other landlords, and says he will be paid to this day the rent, or else he will not come to treat with them for the time to come, and will not, on that condition either, promise them anything how he will use them. And the Parliament sitting, he claims his privilege, and will not be cited before the Lord Chief Justice, as others are there, to be forced to a fair dealing. Thence by coach to Mrs. Pierce's, where my wife and Deb is, and there they fell to discourse of the last night's work at court, where the ladies and Duke of Monmouth and others acted the Indian Emperor. Wherein they told me these things most remark able, that not any woman but the Duchess of Monmouth and Mrs. Cornwallis did anything but like fools and stocks, but that these two did do most extraordinary well, that not any man did anything well but Captain O'Brien, who spoke and did well, but above all things did dance most incomparably. That she did sit near the players of the Duke's house, among the rest Mies Davis, who is the most impertinent slut, she says, in the world, and the more now the king do show her countenance, and is reckoned his mistress, even to the scorn of the whole world, the king gazing on her, and my Lady Castlemaine being melancholy and out of humour, all the play, not smiling once. The king, it seems, hath given her a ring of L700, which she shows to every body, and owns that the king did give it her. And he hath furnished a house for her in Suffolk Street most richly, which is a most infinite shame. It seems she is a bastard of Colonel Howard, my Lord Berkshire, and that he do pimp to her for the king, and hath got her for him. But Pierce says that she is a most homely jade as ever she saw, though she dances beyond anything in the world. She tells me that the Duchess of Richmond do not yet come to the court, nor hath seen the king, nor will not, nor do he own his desire of seeing her, but hath used means to get her to court, but they do not take. Thence home, and there I to my chamber, having a great many books brought me home from my bookbinder S., and so I to the new setting of my books against the next year, which costs me more trouble than I expected, and at it till 2 o'clock in the morning, and then to bed, the business not being yet done to my mind. This evening come Mr. Mills and his wife to see and sit and talk with us, which they did till 9 o'clock at night, and then parted, and I to my books. 15th, up, and to the office where all the morning. At noon home to dinner, and then to the office again, where we met about some business of D. Gaudens till candlelight. And then, as late as it was, I down to Redriff, and so walked by moonlight to Deptford, where I have not been a great while, and my business I did there was only to walk up and down above La Casa of Bagwell, but could not see her, it being my intent to have spent a little time con her, she being newly come from her husband. But I did lose my labor, and so walked back again, but with pleasure by the walk, and I had the sport to see 2 boys swear, and stamp, and fret, for not being able to get their horse over a stile and ditch, one of them swearing and cursing most bitterly. And I would fain, in revenge, have persuaded him to have drove his horse through the ditch, by which I believe he would have stuck there. But the horse would not be drove, and so they were forced to go back again, and so I walked away homeward, and their reading all the evening, and so to bed. This afternoon my Lord Anglesey tells us that it is voted in council to have a fleet of 50 ships out, but it is only a disguise for the Parliament to get some money by. But it will not take, I believe, and if it did, I do not think it will be such as he will get any of, nor such as will enable us to set out such a fleet. 16th. Up, after talking with my wife with pleasure, about her learning on the flageolet a month or 2 again this winter, and all the rest of the year her painting, which I do love, and so to the office, where sat all the morning, and here Lord Anglesey tells us again that a fleet is to be set out, and that it is generally, he hears, said, that it is but a Spanish rodomontado, and that he saying so just now to the Duke of Albemarle, who come to town last night, after the thing was ordered, he told him a story of 2 seamen. One wished all the guns of the ship were his, and that they were silver, and says the other, "You are a fool, for, if you can have it for wishing, why do you not wish them gold? So, says he, if a rodomontado will do any good, why do you not say 100 ships? And it is true, for the Dutch and French are said to make such preparations as 50 sail will do no good. At noon home to dinner with my gang of clerks, in whose society I am mightily pleased, and mightily with Mr. Gibson's talking. Richard Gibson, so frequently noticed by Pepys, was a clerk in the Navy Office. His collection of papers relating to the Navy of England A.D. 1650-1702, compiled, as he states, from the Admiralty books in the Navy Office, are in the British Museum B. He telling me so many good stories relating to the war and practices of commanders, which I will find a time to recollect, and he will be an admirable help to my writing a history of the Navy, if ever I do. So to the office, where busy all the afternoon and evening, and then home. My work this night with my clerks till midnight at the office was to examine my list of ships I am making for myself and their dimensions, and to see how it agrees or differs from other lists, and I do find so great a difference between them all that I am at a loss which to take, and therefore think mine to be as much depended upon as any eye can make out of them all. So little care there has been to this day to know or keep any history of the Navy. 17th. Up and by coach to Whitehall to attend the council there, and here I met first by Mr. Castle the shipwright, whom I met there, and then from the whole house the discourse of the duel yesterday between the Duke of Buckingham, Holmes, and one Jenkins, on one side, and my Lord of Shrewsbury, Sir John Talbot, and one Bernard Howard on the other side, and all about my Lady Shrewsbury. Anna Maria, daughter of Robert Brudenell, 2nd Earl of Cardigan. Walpole says she held the Duke of Buckingham's horse in the habit of a page while he was fighting the duel with her husband. She married, secondly, George Rodney Bridges, son of Sir Thomas Bridges of Keynsham, Somerset, groom of the bedchamber to Charles Ill, and died April 20th, 1702. A portrait of the Countess of Shrewsbury as Minerva by Lely, who is a whore, and is at this time, and hath for a great while been, a whore to the Duke of Buckingham. And so her husband challenged him, and they met yesterday in a close near Barnelmys, and there fought. And my Lord Shrewsbury is run through the body, from the right breast through the shoulder. And Sir John Talbot all along up one of his arms, and Jenkins killed upon the place, and the rest all, in a little measure, wounded. This will make the world think that the king hath good counsellors about him, when the Duke of Buckingham, the greatest man about him, is a fellow of no more sobriety than to fight about a whore. And this may prove a very bad accident to the Duke of Buckingham, but that my Lady Castlemaine do rule all at this time as much as ever she did, and she will, it is believed, keep all matters well with the Duke of Buckingham. Though this is a time that the king will be very backward, I suppose, to appear in such a business. And it is pretty to hear how the king had some notice of this challenge a week or two ago, and did give it to my Lord General to confine the Duke, or take security that he should not do any such thing as fight. And the General trusted to the king that he, sending for him, would do it, and the king trusted to the General. And so, between both, as everything else of the greatest moment do fall between two stools. The whole house full of nothing but the talk of this business. And it is said that my Lord Shrewsbury's case is to be feared, that he may die too, and that may make it much the worse for the Duke of Buckingham. And I shall not be much sorry for it, that we may have some sober man come in his room to assist in the government. Here I waited till the council rose, and talked the while with Creed, who tells me of Mr. Harry Howard, S., giving the Royal Society a piece of ground next to his house, to build a college on, which is a most generous act. And he tells me he is a very fine person, and understands and speaks well, and no rigid papist neither, but one that would not have a Protestant servant leave his religion, which he was going to do, thinking to recommend himself to his master by it, saying that he had rather have an honest Protestant than a knavish Catholic. I was not called into the council, and therefore, home, first informing myself that my Lord Hinchingbroke hath been married this week to my Lord Burlington's daughter, so that great business is over, and I mighty glad of it, though I am not satisfied that I have not a favour sent me, as I see Attorney Montagu and the Vice-Chamberlain have. But I am mighty glad that the thing is done. So home, and there alone with my wife and Deb. To dinner, and after dinner comes Betty Turner, and I carried them to the New Exchange, and thence I to Whitehall and did a little business at the Treasury, and so called them there, and so home and to cards and supper, and her mother come and sat at cards with us till past 12 at night, and then broke up and to bed, after entering my journal, which made it 1 before I went to bed. 18th. At the office all the morning busy sitting. At noon home to dinner where Betty Turner dined with us, and after dinner carried my wife, her and Deb to the Change where they bought some things, while I bought The Maiden Queen, a play newly printed, which I like at the King's house so well, of Mr. Dryden, S., which he himself in his preface seems to brag of, and indeed is a good play. So home again, and I late at the office and did much business, and then home to supper and to bed. 19th, Lord's Day. My wife the last night very ill of those, and waked me early, and hereupon I up and to church, where a dull sermon by our lecturer, and so home to dinner in my wife's chamber, which she is a little better. Then after dinner with Captain Perriman down to Redriff, and so walked to Dipt Ford, where I sent for Mr. Shish out of the church to advise about my vessel, the Maybolt, and I do resolve to sell, presently, for anything rather than keep her longer, having already lost L100 in her value, which I was once offered and refused, and the ship left without any body to look to her, which vexes me. Thence Perriman and I back again, talking of the great miscarriages in the navy, and among the principal that of having gentlemen commanders. I shall hereafter make use of his and others, help to reckon up and put down in writing what is fit to be mended in the navy after all our sad experience therein. So home, and there sat with my wife all the evening, and Mr. Pelting a while talking with us, who tells me that my Lord Shrewsbury is likely to do well, after his great wound in the late dwell. He gone, comes W. Hewer and supped with me, and so to talk of things, and he tells me that Mr. Jessup is made secretary to the commissions of Parliament for accounts, and I am glad, and it is pretty to see that all the Cavalier party were not able to find the Parliament 9 commissioners, or 1 secretary, fit for the business. So he gone, I to read a little in my chamber, and so to bed. 20th. Up, and all the morning at the office very busy, and at noon by coach to Westminster, to the Chequer, about a warrant for Tangier money. In my way both coming and going I did stop at Drumbleby's, the pipe maker, there to advise about the making of a flageolet to go low and soft. And he do show me a way which do, and also a fashion of having two pipes of the same note fastened together, so as I can play on one, and then echo it upon the other, which is mighty pretty. So to my Lord cruise to dinner, where we hear all the good news of our making a league now with Holland against the French power coming over them, or us which is the first good act that hath been done a great while, and done secretly, and with great seeming wisdom, and is certainly good for us at this time, while we are in no condition to resist the French, if they should come over hither. And then a little time of peace will give us time to lay up something, which these commissioners of the Treasury are doing. And the world do begin to see that they will do the king's work for him, if he will let them. Here dined Mr. Case, the minister, who, Lord, do talk just as I remember he used to preach, and did tell a pretty story of a religious lady, Queen of Navarre. Marguerite de Valois, Queen of Navarre, sister of Francis I of France. The pretty story was doubtless from her Heptameron, a work imitating in title and matter the Decameron of Boccaccio. She is said to be the heroine of some of the adventures. It is fair to add that she wrote also the Miroir d'une âme pécheresse, translated into English by Queen Elizabeth, the title of whose book was A Godly Meditation of the Christian Souls, published by John Bale in 1548b. And my lord also told a good story of Mr. Newman, the minister in New England, who wrote the Concordance, of his foretelling his death and preaching a funeral sermon, and did at last bid the angels do their office, and died. It seems there is great presumption that there will be a toleration granted, so that the Presbyterians do hold up their heads, but they will hardly trust the king or the Parliament what to yield them, though most of the sober party be for some kind of allowance to be given them. Thence and home, and then to the change in the evening, and there Mr. Cade told me how my Lord Gerard is likely to meet with trouble, the next sitting of Parliament, about being set in the pillory. And I am glad of it. And it is mighty acceptable to the world to hear, that, among other reductions, the king do reduce his guards, which do please mightily. So to my bookbinder, with my boy, and there did stay late to see 2 or 3 things done that I had a mind to see done, and among others my Tangier papers of accounts, and so home to supper and to bed. 21st. Up, and while at the office comes news from Kate Joyce that if I would see her husband alive, I must come presently. So, after the office was up, I to him and W. Hewer with me, and find him in his sick bed. I never was at their house, this in knee before, very sensible in discourse and thankful for my kindness to him, and his breath rattled in his throat, and they did lay pigeons to his feet while I was in the house, and all despair of him, and with good reason. But the story is that it seems on Thursday last he went sober and quiet out of doors in the morning to Islington, and behind one of the inns, the White Lion did fling himself into a pond, was spied by a poor woman and got out by some people binding up hay in a barn there, and set on his head and got to life, and known by a woman coming that way. And so his wife and friends sent for. He confessed his doing the thing, being led by the devil, and do declare his reason to be, his trouble that he found in having forgot to serve God as he ought, since he come to this new employment. And I believe that, and the sense of his great loss by the fire, did bring him to it, and so everybody concludes. He stayed there all that night, and come home by coach next morning, and there grew sick, and worse to this day. I stayed a while among the friends that were there, and they being now in fear that the goods and estate would be seized on, though he lived all this while, because of his endeavoring to drown himself, my cousin did endeavor to remove what she could of plate out of the house, and desired me to take my flagons, which I was glad of, and did take them away with me in great fear all the way of being seized, though there was no reason for it, he not being dead, but yet so fearful I was. So home, and there eat my dinner, and busy all the afternoon, and troubled at this business. In the evening with Sir D. Gauden to Guildhall, to advise with the town clerk about the practice of the city and nation in this case, and he thinks that it cannot be found self-murder, but if it be, it will fall, all the estate, to the king. So we parted, and I to my cousin's again, where I no sooner come but news was brought down from his chamber that he was departed. So, at their entreaty, I presently took coach to Whitehall, and there find Sir W. Coventry. And he carried me to the king, the Duke of York being with him, and there told my story which I had told him. This was not the only time that Pepys took trouble to save the estate of a friend who had committed suicide. In the caveat book, in the record office, p. 42 of the volume for 1677, is the following entry: that no grant pass of the estate of Francis Gurney of Maldon in Essex, who drowned himself in his own well on Tuesday night yeth of this instant August, at the desire of Samuel Pepys, Esquire, August 20, 1677. And the king, without more ado, granted that, if it was found, the estate should be to the widow and children. I presently to each secretary's office, and their left caveats, and so away back again to my cousins, leaving a chimney on fire at Whitehall in the king's closet, but no danger. And so, when I come thither, I find her all in sorrow, but she and the rest mightily pleased with my doing this for them. And indeed, it was a very great courtesy, for people are looking out for the estate, and the coroner will be sent to, and a jury called to examine his death. This being well done to my and their great joy, I home, and there to my office, and so to supper and to bed. 22nd. Up mightily busy all the morning at the office. At noon with Lord Brouncker to Sir D. Gaudens, at the victualling office to dinner, where I have not dined since he was sheriff. He expected us, and a good dinner and much good company, and a fine house, and especially 2 rooms, very fine, he hath built there. His lady a good lady, but my lord led himself and me to a great absurdity in kissing all the ladies, but the finest of all the company, leaving her out I know not how, and I was loath to do it since he omitted it. Here little Chaplain dined, who is like to be sheriff the next year, and a pretty humoured little man he is. I met here with Mr. Talents, the younger of Magdalene College, chaplain here to the sheriff, which I was glad to see, though not much acquainted with him. This day come the first demand from the commissioners of accounts to us, and it contains more than we shall ever be able to answer while we live, and I do foresee we shall be put to much trouble and some shame, at least some of us. Then stole away after dinner to my cousin Kate S., and there find the crowner's jury sitting, but they could not end it, but put off the business to Shrove Tuesday next, and so do give way to the burying of him, and that is all. But they all incline to find it a natural death, though there are mighty busy people to have it go otherwise, thinking to get his estate, but are mistaken. Thence, after sitting with her and company a while, comforting her, though I can find she can, as all other women, cry and yet talk of other things all in a breath. So home, and there 2 cards with my wife Deb, and Betty Turner and Baitlier, and after supper late to sing. But Lord, how did I please myself to make Betty Turner sing, to see what a beast she is as to singing, not knowing how to sing one note in tune, but only for the experiment, I would not for 40s. Hear her sing a tune, worse than my wife 1,000 times, so that it do a little reconcile me to her. So late to bed. 23rd. At the office all the morning, and at noon find the Bishop of Lincoln come to dine with us, and after him comes Mr. Brisband, and their mighty good company. But the bishop a very extraordinary good-natured man, and one that is mightily pleased, as well as I am, that I live so near Bugden, the seat of his bishopric, where he is like to reside. And indeed, I am glad of it. In discourse, we think ourselves safe for this year, by this league with Holland, which pleases every body, and, they say, vexes France, insomuch that destrades. The French ambassador in Holland, when he heard it, told the states that he would have them not forget that his master is at the head of 100,000 men, and is but 28 years old, which was a great speech. The bishop tells me he thinks that the great business of toleration will not, notwithstanding this talk, be carried this Parliament, nor for the king's taking away the deans and chapters lands to supply his wants, they signifying little to him, if he had them, for his present service. He gone, I mightily pleased with his kindness, I to the office, where busy till night, and then to Mrs. Turner S., where my wife and Deb. And I and Baitlier spent the night, and supped and played at cards and very merry, and so I home to bed. She is either a very prodigal woman, or richer than she would be thought, by her buying of the best things, and laying out much money in new-fashioned pewter. And among other things, a new-fashioned case for a pair of snuffers, which is very pretty. But I could never have guessed what it was for, had I not seen the snuffers in it. 24th. Up before day to my Tangier accounts, and then out and to a committee of Tangier, where little done but discourse about reduction of the charge of the garrison, and thence to Westminster about orders at the Exchequer, and at the Swan I drank, and there met with a pretty ingenious young doctor of physic, by chance, and talked with him, and so home to dinner. And after dinner carried my wife to the Temple, and thence she to a play, and I to St. Andrew's Church in Holborn at the Quest House, where the company meets to the burial of my cousin Joyce, and here I stayed with a very great rabble of 400 or 500 people of mean condition, and I stayed in the room with the kindred till ready to go to church, where there is to be a sermon of Dr. Stillingfleet, and thence they carried him to St. Sepulchre's. But it being late, and indeed not having a black cloak to lead her with, or follow the corps, I away, and saw, indeed, a very great press of people follow the corps. I to the King's Playhouse to fetch my wife, and there saw the best part of the Maiden Queen, which, the more I see, the more I love and think one of the best plays I ever saw, and is certainly the best acted of anything ever the house did, and particularly Beck Marshall to admiration. Found my wife and Deb, and saw many fine ladies, and sat by Colonel Reams, who understands and loves a play as well as I, and I love him for it. And so thence home, and after being at the office, I home to supper and to bed, my eyes being very bad again with overworking with them. 25th. Up and to the office, where busy all the morning, and then at noon to the Change with Mr. Hayter, and there he and I to a tavern to meet Captain Miners, which we did, and dined. And there happened to be Mr. Pritchard, a rope maker of his acquaintance, and whom I know also, and did once mistake for a fiddler, which sung well, and I asked him for such a song that I had heard him sing, and after dinner, did fall to discourse about the business of the old contract between the King and the East India Company for the ships of the King that went thither. And about this, did beat my brains all the afternoon, and then home and made an end of the accounts to my great content. And so late home tired and my eyes sore, to supper and to bed. 26th, Lord's Day. Up, and with my wife to church, and at noon home to dinner. No strangers there, and all the afternoon and evening very late doing serious business of my Tangier accounts, and examining my East India accounts, with Mr. Pointer, whom I employed all this day, to transcribe it fair. And so to supper, W. Hewer with us, and so the girl to comb my head till I slept, and then to bed. 27th. It being weather like the beginning of a frost, and the ground dry, I walked as far as the Temple, and there took coach and to Whitehall. But the committee not being met, I to Westminster, and there I do hear of the letter that is in the pamphlet this day of the King of France, declaring his design to go on against Flanders, and the grounds of it, which do set us mightily at rest. So to Whitehall, and there a committee of Tangier, but little done there. Only I did get 2 or 3 little jobs done to the perfecting 2 or 3 papers about my Tangier accounts. Here Mr. Povey do tell me how he is like to lose his L400 a year pension of the Duke of York, which he took in consideration of his place, which was taken from him. He tells me the Duchess is a devil against him, and do now come like Queen Elizabeth, and sits with the Duke of York's council, and sees what they do. And she crosses out this man's wages and prices as she sees fit for saving money. But yet, he tells me, she reserves L5,000 a year for her own spending, and my Lady Peterborough, by and by, tells me that the Duchess do lay up mightily jewels. Thence to my Lady Peterborough's, she desiring to speak with me. She loves to be taken dressing herself, as I always find her. And there, after a little talk, to please her about her husband's pension, which I do not think he will ever get again, I away thence home, and all the afternoon mighty busy at the office, and late preparing a letter to the Commissioners of Accounts, our first letter to them, and so home to supper, where Betty Turner was, whose brother Frank did set out toward the East Indies this day, his father and mother gone down with him to Gravesend, and there was her little brother Moses, whom I examined. And he is a pretty good scholar for a child, and so after supper to talk and laugh, and to bed. 28th. Up, and to the office, and there with W. Griffin talking about getting the place to build a coach house, or to hire one, which I now do resolve to have, and do now declare it. For it is plainly for my benefit for saving money. By and by the office sat, and there we concluded on our letter to the Commissioners of Accounts, and to the several officers of ours about the work they are to do to answer their late great demands. At noon home to dinner, and after dinner set my wife and girl down at the Exchange, and I to Whitehall. And by the Duke of York comes, and we had a little meeting, Anglesey, W. Penn, and I there, and none else. And among other things did discourse of the want of discipline in the fleet, which the Duke of York confessed, and yet said that he, while he was there, did keep it in a good measure, but that it was now lost when he was absent, but he will endeavour to have it again. That he did tell the Prince and Duke of Albemarle they would lose all order by making such and such men commanders, which they would because they were stout men. He told them that it was a reproach to the nation, as if there were no sober men among us that were stout to be had. That they did put out some men for cowards that the Duke of York had put in but little before for stout men, and would now, were he to go to sea again, entertain them in his own division to choose, and did put in an idle fellow, Green, who was hardly thought fit for a boatswain by him. They did put him from being a lieutenant to a captain's place of a second-rate ship. As idle a drunken fellow, he said, as any was in the fleet. That he will now desire the king to let him be what he is, that is, admiral, and he will put in none but those that he hath great reason to think well of. And particularly says that, though he likes Colonel Legge well, yet his son that was, he knows not how, made a captain after he had been but one voyage at sea, he should go to see another apprenticeship, before ever he gives him a command. We did tell him of the many defects and disorders among the captains, and I prayed we might do it in writing to him, which he liked, and I am glad of an opportunity of doing it. Thence away, and took up wife and girl, and home, and to the office, busy late, and so to supper and to bed. My wife this day hears from her father and mother. They are in France at Paris. He, poor good man, I think he gives her good counsel still, which I always observed of him, and thankful for my small charities to him. I could be willing to do something for them, were I sure not to bring them over again hither. Coming home, my wife and I went and saw Kate Joyce, who is still in mighty sorrow, and the more from something that Dr. Stillingfleet should simply say in his sermon of her husband's manner of dying as killing himself. 29th. Up betimes, and by coach to Sir W. Coventry, whom I found in his chamber, and there stayed an hour and talked with him about several things of the navy, and our want of money, which they indeed do supply us with a little, but in no degree likely to enable us to go on with the king's service. He is at a stand where to have more, and is in mighty pain for it, declaring that he believes there never was a kingdom so governed as this was in the time of the late chancellor, and the treasurer, nobody minding, or understanding anything how things went or what the king had in his treasury, or was to have, nothing in the world of it minded. He tells me that there are still people desirous to overthrow him. He resolving to stick at nothing nor no person that stands in his way against bringing the king out of debt, be it to retrench any man's place or profit, and that he cares not, for rather than be employed under the king, and have the king continue in this condition of indigence, he desires to be put out from among them, thinking it no honor to be a minister in such a government. He tells me he hath no friends in the whole court but my Lord Keeper and Sir John Duncombe. He tells me they have reduced the charges of Ireland above L70000 a year, and thereby cut off good profits from my Lord Lieutenant, which will make a new enemy, but he cares not. He tells me that Townsend of the wardrobe is the eeriest knave and bufflehead that ever he saw in his life, and wonders how my Lord Sandwich come to trust such a fellow, and that now Reams and are put in to be overseers there, and do great things, and have already saved a great deal of money in the king's liveries, and buy linen so cheap, that he will have them buy the next cloth he hath, for shirts. But then this is with ready money, which answers all. He do not approve of my letter I drew, and the office signed yesterday to the commissioners of accounts, saying that it is a little too submissive, and grants a little too much and too soon our bad managements, though we lay on want of money, yet that it will be time enough to plead it when they object it. Which was the opinion of my Lord Anglesey also, so I was ready to alter it, and did so presently going from him home, and there transcribed it fresh as he would have it, and got it signed, and to Whitehall presently and showed it him, and so home, and there to dinner, and after dinner all the afternoon, until 12 o'clock at night with Mr. Gibson at home upon my 10-year accounts, and did end them fit to be given the last of them to the auditor tomorrow, to my great content. This evening come Betty Turner and the 2 Mercers, and W. Baitlier, and they had fiddlers and danced, and kept a quarter, which pleased me, though it disturbed me, but I could not be with them at all. Mr. Gibson lay at my house all night, it was so late. 30th. Up, it being fast day for the king's death, and so I and Mr. Gibson by water to the temple, and there all the morning with Auditor Wood, and I did deliver in the whole of my accounts and run them over in 3 hours with full satisfaction, and so with great content thence, he and I and our clerks, and Mr. Clerk, the solicitor, to a little ordinary in Hercules Pillars Alley the Crown, a poor, sorry place, where a fellow in 12 years hath gained an estate of, as he says. 600 a year, which is very strange, and there dined, and had a good dinner and very good discourse between them, old men belonging to the law, and here I first heard that my cousin Pepys of Salisbury Court was marshal to my Lord Cook when he was Lord Chief Justice, which beginning of his eye did not know to be so low. But so it was, it seems. After dinner I home, calling at my bookbinder S, but he not within. When come home, I find Kate Joyce hath been there, with sad news that her house stands not in the King's liberty, but the Dean of Paul, S. And so, if her estate be forfeited, it will not be in the King's power to do her any good. So I took coach and to her, and there found her in trouble, as I cannot blame her. But I do believe this arises from somebody that hath a mind to fright her into a composition for her estate, which I advise her against. And indeed, I do desire heartily to be able to do her service, she being, methinks, a piece of care I ought to take upon me, for our fathers' and friends' sake, she being left alone, and no friend so near as me, or so able to help her. After having given her my advice, I home, and there to my office and did business, and hear how the committee for accounts are mighty active and likely to examine everything, but let them do their worst. I am to be before them with our contract books tomorrow. So home from the office, to supper, and to bed. 31st. Up, and by coach with W. Griffin with me, and our contract books to Durham Yard, to the commissioners for accounts, the first time I ever was there, and stayed a while before I was admitted to them. I did observe a great many people attending about complaints of seamen concerning tickets, and among others, Mr. Carcass and Mr. Martin, my purser. And I observe a fellow, one Collins, is there, who is employed by these commissioners particularly to hold an office in Bishopsgate Street, or somewhere thereabouts, to receive complaints of all people about tickets, and I believe he will have work enough. Presently I was called in, where I found the whole number of commissioners, and was there received with great respect and kindness, and did give them great satisfaction, making it my endeavor to inform them what it was they were to expect from me, and what was the duty of other people, this being my only way to preserve myself, after all my pains and trouble. They did ask many questions, and demanded other books of me, which I did give them very ready and acceptable answers to. And, upon the whole, I observe they do go about their business like men resolved to go through with it, and in a very good method, like men of understanding. They have Mr. Jessup, their secretary, and it is pretty to see that they are fain to find out an old-fashioned man of Cromwell, to do their business for them, as well as the Parliament to pitch upon such, for the most part, in the list of people that were brought into the House, for commissioners. I went away, with giving and receiving great satisfaction, and so away to Whitehall to the commissioners of the Treasury, where, waiting some time, I there met with Colonel Birch, and he and I fell into discourse, and I did give him thanks for his kindness to me in the Parliament House, both before my face and behind my back. He told me that he knew me to be a man of the old way for taking pains, and did always endeavor to do me right, and prevent anything that was moved that might tend to my injury, which I was obliged to him for, and thanked him. Thence to talk of other things, and the want of money, and he told me of the general want of money in the country, that land sold for nothing, and the many pennyworths he knows of lands and houses upon them, with good titles in his country, at 16 years' purchase. And, says he, though I am in debt, yet I have a mind to one thing, and that is a bishop's lease. But said, I will yet choose such a lease before any other, yes, says he plainly, because I know they cannot stand, and then it will fall into the king's hands, and I in possession shall have an advantage by it. And, says he, I know they must fall, and they are now near it, taking all the ways they can to undo themselves, and showing us the way. And thereupon told a story of the present quarrel between the bishop and Dean of Coventry and Lichfield, the former of which did excommunicate the latter, and caused his excommunication to be read in the church while he was there. And after it was read, the dean made the service be gone through with, though himself an excommunicate was present, which is contrary to the canon, and said he would justify the choir therein against the bishop, and so they are at law in the arches about it, which is a very pretty story. He tells me that the king is for toleration, though the bishops be against it, and that he do not doubt but it will be carried in Parliament, but that he fears some will stand for the tolerating of papists with the rest, and that he knows not what to say, but rather thinks that the sober party will be without it, rather than have it upon those terms, and I do believe so. Here we broke off, and I home to dinner, and after dinner set down my wife and Deb. At the change, and I to make a visit to Mr. Godolphin. William Godolphin descended from a younger branch of that family, which was afterwards ennobled in the person of Sidney, Earl Godolphin, Lord Treasurer. William Godolphin was of Christ Church, Oxford, and graduated M.A. January 14, 1660-61. He was afterwards secretary to Sir H. Bennet, Lord Arlington, and MP for Camelford. He was a great favourite at court, and was knighted on August 28, 1668. In the spring of 1669, he returned to Spain as envoy extraordinary, and in 1671 he became ambassador. On Julith, 1696, he died at Madrid, having been for some years a Roman Catholic. At his lodgings, who is lately come from Spain from my Lord Sandwich, and did the other day, meeting me in Whitehall, compliment me mightily, and so I did offer him this visit, but missed him, and so back and took up my wife and set her at Mrs. Turner S., and I to my bookbinder S. And there, till late at night, binding up my second part of my 10-year accounts, and I all the while observing his working, and his manner of gilding of books with great pleasure, and so home. And there busy late, and then to bed. This day Griffin did, in discourse in the coach, put me in the head of the little house by our garden, where old Goodman Taylor puts his brooms and dirt, to make me a stable of, which I shall improve, so as, I think, to be able to get me a stable without much charge, which do please me mightily. He did also in discourse tell me that it is observed, and is true, in the late fire of London, that the fire burned just as many parish churches as there were hours from the beginning to the end of the fire. And next, that there were just as many churches left standing as there were taverns left standing in the rest of the city that was not burned, being, I think he told me, 13 in all of each, which is pretty to observe. February 1667-1668. February 1st. Up, and to the office pretty betimes, and the board not meeting as soon as I wished, I was forced to go to Whitehall in expectation of a committee for tenure, but when I come it was put off, and so home again to the office, and sat till past 2 o'clock. Where at the board some high words passed between Sir W. Penn and I, begun by me, and yielded to by him, I being in the right in finding fault with him for his neglect of duty. At noon home to dinner, and after dinner out with my wife, thinking to have gone to the Duke of York's playhouse, but was, to my great content in the saving my vow, hindered by coming a little too late. And so, it being a fine day, we out to Islington, and there to the old house and eat cheesecakes and drank and talked, and so home in the evening, the ways being mighty bad, so as we had no pleasure in being abroad at all almost, but only the variety of it, and so to the office, where busy late, and then home to supper and to bed, my head mighty full of business now on my hands, viz., of finishing my tenure accounts, of auditing my last year's accounts, of preparing answers to the commissioners of accounts, of drawing up several important letters to the Duke of York and the commissioners of the Treasury, the marrying of my sister, the building of a coach and stables against summer, and the setting many things in the office right, and the drawing up a new form of contract with the victualler of the Navy, and several other things, which pains, however, will go through with, among others the taking care of Kate Joyce, in that now she is in at present for saving her estate. Second, Lord's Day. Wife took physic this day, I all day at home, and all the morning setting my books in order in my presses. For the following year, their number being much increased since the last, so as I am fain to lay by several books to make room for better, being resolved to keep no more than just my presses will contain. At noon to dinner, my wife coming down to me, and a very good dinner we had, of a powdered leg of pork and a loin of lamb roasted, and with much content she and I and Deb. After dinner, my head combed an hour, and then to work again, and at it, doing many things towards the setting my accounts and papers in order, and so in the evening Mr. Pelling supping with us, and to supper, and so to bed. Third, up and to the office, where with my clerks all the morning very busy about several things there wherein I was behindhand. At noon home to dinner, and thence after dinner to the Duke of York's house, to the play, The Tempest, which we have often seen, but yet I was pleased again, and shall be again to see it, it is so full of variety, and particularly this day I took pleasure to learn the tune of the Seaman's Dance, which I have much desired to be perfect in, and have made myself so. So home with my wife and Deb, and there at the office met to my trouble with a warrant from the Commissioners of Accounts for my attending them and Cock 2 days hence, which I apprehend by Captain Cock's being to go also, to be about the prizes. But however, there is nothing of crime can be laid to my charge, and the worst that can be is to refund my L500 profit, and who can help it? So I resolve not to be troubled at it, though I fear I cannot bear it so, my spirit being very poor and mean as to the bearing with trouble that I do find of myself. So home, and there to my chamber, and did some business, and thence to supper and to bed. Fourth, up and to the office, where a full board sat all the morning, busy among other things concerning a solemn letter we intend to write to the Duke of York about the state of the things of the Navy, for want of money, though I doubt it will be to little purpose. After dinner I abroad by coach to Kate Joyce's, where the jury did sit where they did before about her husband's death, and their verdict put off for 14 days longer, at the suit of somebody under pretence of the king. But it is only to get money out of her to compound the matter. But the truth is, something they will make out of Stillingfleet's sermon, which may trouble us, he declaring, like a fool, in his pulpit, that he did confess that his losses in the world did make him do what he did. This do vex me to see how foolish our Protestant divines are, while the Papists do make it the duty of confessor to be secret, or else nobody would confess their sins to them. All being put off for today, I took my leave of Kate, who is mightily troubled at it for her estate's sake, not for her husband, for her sorrow for that I perceive is all over. I home, and there to my office busy till the evening, and then home, and there my wife and Deb. And I and Betty Turner, I employed in the putting new titles to my books, which we proceeded on till midnight, and then being weary and late to bed. Fifth, up and I to Captain Cock's, where he and I did discourse of our business that we are to go about to the Commissioners of Accounts about our prizes, and having resolved to conceal nothing but to confess the truth being likely to do us most good, we parted, and I to Whitehall, where missing of the Commissioners of the Treasury, I to the Commissioners of Accounts, where I was forced to stay 2 hours before I was called in, and when come in did take an oath to declare the truth to what they should ask me. Which is a great power. I doubt more than the act do, or as some say can, give them, to force a man to swear against himself. And so they fell to inquire about the business of prize goods, wherein I did answer them as well as I could, answer them in everything the just truth, keeping myself to that. I do perceive at last that they did lay most like a fault to me was, that I did buy goods upon my Lord Sandwich, declaring that it was with the king's allowance, and my believing it without seeing the king's allowance, which is a thing I will own, and doubt not to justify myself in. That vexed me most was, their having some watermen by, to witness my saying that they were rogues that they had betrayed my goods, which was upon some discontent with one of the watermen that I employed at Greenwich, who I did think did discover the goods sent from Rochester to the custom-house officer. But this can do me no great harm. They were inquisitive into the minutest particulars, and the evening great information. But I think that they can do me no hurt, at the worst, more than to make me refund, if it must be known, what profit I did make of my agreement with Captain Cock. And yet, though this be all, I do find so poor a spirit within me, that it makes me almost out of my wits, and puts me to so much pain, that I cannot think of anything, nor do anything but vex and fret, and imagine myself undone, so that I am ashamed of myself to myself, and do fear what would become of me if any real affliction should come upon me. After they had done with me, they called in Captain Cock, with whom they were shorter, and I do fear he may answer foolishly, for he did speak to me foolishly before he went in. But I hope to preserve myself, and let him shift for himself as well as he can. So I away walked to my flageolet maker in the Strand, and there stayed for Captain Cock, who took me up and carried me home, and they're coming home and finding dinner done, and Mr. Cook, who come for my Lady Sandwich's plate, which I must part with, and so endanger the losing of my money, which I lent upon my thoughts of securing myself by that plate. But it is no great sum but L60, and if it must be lost, better that than a greater sum. I away back again, to find a dinner anywhere else, and so I, first to the Ship Tavern, thereby to get a sight of the pretty mistress of the house, with whom I am not yet acquainted at all, and I do always find her scolding, and do believe she is an ill-natured devil, that I have no great desire to speak to her. Here I drank, and away by coach to the Strand, there to find out Mr. Moore, and did find him at the Bell Inn, and there acquainted him with what passed between me and the commissioners today about the prize goods, in order to the considering what to do about my Lord Sandwich, and did conclude to own the thing to them as done by the king's allowance, and since confirmed. Thence to other discourse, among others, he mightily commends my Lord Hinchingbroke's match and lady, though he buys her L10000 dear, by the jointure and settlement his father makes her, and says that the Duke of York and Duchess of York did come to see them in bed together, on their wedding night, and how my lord had 50 pieces of gold taken out of his pocket that night, after he was in bed. He tells me that an act of comprehension is likely to pass this Parliament, for admitting of all persuasions in religion to the public observation of their particular worship, but in certain places, and the persons therein concerned to be listed of this or that church, which it is thought will do them more hurt than good, and make them not own their persuasion. He tells me that there is a pardon passed to the Duke of Buckingham, my Lord of Shrewsbury, and the rest, for the late duel and murder. The royal pardon was thus announced in the Gazette of February 1668. This day His Majesty was pleased to declare at the board, that whereas, in contemplation of the eminent services heretofore done to His Majesty by most of the persons who were engaged in the late duel or rencounter, wherein William Jenkins was killed, he both graciously pardoned the said offence. Nevertheless, he is resolved from henceforth that on no pretence whatsoever any pardon shall be hereafter granted to any person whatsoever for killing of any man, in any duel or rencounter, but that the course of law shall wholly take place in all such cases. The warrant for a pardon to George, Duke of Buckingham, is dated January 27th, 1668. And on the following day was issued, warrant for a grant to Francis, Earl of Shrewsbury, of pardon for killing William Jenkins, and for all duels, assaults, or batteries on George, Duke of Buckingham, Sir John Talbot, Sir Robert Holmes, or any other, whether indicted or not for the same, with restitution of lands, goods, and sea. Calendar of State Papers, 1667-68, pp. 192,193. Which he thinks a worse fault than any ill use my late Lord Chancellor ever put the Great Seal to, and will be so thought by the Parliament, for them to be pardoned without bringing them to any trial, and that my Lord Privy Seal therefore would not have it pass his hand, but made it go by immediate warrant, or at least they knew that he would not pass it, and so did direct it to go by immediate warrant, that it might not come to him. He tells me what a character my Lord Sandwich hath sent over of Mr. Godolphin, as the worthiest man, and such a friend to him as he may be trusted in anything relating to him in the world. As one whom, he says, he hath infallible assurances that he will remain his friend, which is very high, but indeed they say the gentleman is a fine man. Thence, after eating a lobster for my dinner, having eat nothing today, we broke up, here coming to us Mr. Townsend of the Wardrobe, who complains of the commissioners of the Treasury as very severe against my Lord Sandwich, but not so much as they complain of him for a fool and a knave, and so I let him alone, and home, carrying Mr. Moore as far as Fenchurch Street, and I home, and there being vexed in my mind about my prize businesses, I to my chamber, where my wife and I had much talk of W. Hewer, she telling me that he is mightily concerned for my not being pleased with him, and is herself mightily concerned. But I have much reason to blame him for his little assistance he gives me in my business, not being able to copy out a letter with sense or true spelling that makes me mad. And indeed, he is in that regard of as little use to me as the boy, which troubles me, and I would have him know it, and she will let him know it. By and by to supper, and so to bed, and slept but ill all night, my mind running like a fool on my prize business, which according to my reason ought not to trouble me at all. 6th. Up and to the office, where all the morning, and among other things Sir H. Comely comes to me about a little business, and there tells me how the Parliament, which is to meet again today, are likely to fall heavy on the business of the Duke of Buckingham's pardon, and I shall be glad of it. And that the King hath put out of the court the 2 Hydes, my Lord Chancellor's 2 sons, and also the Bishops of Rochester and Winchester, the latter of whom should have preached before him yesterday, being Ash Wednesday, and had his sermon ready but was put by. Which is great news. He gone, we sat at the office all the morning, and at noon home to dinner, and my wife being gone before, I to the Duke of York's playhouse, where a new play of Eatherides called She Would If She Could. And though I was there by 2 o'clock, there was 1,000 people put back that could not have room in the pit, and I at last, because my wife was there, made shift to get into the 18D box, and there saw, but Lord, how full was the house and how silly the play, there being nothing in the world good in it, and few people pleased in it. The King was there, but I sat mightily behind, and could see but little, and hear not all. The play being done, I into the pit to look for my wife, and it being dark and raining, I to look my wife out but could not find her. And so stayed going between the 2 doors and through the pit an hour and half, I think, after the play was done, the people staying there till the rain was over, and to talk with one another. And among the rest, here was the Duke of Buckingham today openly sat in the pit, and there I found him with my Lord Buckhurst, and Sidley, and Etheridge, the poet, the last of whom I did hear mightily find fault with the actors, that they were out of humour, and had not their parts perfect, and that Harris did do nothing, nor could so much as sing a catch in it. And so was mightily concerned, while all the rest did, through the whole pit, blame the play as a silly, dull thing, though there was something very roguish and witty, but the design of the play and end, mighty insipid. At last I did find my wife staying for me in the entry, and with her was Betty Turner, Mercer, and Deb. So I got a coach, and a humour took us, and I carried them to Hercules Pillars, and there did give them a kind of a supper of about 7s, and very merry, and home round the town, not through the ruins. And it was pretty how the coachman by mistake drives us into the ruins from London Wall into Coleman Street, and would persuade me that I lived there. And the truth is, I did think that he and the linkman had contrived some roguery, but it proved only a mistake of the coachman. But it was a cunning place to have done us a mischief in, as any I know, to drive us out of the road into the ruins, and there stop, while nobody could be called to help us. But we come safe home, and there, the girls being gone home, I to the office, where a while busy, my head not being wholly free of my trouble about my prize business, I home to bed. This evening coming home I did put my hand under the coats of Mercer, and did touch her thigh. But then she did put by my hand, and no hurt done, but talked and sang and was merry. 7th, up, and to the office, to the getting of my books in order, to carry to the Commissioners of Accounts this morning. This being done, I away first to Westminster Hall, and there met my cousin, Roger Pepys, by his desire. The first time I have seen him since his coming to town, the Parliament meeting yesterday and adjourned to Monday next. And here he tells me that Mr. Jackson, my sister's servant, is come to town, and hath this day suffered a recovery on his estate, in order to the making her a settlement. The young man is gone out of the hall, so I could not now see him, but here I walked a good while with my cousin, and among other things do hear that there is a great trial between my Lord Gerard and Carr today, who is indicted for his life at the King's Bench for running from his colours. But all do say that my Lord Gerard, though he designs the ruining of this man, will not get anything by it. Thence to the Commissioners of Accounts, and there presented my books, and was made to sit down, and used with much respect, otherwise than the other day, when I come to them as a criminal about the business of the prizes. I sat here with them a great while my books were inventoried. And here do hear from them, by discourse, that they are like to undo the treasurer's instruments of the navy, by making it a rule that they shall repay all money paid to wrong parties, which is a thing not to be supported by these poor creatures the treasurer's instruments, as it is also hard for seamen to be ruined by their paying money to whom they please. I know not what will be the issue of it. I find these gentlemen to sit all day, and only eat a bit of bread at noon and a glass of wine, and are resolved to go through their business with great severity and method. Thence I, about 2 o'clock, to Westminster Hall by appointment, and there met my cousin Roger again, and Mr. Jackson, who is a plain young man, handsome enough for Paul, one of no education nor discourse, but a few words, and one altogether that I think will please me well enough. My cousin had got me to give the odd 6th L 100 presently, which I intended to keep to the birth of the first child, and let it go I shall be eased of the care, and so, after little talk, we parted, resolving to dine together at my house tomorrow. So there parted, my mind pretty well satisfied with this plain fellow for my sister, though I shall, I see, have no pleasure nor content in him, as if he had been a man of reading and parts like Cumberland and to the Swan, and there sent for a bit of meat and eat and drank, and so to Whitehall to the Duke of York's chamber, where I find him and my fellows at their usual meeting, discoursing about securing the Medway this year, which is to shut the door after the horse is stole. However, it is good. Having done here, my Lord Brouncker and W. Penn, and I, and with us Sir Arnold Breams, to the King's Playhouse, and there saw a piece of Love in a Maze, a dull, silly play, I think. And after the play, home with W. Penn and his son Lother, whom we met there, and then home and sat most of the evening with my wife and Mr. Pelting, talking, my head being full of business of one kind or other, and most such as do not please me, and so to supper and to bed. 8th, up, and to the office, where sat all day, and at noon home, and there find cousin Roger and Jackson by appointment come to dine with me, and Creed and very merry, only Jackson hath few words, and I like him never the worse for it. The great talk is of Carr's coming off in all his trials, to the disgrace of my Lord Gerard to that degree, and the ripping up of so many notorious rogueries and cheats of my lord's, that my lord, it is thought, will be ruined, and, above all things, do skew the madness of the House of Commons, who rejected the petition of this poor man by a combination of a few in the House. And much more the base proceedings, just the epitome of all our public managements in this age, of the House of Lords, that ordered him to stand in the pillory for those very things, without hearing and examining what he hath now, by the seeking of my Lord Gerard himself, cleared himself of, in open court, to the gaining himself the pity of all the world, and shame for ever to my Lord Gerard. We had a great deal of good discourse at table, and after dinner we 4 men took coach, and they set me down at the Old Exchange, and they home, having discoursed nothing today with Cozen or Jackson about our business. I to Captain Cock, S., and their discoursed over our business of prizes, and I think I shall go near to state the matter so as to secure myself without wrong to him, doing nor saying anything but the very truth. Thence away to the Strand, to my bookseller S., and there stayed an hour and bought the idle, roguish book, L.S. called Des Phils, which I have bought in plain binding, avoiding the buying of it better bound, because I resolve, as soon as I have read it, to burn it, that it may not stand in the list of books, nor among them to disgrace them if it should be found. Thence home, and busy late at the office, and then home to supper and to bed. My wife well pleased with my sister's match, and designing how to be merry at their marriage. And I am well at ease in my mind to think that that care will be over. This night calling at the Temple, at the auditor S., his man told me that he heard that my account must be brought to the view of the commissioners of Tangier before it can be passed, which though I know no hurt in it, yet it troubled me lest there should be any design by them who put this into the head of the auditor, I suppose Auditor Beale or Creed, because they saw me carrying my account another way than by them. 9th, Lord's Day. Up, and at my chamber all the morning and the office doing business, and also reading a little of L.S. called Des Phils, which is a mighty lewd book, but yet not amiss for a sober man once to read over to inform himself in the villainy of the world. At noon home to dinner, where by appointment Mr. Pelting come, and with him 3 friends, Wallington, that sings the good bass, and 1 Rogers, and a gentleman, a young man, his name Tempest, who sings very well indeed, and understands anything in the world at first sight. After dinner we into our dining room, and there to singing all the afternoon. By the way, I must remember that Peg Pen was brought to bed yesterday of a girl, And, among other things, if I have not already set it down, that hardly ever was remembered such a season for the smallpox as these last 2 months have been, people being seen all up and down the streets, newly come out after the smallpox. But though they sang fine things, yet I must confess that I did take no pleasure in it, or very little. Because I understood not the words, and with the rests that the words are set, there is no sense nor understanding in them though they be English, which makes me weary of singing in that manner, it being but a worse sort of instrumental music. We sang until almost night, and drank mighty good store of wine, and then they parted, and I to my chamber, where I did read through L.S. Caldes Phil's, a lewd book, but what do no wrong once to read for information's sake. And after I had done it I burned it, that it might not be among my books to my shame, and so at night to supper and to bed. 10th, up and by coach to Westminster, and there made a visit to Mr. Godolphin at his chamber. And I do find him a very pretty and able person, a man of very fine parts, and of infinite zeal to my Lord Sandwich, and one that says he is, he believes, as wise and able a person as any prince in the world hath. He tells me that he meets with unmannerly usage by Sir Robert Southwell in Portugal, who would sign with him in his negotiations there, being a forward young man. But that my lord mastered him in that point, it being ruled for my lord here, at a hearing of a committee of the council. He says that if my lord can compass a peace between Spain and Portugal, and hath the doing of it and the honor himself, it will be a thing of more honor than ever any man had, and of as much advantage. Thence to Westminster Hall, where the hall mighty full, and, among other things, the House begins to sit today, and the King come. But before the King's coming, the House of Commons met, and upon information given them of a bill intended to be brought in, as common report said, for comprehension, they did mightily and generally inveigh against it, and did vote that the King should be desired by the House, and the message delivered by the privy councillors of the House, that the laws against breakers of the Act of Uniformity should be put in execution. And it was moved in the House that, if any people had a mind to bring any new laws into the House, about religion, they might come, as a proposer of new laws did in Athens, with ropes about their necks. By and by the King comes to the Lord's house, and there tells them of his league with Holland, and the necessity of a fleet and his debts, and therefore want of money, and his desire that they would think of some way to bring in all his Protestant subjects to a right understanding and peace one with another, meaning the Bill of Comprehension. The Commons coming to their house, it was moved that the vote passed this morning might be suspended because of the King's speech, till the House was full and called over 2 days hence. But it was denied, so furious they are against this bill, and thereby a great blow either given to the King or presbyters, or, which is the rather of the two, to the House itself, by denying a thing desired by the King, and so much desired by much the greater part of the nation. Whatever the consequence be, if the King be a man of any stomach and heat, all do believe that he will resent this vote. Thence with Creed home to my house to dinner, where I met with Mr. Jackson, and find my wife angry with Deb, which vexes me. After dinner by coach away to Westminster, taking up a friend of Mr. Jackson's, a young lawyer, and parting with Creed at Whitehall. They and I to Westminster Hall, and there met Roger Pepys, and with him to his chamber, and there read over and agreed upon the deed of settlement to our minds. My sister to have L600 presently, and she to be jointured in L60 per annum, wherein I am very well satisfied. Thence I to the Temple to Charles Porter's lodgings, where Captain Cock met me, and after long waiting, on Pemberton. Francis Pemberton, afterwards knighted, and made Lord Chief Justice of the King's Bench in 1679. His career was a most singular one, he having been twice removed from the bench, and twice imprisoned by the House of Commons. He twice returned to the bar, and after his second return he practised with great success as a serjeant for the next 14 years till his death, June 10, 1697. Evelyn says he was held to be the most learned of the judges and an honest man. Diary, October 4, 1683. An able lawyer, about the business of our prizes, and left the matter with him to think of against tomorrow, this being a matter that do much trouble my mind, though there be no fault in it that I need fear the owning that I know of. Thence with Cock home to his house, and there left him, and I home, and there got my wife to read a book one bought today, and come out today licensed by Joseph Williamson for Lord Arlington. showing the state of England's affairs relating to France at this time, and the whole body of the book very good and solid, after a very foolish introduction as ever I read, and do give a very good account of the advantage of our league with Holland at this time. So, vexed in my mind with the variety of cares I have upon me, and so to bed. 11th. At the office all the morning, where comes a damned summons to attend the committee of miscarriages today, which makes me mad, that I should by my place become the hackney of this office, in perpetual trouble and vexation that need at least. At noon home to dinner, where little pleasure, my head being split almost with the variety of troubles upon me at this time, and cares, and after dinner by coach to Westminster Hall, and sent my wife and Deb to see Mustapha acted. Here I brought a book to the committee, and do find them, and particularly Sir Thomas Clarges, mighty hot in the business of tickets, which makes me mad to see them bite at the stone, and not at the hand that flings it, and here my Lord Brouncker unnecessarily orders it that he is called in to give opportunity to present his report of the state of the business of paying by ticket, which I do not think will do him any right, though he was made believe that it did operate mightily, and that Sir Fresh Hollies did make a mighty harangue and to much purpose in his defense, but I believe no such effects of it, for going in afterward I did hear them speak with prejudice of it, and that his pleading of the Admiral's warrant for it now was only an evasion, if not an aspersion upon the Admiral, and therefore they would not admit of this his report, but go on with their report as they had resolved before. The orders they sent for this day was the first order that I have yet met with about this business, and was of my own single hand warranting. But I do think it will do me no harm, and therefore do not much trouble myself with it, more than to see how much trouble I am brought to who have best deported myself in all the king's business. Thence with Lord Brouncker, and set him down at Bow Street, and so to the Duke of York's playhouse, and there saw the last act for nothing, where I never saw such good acting of any creature as Smith's part of Zanger. And I do also, though it was excellently acted by, do yet want better and mightily. Thence to the Temple, to Porter's chamber, where Cock met me, and after a stay there some time, they two and I to Pemberton's chamber, and there did read over the act of calling people to account, and did discourse all our business of the prizes. And, upon the whole, he do make it plainly appear, that there is no avoiding to give these commissioners satisfaction in everything they will ask, and that there is fear lest they may find reason to make us refund for all the extraordinary profit made by those bargains. And do make me resolve rather to declare plainly, and once for all, the truth of the whole, and what my profit hath been, than be forced at last to do it, and in the meantime live in gain, as I must always do. And with this resolution on my part departed, with some more satisfaction of mind, though with less hopes of profit than I expected. It was pretty here to see the heaps of money upon this lawyer's table, and more to see how he had not since last night spent any time upon our business, but begun with telling us that we were not at all concerned in that act, which was a total mistake, by his not having read over the act at all. Thence to Porter's chamber, where Captain Cock had fetched my wife out of the coach, and there we stayed and talked and drank, he being a very generous, good-humored man, and so away by coach, setting Cock at his house, and we with his coach home, and there I to the office. And there till past 1 in the morning, and so home to supper and to bed, my mind at pretty good ease, though full of care and fear of loss. This morning my wife in bed told me the story of our Tom and Jane, how the rogue did first demand her consent to love and marry him, and then, with pretense of displeasing me, did slight her. But both he and she have confessed the matter to her, and she hath charged him to go on with his love to her, and be true to her, and so I think the business will go on, which, for my love to her, because she is in love with him, I am pleased with. But otherwise I think she will have no good bargain of it, at least if I should not do well in my place. But if I do stand, I do intend to give her £50 in money, and do them all the good I can in my way. 12th. Up, and to the office, where all the morning drawing up my narrative of my proceedings and concernments in the buying of prize goods, which I am to present to the committee for accounts. And being come to a resolution to conceal nothing from them, I was at great ease how to draw it up without any inventions or practice to put me to future pain or thoughts how to carry on, and now I only discover what my profit was, and at worst I suppose I can be made but to refund my profit, and so let it go. At noon home to dinner, where Mr. Jackson dined with me, and after dinner I, calling at the excise office, and setting my wife and Deb. At her tailor, did with Mr. Jackson go to find my cousin Roger Pepys, which I did in the Parliament House, where I met him and Sir Thomas Crew and Mr. George Montagu, who are mighty busy how to save my lord's name from being in the report for anything which the committee is commanded to report to the House of the miscarriages of the late war. I find they drive furiously still in the business of tickets, which is nonsense in itself and cannot come to anything. Thence with cousin Roger to his lodgings, and there sealed the writings with Jackson about my sister's marriage. And here my cousin Roger told me the pleasant passage of a fellow's bringing a bag of letters today into the lobby of the house, and left them, and withdrew himself without observation. The bag being opened, the letters were found all of one size and directed with one hand, a letter to most of the members of the House. The House was acquainted with it, and voted they should be brought in, and one opened by the Speaker, wherein if he found anything unfit to communicate, to propose a committee to be chosen for it. The Speaker opening one, found it only a case with a libel in it, printed, a satire most sober and bitter as ever I read, and every letter was the same. So the House fell a-scrambling for them like boys, and my cousin Roger had one directed to him, which he lent me to read. So away, and took up my wife, and setting Jackson down at Fetter Lane End, I to the Old Exchange to look Mr. Howblon. But not finding him, did go home, and there late writing a letter to my Lord Sandwich, and to give passage to a letter of great moment from Mr. Godolphin to him, which I did get speedy passage for by the help of Mr. Howblon, who come late to me, and there directed the letter to Lisbon under cover of his, and here we talked of the times, which look very sad and distracted, and made good mirth at this day's passage in the house, and so parted, and going to the gate with him, I found his lady and another fine lady sitting an hour together, late at night in their coach, while he was with me, which is so like my wife that I was mighty taken with it, though troubled for it. So home to supper and to bed. This day Captain Cock was with the Commissioners of Accounts to ask more time for his bringing in his answer about the prize goods, and they would not give him 14 days as he asks, but would give only 2 days, which was very hard, I think, and did trouble me for fear of their severity, though I have prepared my matter so as to defy it. 13th. Up and to the office where all the morning. At noon home to dinner, and thence with my wife and Deb. To Whitehall, setting them at her tailor, and I to the Commissioners of the Treasury, where myself alone did argue the business of the East India Company against their whole company on behalf of the King before the Lords Commissioners, and to very good effect, I think, and with reputation. That business being over, the Lords and I had other things to talk about, and among the rest, about our making more assignments on the Exchequer since they bid us hold, whereat they were extraordinary angry with us, which troubled me a little, though I am not concerned in it at all. Waiting here some time without, I did meet with several people, among others Mr. Brisband, who tells me in discourse that Tom Killigrew hath a fee out of the wardrobe for cap and bells. The Lord Chamberlain's records contain a copy of a warrant dated July 12, 1661, to deliver to Mr. Killigrew 30 yards of velvet, 3 dozen of fringe, and 16 yards of damask for the year 1661. The heading of this entry is Livery for ye Jester, Lowes, Betterton, p. 70. Under the title of the King's Fool or Jester, and may with privilege revile or jeer any body, the greatest person, without offence, by the privilege of his place. Thence took up my wife, and home, and they're busy late at the office writing letters, and so home to supper and to bed. The house was called over today. This morning Sir G. Carteret come to the office to see and talk with me, and he assures me that to this day the King is the most kind man to my Lord Sandwich in the whole world, that he himself do not now mind any public business, but suffers things to go on at court as they will, he seeing all likely to come to ruin. That this morning the Duke of York sent to him to come to make up one of a committee of the Council for Navy affairs. Where, when he come, he told the Duke of York that he was none of them, which shows how things are nowadays ordered, that there should be a committee for the Navy, and the Lord Admiral not know the persons of it, and that Sir G. Carteret and my Lord Anglesey should be left out of it, and men wholly improper put into it. I do hear of all hands that there is a great difference at this day between my Lord Arlington and Sir W. Coventry, which I am sorry for. 14th Valentine's Day. Up, being called up by Mercer, who come to be my Valentine, and so I rose and my wife, and were merry a little I staying to talk, and did give her a guinea in gold for her Valentine's gift. There comes also my cousin Roger Pepys betimes, and comes to my wife, for her to be his Valentine, whose Valentine I was also, by agreement to be so to her every year. And this year I find it is likely to cost L4 or L5 in a ring for her, which she desires. Cousin Roger did come also to speak with Sir W. Penn, who was quoted, it seems, yesterday by Sir Fr. Holly's to have said that if my Lord Sandwich had done so and so, we might have taken all the Dutch prizes at the time when he stayed and let them go. But Sir W. Penn did tell us he should say nothing in it, but what would do my lord honor, and he is a knave I am able to prove if he do otherwise. He gone, I to my office to perfect my narrative about prize goods, and did carry it to the Commissioners of Accounts, who did receive it with great kindness and express great value of and respect to me. And my heart is at rest that it is lodged there, in so full truth and plainness, though it may hereafter prove some loss to me. But here I do see they are entered into many inquiries about prizes, by the great attendance of commanders and others before them, which is a work I am not sorry for. Thence I away, with my head busy, but my heart at pretty good ease, to the Old Exchange, and there met Mr. Howblon. I prayed him to discourse with some of the merchants that are of the Committee for Accounts, to see how they do resent my paper, and in general my particular in the relation to the business of the Navy, which he hath promised to do carefully for me and tell me. Here it was a mighty pretty sight to see old Mr. Howblon, whom I never saw before, and all his sons about him, all good merchants. Thence home to dinner, and had much discourse with W. Hewer about my going to visit Colonel Thompson, one of the Committee of Accounts, who, among the rest, is mighty kind to me, and is likely to mind our business more than any, and I would be glad to have a good understanding with him. Thence after dinner to Whitehall, to attend the Duke of York, where I did let him know, too, the troublesome life we lead, and particularly myself, by being obliged to such attendances every day as I am, on one committee or another. And I do find the Duke of York himself troubled, and willing not to be troubled with occasions of having his name used among the Parliament, though he himself do declare that he did give directions to Lord Brouncker to discharge the men at Chatham by ticket, and will own it if the House call for it, but not else. Thence I attended the King and Council, and some of the rest of us, in a business to be heard about the value of a ship of 1 Dorrington's, and it was pretty to observe how Sir W. Penn making use of this argument against the validity of an oath, against the King, being made by the master's mate of the ship, who was but a fellow of about 23 years of age, the master of the ship, against whom we pleaded, did say that he did think himself at that age capable of being master's mate of any ship. And do know that he, himself, Sir W. Penn, was so himself, and in no better degree at that age himself, which word did strike Sir W. Penn dumb, and made him open his mouth no more, and I saw the King and Duke of York wink at one another at it. This done, we into the gallery, and there I walked with several people, and among others my Lord Brouncker, who I do find under much trouble still about the business of the tickets, his very case being brought in, as is said, this day in the report of the miscarriages. And he seems to lay much of it on me, which I did clear and satisfy him in, and would be glad with all my heart to serve him in, and have done it more than he hath done for himself, he not deserving the least blame but commendations for this. I met with my cousin Roger Pepys and Creed, and from them understand that the report was read today of the miscarriages, wherein my Lord Sandwich is about the business I mentioned this morning. But I will be at rest, for it can do him no hurt. Our business of tickets is soundly up, and many others. So they went over them again, and spent all the morning on the first, which is the dividing of the fleet, wherein hot work was, and that among great men, privy councillors, and, they say, Sir W. Coventry. But I do not much fear it, but do hope that it will show a little, of the Duke of Albemarle and the Prince to have been advisers in it. But whereas they ordered that the King's speech should be considered today, they took no notice of it at all, but are really come to despise the King in all possible ways of chewing it. And it was the other day a strange saying, as I am told by my cousin Roger Pepys, in the House, when it was moved that the King's speech should be considered, that though the first part of the speech, meaning the league that is there talked of, be the only good public thing that hath been done since the King come into England, yet it might bear with being put off to consider, till Friday next, which was this day. Secretary Morris did this day in the House, when they talked of intelligence, say that he was allowed but L70 a year for intelligence, whereas, in Cromwell's time, he did allow L70000 a year for it, and was confirmed therein by Colonel Birch, who said that thereby Cromwell carried the secrets of all the princes of Europe at his girdle. The house is in a most broken condition, nobody adhering to anything but reviling and finding fault, and now quite mad at the undertakers, as they are commonly called, Littleton, Lord Vaughan, Sir R. Howard, and others that are brought over to the court, and did undertake to get the king money. But they despise, and would not hear them in the house, and the court do as much, seeing that they cannot be useful to them, as was expected. In short, it is plain that the king will never be able to do anything with this parliament, and that the only likely way to do better, for it cannot do worse, is to break this and call another parliament, and some do think that it is intended. I was told tonight that my Lady Castlemaine is so great a gamester as to have won L5000 in one night, and lost L25000 in another night, at play, and hath played L1000 and L1500 at a cast. Thence to the Temple, where at Porter's chamber I met Captain Cock, but lost our labor, our counsellor not being within Pemberton, and therefore home and late at my office, and so home to supper and to bed. 15th, up betimes, and with Captain Cock my coach to the Temple to his counsel again about the prize goods in order to the drawing up of his answer to them, where little done but a confirmation that our best interest is for him to tell the whole truth, and so parted, and I home to the office, where all the morning and at noon home to dinner, and after dinner all the afternoon and evening till midnight almost, until I had tired my own baccy, and my wife, S. and Deb. In titling of my books for the present year, and in setting them in order, which is now done to my very good satisfaction, though not altogether so completely as I think they were the last year, when my mind was more at leisure to mind it. So about midnight to bed, where my wife taking some physic overnight it wrought with her, and those coming upon her with great gripes, she was in mighty pain all night long, yet, God forgive me. I did find that I was most desirous to take my rest than to ease her, but there was nothing I could do her any good with. 16th, Lord's Day. Up, and to my chamber, where all the morning making a catalogue of my books, which did find me work, but with great pleasure, my chamber and books being now set in very good order, and my chamber washed and cleaned, which it had not been in some months before, my business and trouble having been so much. At noon Mr. Holliard put in, and dined with my wife and me, who is a little better today. His company very good. His story of his love and fortune, which hath been very good and very bad in the world, well worth hearing. Much discourse also about the bad state of the church, and how the clergy are come to be men of no worth in the world, and, as the world do now generally discourse, they must be reformed. And I believe the hierarchy will in a little time be shaken, whether they will or no, the king being offended with them, and set upon it, as I hear. He gone, after dinner to have my head combed, and then to my chamber and read most of the evening till pretty late, when, my wife not being well, I did lie below stairs in our great chamber, where I slept well. 17th, up, and to the office, where all the morning till noon getting some things more ready against the afternoon for the committee of accounts, which did give me great trouble, to see how I am forced to dance after them in one place, and to answer committees of Parliament in another. At noon thence toward the committee, but meeting with Sir W. Warren in Fleet Street, he and I to the ordinary by Temple Bar and there dined together. And to talk, where he do seem to be very high now in defiance of the board. Now he says that the worst is come upon him to have his accounts brought to the committee of accounts, and he do reflect upon my late coldness to him, but upon the whole I do find that he is still a cunning fellow, and will find it necessary to be fair to me. And what hath passed between us of coldness to hold his tongue, which do please me very well. Thence to the committee, where I did deliver the several things they expected from me, with great respect and show of satisfaction, and my mind thereby eased of some care. But thence I to Westminster Hall, and there spent till late at night walking to and again with many people, and there in general I hear of the great high words that were in the House on Saturday last, upon the first part of the committee's report about the dividing of the fleet, wherein some would have the counsels of the king to be declared, and the reasons of them, and who did give them. Where Sir W. Coventry laid open to them the consequences of doing that the king would never have any honest and wise men ever to be of his counsel. They did hear in the house talk boldly of the king's bad counselors, and how they must be all turned out, and many of them, and better, brought in. And the proceedings of the Long Parliament in the beginning of the war were called to memory. And the king's bad intelligence was mentioned, wherein they were bitter against my Lord Arlington, saying, among other things, that whatever Morris S. was, who declared he had but L750 a year allowed him for intelligence, the king paid too dear for my Lord Arlington S. in giving him L10000 and a barony for it. Sir W. Coventry did here come to his defense in the business of the letter that was sent to call back Prince Rupert, after he was divided from the fleet, wherein great delay was objected. But he did show that he sent it at 1 in the morning, when the Duke of York did give him the instructions after supper that night, and did clear himself well of it. Only it was laid as a fault, which I know not how he removes, of not sending it by an express, but by the ordinary post. But I think I have heard he did send it to my Lord Arlington S., and that there it lay for some hours, it coming not to Sir Philip Honeywood's hand at Portsmouth till 4 in the afternoon that day, being about 15 or 16 hours in going, and about this, I think, I have heard of a falling out between my Lord Arlington, heretofore, and W. Coventry. Some mutterings I did hear of a design of dissolving the Parliament, but I think there is no ground for it yet, though Oliver would have dissolved them for half the trouble and contempt these have put upon the king and his councils. The dividing of the fleet, however, is, I hear, voted a miscarriage, and the not building a fortification at Sheerness. And I have reason every hour to expect that they will vote the like of our paying men off by ticket, and what the consequence of that will be I know not, but I am put thereby into great trouble of mind. I did spend a little time at the Swan, and there did kiss the maid, Sarah. At noon home, and there up to my wife, who is still ill, and supped with her, my mind being mighty full of trouble for the office and my concernments therein, and so to supper and talking with W. Hewer in her chamber about business of the office, wherein he do well understand himself and our case, and it do me advantage to talk with him and the rest of my people. I to bed below as I did last night. 18th. Up by break of day and walked down to the old Swan, where I find little Mitchell building, his booth being taken down, and a foundation laid for a new house, so that that street is like to be a very fine place. I drank, but did not see Betty, and so to Charing Cross Stairs, and thence walked to Sir W. Coventry, S. Sir William Coventry's love of money is said by Sir John Denham to have influenced him in promoting naval officers, who paid him for their commissions. Then Painter, draw Cerulean Coventry Keeper, or rather Chancellor O.Th.C., and more exactly to express his hue, use nothing but ultramarieuse blue, to pay his fees, the silver trumpet spends, and boatswain's whistle for his place depends. Pilots in vain repeat their compass o'er, until of him they learn that 1 point more the constant magnet to the pole doth hold, steel to the magnet, Coventry to gold. Muscovy sells us pitch and hemp and tar iron and copper, Sweden, Munster, War Ashley, Prize, Warwick, Custom Carteret, pay, but Coventry doth sell the fleet away. B. And talked with him, who tells me how he hath been persecuted, and how he is yet well come off in the business of the dividing of the fleet and the sending of the letter. He expects next to be troubled about the business of bad officers in the fleet, wherein he will bid them name whom they call bad, and he will justify himself, having never disposed of any but by the admiral's liking. And he is able to give an account of all them, how they come recommended, and more will be found to have been placed by the Prince and Duke of Albemarle than by the Duke of York during the war. And as no bad instance of the badness of officers, he and I did look over the list of commanders, and found that we could presently recollect 37 commanders that have been killed in actual service this war. He tells me that Sir F.R. Hollies is the main man that hath persecuted him hitherto in the business of dividing the fleet, saying vainly that the want of that letter to the prince hath given him that he shall remember it by to his grave, meaning the loss of his arm, when, God knows, he is as idle and insignificant a fellow as ever come into the fleet. He tells me that in discourse on Saturday he did repeat Sir Rob Howard's words about rowling out of councillors, that for his part he neither cared who they rolled in nor who they rolled out, by which the word is become a word of use in the house, the rowling out of officers. I will remember what in mirth he said to me this morning, when upon this discourse he said, if ever there was another Dutch war, they should not find a secretary. Nor, said I, a clerk of the acts, for I see the reward of it, and thanked God. I have enough of my own to buy me a good book and a good fiddle, and I have a good wife. Why, says he, I have enough to buy me a good book, and shall not need a fiddle, because I have never a one of your good wives. I understand by him that we are likely to have our business of tickets voted a miscarriage, but cannot tell me what that will signify more than that he thinks they will report them to the king and there leave them, but I doubt they will do more. Thence walked over St. James's Park to Whitehall, and thence to Westminster Hall, and there walked all the morning, and did speak with several Parliament men among others, Birch, who is very kind to me, and calls me with great respect and kindness, a man of business, and he thinks honest, and so long will stand by me, and every such man, to the death. My business was to instruct them to keep the House from falling into any mistaken vote about the business of tickets, before they were better informed. I walked in the hall all the morning with my Lord Brouncker, who was in great pain there, and the truth is, his business is, without reason, so ill resented by the generality of the House, that I was almost troubled to be seen to walk with him, and yet am able to justify him in all that he is under so much scandal for. Here I did get a copy of the report itself, about our paying off men by tickets, and am mightily glad to see it, now knowing the state of our case, and what we have to answer to, and the more for that the House is like to be kept by other business today and tomorrow. So that, against Thursday, I shall be able to draw up some defense to put into some members' hands, to inform them, and I think we may a very good one, and therefore my mind is mightily at ease about it. This morning they are upon a bill, brought in today by Sir Richard Temple, for obliging the king to call parliaments every 3 years, or, if he fail, for others to be obliged to do it, and to keep him from a power of dissolving any parliament in less than 40 days after their first day of sitting, which is such a bill as do speak very high proceedings, to the lessening of the king. And this they will carry, and whatever else they desire, before they will give any money. And the king must have money, whatever it cost him. I stepped to the Dog Tavern, and thither come to me Doll Lane, and there we did drink together, and she tells me she is my Valentine. Thence, she being gone, and having spoke with Mr. Spicer here, whom I sent for hither to discourse about the security of the late act of 11 months, tax on which I have secured part of my money lent to Tangier. I to the hall, and there met Sir W. Penn, and he and I to the Bear, in Drury Lane, an excellent ordinary, after the French manner, but of Englishmen, and there had a good fricassee, our dinner coming to 8's, which was mighty pretty to my great content, and thence he and I to the king's house, and there in one of the upper boxes saw Flora's Vagaries, which is a very silly play. And the more, I being out of humor, being at a play without my wife, and she ill at home, and having no desire also to be seen, and therefore could not look about me. Thence to the Temple, and there we parted, and I to see Kate Joyce, where I find her and her friends in great ease of mind, the jury having this day given in their verdict that her husband died of a fever. Some opposition there was, the foreman pressing them to declare the cause of the fever, thinking thereby to obstruct it, but they did adhere to their verdict and would give no reason. So all trouble is now over, and she safe in her estate, which I am mighty glad of, and so took leave, and home, and up to my wife, not owning my being at a play, and there she shows me her ring of a turkey stone set with little sparks of diamonds. The turquoise. This stone was sometimes referred to simply as the turkey, and Brodripp, Zoological Recreations, conjectured that the bird turkey took its name from the blue or turquoise color of the skin about its head, which I am to give her, as my Valentine, and I am not much troubled at it. It will cost me near L5, she costing me but little compared with other wives, and I have not many occasions to spend on her. So to my office, where late, and to think upon my observations tomorrow, upon the report of the committee to the Parliament about the business of tickets, whereof my head is full, and so home to supper and to bed. 19th, up and to the office, where all the morning drawing up an answer to the report of the committee for miscarriages to the Parliament touching our paying men by tickets, which I did do in a very good manner, I think. Dined with my clerks at home, where much good discourse of our business of the Navy, and the trouble now upon us, more than we expected. After dinner my wife out with Deb. to buy some things against my sister's wedding, and I to the office to write fair my business I did in the morning, and in the evening to Whitehall, where I find Sir W. Coventry all alone, a great while with the Duke of York in the king's drawing-room, they two talking together all alone, which did mightily please me. Then I did get Sir W. Coventry, the Duke of York being gone aside, and there read over my paper, which he liked and corrected, and tells me it will be hard to escape, though the thing be never so fair to have it voted a miscarriage, but did advise me and my Lord Brounker, who coming by did join with us to prepare some members in it, which we shall do. Here I do hear how La Roche, a French captain who was once prisoner here, being with his ship at Plymouth, hath played some freaks there, for which his men being beat out of the town, he hath put up his flag of defiance, and also somewhere thereabout did land with his men, and go a mile into the country, and did some pranks, which sounds pretty odd to our disgrace, but we are in condition now to bear anything. But, blessed be God. All the court is full of the good news of my Lord Sandwich, having made a peace between Spain and Portugal, which is mighty great news, and, above all, to my Lord's honor, more than anything he ever did. And yet I do fear it will not prevail to secure him in Parliament against incivilities there. Thence took up my wife at unthank, and so home, and there my mind being full of preparing my paper against tomorrow for the house, with an address from the office to the house, I to the office, very late, and then home to supper and to bed. 20th, up, and to the office a while, and thence to Whitehall by coach with Mr. Baitlier with me, whom I took up in the street. I thence by water to Westminster Hall, and there with Lord Brounker, Sir T. Harvey, Sir J. Minns, did wait all the morning to speak to members about our business, thinking our business of tickets would come before the House today, but we did alter our minds about the petition to the House, sending in the paper to them. But the truth is we were in a great hurry, but it fell out that they were most of the morning upon the business of not prosecuting the first victory, which they have voted one of the greatest miscarriages of the whole war, though they cannot lay the fault anywhere yet, because Harman is not come home. This kept them all the morning, which I was glad of. So down to the hall, where my wife by agreement stayed for me at Mrs. Mitchell's, and there was Mercer and the girl, and I took them to Wilkinson's the cook in King Street, where I find the master of the house hath been dead for some time, and there dined, and thence by 1 o'clock to the king's house. A new play, The Duke of Lerma, of Sir Robert Howard, where the king in court was, and Nep and Nell spoke the prologue most excellently, especially Nep, who spoke beyond any creature I ever heard. The play designed to reproach our king with his mistresses, that I was troubled for it, and expected it should be interrupted, but it ended all well, which salved all. The play a well-writ and good play, only its design I did not like of reproaching the king, but altogether a very good and most serious play. Thence home, and there a little to the office, and so home to supper, where Mercer with us, and sang, and then to bed. 21st. At the office all the morning to get a little business done, I having, and so the whole office, been put out of doing any business there for this week by our trouble in attending the Parliament. Hither comes to me young Captain Beckford, the slopseller, and there presents me a little purse with gold in it being, as he told me, for his present to me at the end of the last year. I told him I had not done him any service I knew of. He persisted, and I refused, but did it several denials, and telling him that it was not an age to take presents in, he told me he had reason to present me with something, and desired me to accept of it, which, at his so urging me, I did, and so fell to talk of his business, and so parted. I do not know of any manner of kindness I have done him this last year, nor did expect anything. It was therefore very welcome to me, but yet I was not fully satisfied in my taking it, because of my submitting myself to the having it objected against me hereafter, and the rather because this morning Jacky Fenn come and showed me an order from the Commissioners of Accounts, wherein they demand of him an account upon oath of all the sums of money that have been by him defalked or taken from any man since their time, of inquiry upon any payments, and if this should, as it is to be feared, come to be done to us, I know not what I shall then do, but I shall take counsel upon it. At noon by coach towards Westminster, and met my Lord Brounker and W. Penn and Sir T. Harvey in King Street, coming away from the Parliament House, and so I to them, and to the French ordinary, at the Blue Bells, in Lincoln's Inn Fields, and there dined and talked. And, among other things, they tell me how the House this day is still as backward for giving any money as ever, and do declare they will first have an account of the disposals of the last poll bill, and 11 months' tax. And it is pretty odd that the very first sum mentioned in the account brought in by Sir Robert Long, of the disposal of the poll bill money, is L 5,000 to my Lord Arlington for intelligence. Which was mighty unseasonable, so soon after they had so much cried out against his want of intelligence. The king do also own but L 250,000, or thereabouts, yet paid on the poll bill, and that he hath charged L 350,000 upon it. This makes them mad, for that the former poll bill, that was so much less in its extent than the last, which took in all sexes and qualities, did come to L 350,000. Upon the whole, I perceive they are like to do nothing in this matter to please the king or relieve the state, be the case never so pressing. And therefore, it is thought by a great many that the king cannot be worse if he should dissolve them. But there is nobody dares advise it, nor do he consider anything himself. Thence, having dined for 20s, we to the Duke of York at Whitehall, and there had our usual audience, and did little but talk of the proceedings of the Parliament, wherein he is as much troubled as we. For he is not without fears that they do aim at doing him hurt. But yet he declares that he will never deny to own what orders he hath given to any man to justify him, notwithstanding their having sent to him to desire his being tender to take upon him the doing anything of that kind. Thence with Brouncker and T. Harvey to Westminster Hall, and there met with Colonel Birch and Sir John Lowther, and did there in the lobby read over what I have drawn up for our defense, wherein they own themselves mightily satisfied. And Birch, like a particular friend, do take it upon him to defend us, and do mightily do me right in all his discourse. Here walked in the hall with him a great while, and discoursed with several members, to prepare them in our business against tomorrow, and meeting my cousin Roger Pepys, he showed me Granger's written confession. Pepys here refers to the extraordinary proceedings which occurred between Charles, Lord Gerard, and Alexander Fitton, of which a narrative was published at The Hague in 1665. Granger was a witness in the cause, and was afterwards said to be conscience-stricken from his perjury. Some notice of this case will be found in North's Examen, p. 558. The copious and interesting note in Ormerod's History of Cheshire, volume Roman 3, p. 291, will best satisfy the reader, who will not fail to be struck by the paragraph with which it is closed, viz. It is not improbable that Alexander Fitton, who, in the first instance, gained rightful possession of Gosworth under an acknowledged settlement, was driven headlong into unpremeditated guilt by the production of a revocation by will which Lord Gerard had so long concealed. Having lost his own fortune in the prosecution of his claims, he remained in jail till taken out by James Roman II, to be made Chancellor of Ireland, under which character Hume first notices him, was knighted, and subsequently created Lord Gosworth after the abdication of James, sat in his parliament in Dublin in 1689, and then is supposed to have accompanied his fallen master to France. Whether the conduct of Fitton was met, as he alleges, by similar guilt on the part of Lord Gerard, God only can judge, but his hand fell heavily on the representatives of that noble house. In less than half a century, the husbands of its two co-heiresses, James, Duke of Hamilton, and Charles, Lord Mohun, were slain by each other's hands in a murderous duel arising out of a dispute relative to the partition of the Fitton estates, and Gosworth itself passed to an unlineal hand, by a series of alienations complicated beyond example in the annals of this country. B. Of his being forced by imprisonment, and C. by my Lord Gerard, most barbarously to confess his forging of a deed in behalf of Fitton, in the great case between him and my Lord Gerard, which business is under examination, and is the foulest against my Lord Gerard that ever anything in the world was, and will, all do believe, ruin him, and I shall be glad of it. Thence with Lord Brouncker and T. Harvey as far as the New Exchange, and there at a draper's shop drawing up a short note of what they are to desire of the House for our having a hearing before they determine anything against us, which paper is for them to show to what friends they meet against tomorrow. I away home to the office, and there busy pretty late, and here comes my wife to me, who hath been at Peg Pen's christening, which, she says, hath made a flutter and noise, but was as mean as could be, and but little company, just like all the rest that family do. So home to supper and to bed, with my head full of a defense before the Parliament tomorrow, and therein content myself very well, and with what I have done in preparing some of the members thereof in order thereto. 22nd. Up and by coach through Duck Lane, and there did buy Kircher's Muserja, cost me 35s. A book one am mighty glad of, expecting to find great satisfaction in it. Thence to Westminster Hall and the lobby, and up and down there all the morning, and to the Lord's house, and heard the Solicitor General plead very finely, as he always do. And this was in defense of the East India Company against a man that complains of wrong from them, and thus up and down till noon in expectation of our business coming on in the House of Commons about tickets. But they being busy about my Lord Gerard's business, I did give over the thoughts of ours coming on, and so with my wife, and Mercer, and Deb, who come to the hall to me, I away to the Bear in Drury Lane, and there bespoke a dish of meat, and in the meantime sat and sung with Mercer, and by dined with mighty pleasure, and excellent meat, one little dish enough for us all, and good wine, and all for 8s. And thence to the Duke's Playhouse, and there saw Albumazar, an old play, this the 2nd time of acting. It is said to have been the ground of B. Johnson's Alchemist, but saving the ridiculousness of Angel's part, which is called Trinquillo, I do not see anything extraordinary in it, but was indeed weary of it before it was done. The king here, and indeed all of us, pretty merry at the mimic tricks of Trinquillo. So home, calling in Duck Lane for the book one bought this morning, and so home and wrote my letters at the office, and then home to supper and to bed. 23rd, Lord's Day. Up and being desired by a messenger from Sir G. Carteret, I by water over to Southwark, and so walked to the Falcon on the Bankside, and there got another boat, and so to Westminster, where I would have gone into the Swan. But the door was locked, and the girl could not let me in, and so to Wilkinson's in King Street, and there wiped my shoes, and so to court, where sermon not yet done I met with Brisband. And he tells me first that our business of tickets did come to debate yesterday. It seems, after I was gone away, and was voted a miscarriage in general. He tells me in general that there is great looking after places, upon a presumption of a great many vacancies, and he did show me a fellow at court, a brother of my Lord Fanshaw's, a witty but rascally fellow without a penny in his purse, that was asking him what places there were in the navy fit for him, and Brisbane tells me in mirth, he told him the clerk of the Axe, and I wish he had it, so I were well and quietly rid of it. For I am weary of this kind of trouble, having, I think, enough whereon to support myself. By and by chapel done, I met with Sir W. Coventry, and he and I walked a while together in the matted gallery. And there he told me all the proceedings yesterday, that the matter is found, in general, a miscarriage, but no persons named, and so there is no great matter to our prejudice yet, till, if ever, they come to particular persons. He told me Birch was very industrious to do what he could, and did, like a friend, but they were resolved to find the thing, in general, a miscarriage, and says that when we shall think fit to desire its being heard, as to our own defense, it will be granted. He tells me how he hath with advantage cleared himself in what concerns himself therein, by his servant Robson, which I am glad of. He tells me that there is a letter sent by conspiracy to some of the house, which he hath seen, about the matter of selling of places, which he do believe he shall be called upon tomorrow for, and thinks himself well prepared to defend himself in it. And then neither he nor his friends for him are afeard of anything to his prejudice. Thence by coach with Brisband to Sir G. Carteret S. in Lincoln's Inn Fields, and there dined. A good dinner and good company, and after dinner he and I alone, discoursing of my Lord Sandwich's matters, who hath, in the first business before the house, been very kindly used beyond expectation, the matter being laid by, till his coming home, and old Mr. Vaughan did speak for my lord, which I am mighty glad of. The business of the prizes is the worst that can be said, and therein I do fear something may lie hard upon him. But against this, we must prepare the best we can for his defense. Thence with G. Carteret to Whitehall, where I, finding a meeting of the Committee of the Council for the Navy, His Royal Highness there, and Sir W. Penn, and some of the brethren of the Trinity House to attend, I did go in with them. And it was to be informed of the practice heretofore, for all foreign nations, at enmity one with another, to forbear any acts of hostility to one another, in the presence of any of the King of England's ships, of which several instances were given. And it is referred to their further enquiry, in order to the giving instructions accordingly to our ships now, during the war between Spain and France. Would to God we were in the same condition as heretofore, to challenge and maintain this our dominion. Thence with W. pen homeward, and quite through to Mile End for a little air. The days being now pretty long, but the ways mighty dirty, and here we drank at the Rose, the old house, and so back again talking of the Parliament and our trouble with them, and what passed yesterday. Going back again, Sir R. Brooks overtook us coming to town, who hath played the jackey with us all, and is a fellow that I must trust no more, he quoting me for all he hath said in this business of tickets, though I have told him nothing that either is not true or I afeared to own. But here talking, he did discourse in this style. We, and we all along, will not give any money, be the pretence never so great, nay, though the enemy was in the river of Thames again, till we know what is become of the last money given. And I do believe he do speak the mind of his fellows, and so let them, if the king will suffer it. He gone, we home, and there I to read, and my belly being full of my dinner today, I anon to bed. And there, as I have for many days, slept not an hour quietly, but full of dreams of our defence to the Parliament and giving an account of our doings. This evening my wife did with great pleasure show me her stock of jewels, increased by the ring she hath made lately as my Valentine's gift this year, a turkey stone set with diamonds. And, with this and what she had, she reckons that she hath above L150 worth of jewels, of one kind or other. And I am glad of it, for it is fit the wretch should have something to content herself with. 24th. Up and to my office, where most of the morning, entering my journal for the 3 days past. Thence about noon with my wife to the New Exchange, by the way stopping at my bookseller S, and there leaving my Kircher's Musarga to be bound, and did buy L'Illustre Bassa, in 4 volumes, for my wife. Thence to the Exchange and left her. While meeting Dr. Gibbons there, he and I to see an organ at the Dean of Westminster's lodgings at the Abbey, the Bishop of Rochester's, where he lives like a great prelate, his lodgings being very good, though at present under great disgrace at court, being put by his clerk of the closet's place. I saw his lady, of whom the Terry Filius of Oxford was once so merry. A scholar appointed to make a satirical and jesting speech at an act in the University of Oxford. Mr. Christopher Wordsworth gives, in his Social Life at the English Universities in the 18th century, 1874, a list of terra filii from 1591 to 1713, pp. 296, 680. The Terry Filius was sometimes expelled the university on account of the license of his speech. The practice was discontinued early in the 18th century. And 2 children, whereof one a very pretty little boy like him, so fat and black. Here I saw the organ, but it is too big for my house, and the fashion do not please me enough, and therefore will not have it. Thence to the Change back again, leaving him, and took my wife and Deb home, and there to dinner alone, and after dinner I took them to the nursery, where none of us ever were before, where the house is better and the musique better than we looked for, and the acting not much worse, because I expected as bad as could be, and I was not much mistaken, for it was so. However, I was pleased well to see at once, it being worth a man, seeing to discover the different ability and understanding of people, and the different growth of people's abilities by practice. Their play was a bad one called Geronimo is Mad Again, a tragedy. Here was some good company by us, who did make mighty sport at the folly of their acting, which I could not neither refrain from sometimes, though I was sorry for it. So away hence home, where to the office to do business a while, and then home to supper and to read, and then to bed. I was prettily served this day at the playhouse door, where, giving 6 shillings into the fellow's hand for us 3, the fellow by legerdemain did convey one away, and with so much grace faced me down that I did give him but 5, that, though I knew the contrary, yet I was overpowered by his so grave and serious demanding the other shilling, that I could not deny him, but was forced by myself to give it him. After I come home, this evening comes a letter to me from Captain Allen, formerly clerk of the rope yard at Chatham, and whom I was kind to in those days, who in recompense of my favor to him then, do give me notice that he hears of an accusation likely to be exhibited against me of my receiving L50 of Mason, the timber merchant, and that his wife hath spoke it. I am mightily beholden to Captain Allen for this, though the thing is to the best of my memory utterly false, and I do believe it to be wholly so, but yet it troubles me to have my name mentioned in this business, and more to consider how I may be liable to be accused where I have indeed taken presence, and therefore puts me on an inquiry into my actings in this kind, and prepare against a day of accusation. 25th. Up, having lain the last night the first night that I have lain with my wife since she was last ill, which is about 8 days. To the office, where busy all the morning. At noon comes W. Howe to me, to advise what answer to give to the business of the prizes, wherein I did give him the best advice I could. But am sorry to see so many things, wherein I doubt it will not be prevented, but Sir Roger Cuttance and Mr. Pierce will be found very much concerned in goods beyond the distribution, and I doubt my Lord Sandwich too, which troubles me mightily. He gone I to dinner, and thence set my wife at the New Exchange, and I to Mr. Clerk, my solicitor, to the Treasury Chamber. But the lords did not sit, so I by water with him to the New Exchange, and there we parted, and I took my wife and Deb up and to the nursery, where I was yesterday, and there saw them act a comedy, a pastoral, The Faithful Shepherd, having the curiosity to see whether they did a comedy better than a tragedy. But they do it both alike in the meanest manner, that I was sick of it, but only for to satisfy myself once in seeing the manner of it, but I shall see them no more, I believe. Thence to the New Exchange, to take some things home that my wife hath bought, a dressing-box and other things for her chamber and table, that cost me above L4, and so home, and there to the office, and tell W. Hewer of the letter from Captain Allen last night, to give him caution if anything should be discovered of his dealings with anybody, which I should for his sake as well, or more than for my own, be sorry for. And with great joy I do find, looking over my memorandum books, which are now of great use to me, and do fully reward me for all my care in keeping them, that I am not likely to be troubled for anything of the kind, but what I shall either be able beforehand to prevent, or, if discovered, be able to justify myself in, and I do perceive, by Sir W. Warren's discourse, that they do all they can possibly to get out of him and others what presents they have made to the officers of the Navy. But he tells me that he hath denied all, though he knows that he is forsworn as to what relates to me. So home to supper and to bed. 26th. Up, and by water to Charing Cross Stairs, and thence to W. Coventry to discourse concerning the state of matters in the Navy, where he particularly acquainted me with the trouble he is like to meet with about the selling of places, all carried on by Sir Fr. Hollies, but he seems not to value it, being able to justify it to be lawful and constant practice, and never by him used in the least degree, since he upon his own motion did obtain a salary of L500 in lieu thereof. Thence to the Treasury Chamber about a little business, and so home by coach, and in my way did meet W. Howe going to the Commissioners of Accounts. I stopped and spoke to him, and he seems well resolved what to answer them, but he will find them very strict, and not easily put off. So home and there to dinner, and after dinner comes W. Howe to tell me how he sped, who says he was used civilly, and not so many questions asked as he expected. But yet I do perceive enough to show that they do intend to know the bottom of things, and where to lay the great weight of the disposal of these East India goods, and that they intend plainly to do upon my Lord Sandwich. Thence with him by coach and set him down at the Temple, and I to Westminster Hall, where, it being now about 6 o'clock, I find the House just risen, and met with Sir W. Coventry and the Lieutenant of the Tower, they having sat all day, and with great difficulty have got a vote for giving the King L300,000, not to be raised by any land tax. The sum is much smaller than I expected, and than the King needs, but is grounded upon Mr. Wren's reading our estimates the other day of L270,000 to keep the fleet abroad, wherein we demanded nothing for setting and fitting of them out, which will cost almost L200,000, I do verily believe, and do believe that the King hath no cause to thank Wren for this motion. I home to Sir W. Coventry's lodgings, with him and the Lieutenant of the Tower, where also was Sir John Coventry, and Sir John Duncombe, and Sir Job Charlton, and hear a great deal of good discourse, and they seem mighty glad to have this vote pass, which I did wonder at, to see them so well satisfied with so small a sum, Sir John Duncombe swearing, as I perceive he will freely do, that it was as much as the nation could bear. Among other merry discourse about spending of money, and how much more chargeable a man's living is now more than it was heretofore, Duncombe did swear that in France he did live of L100 a year with more plenty, and wine and wenches, than he believes can be done now for L200, which was pretty odd for him, being a committee man's son, to say. Having done here, and supped, where I eat very little, we home in Sir John Robinson's coach, and there to bed. 27th. All the morning at the office, and at noon home to dinner, and thence with my wife and Deb. To the King's house, to see the Virgin Martyr, the first time it hath been acted a great while, and it is mighty pleasant, not that the play is worth much, but it is finely acted by Beck Marshall. But that which did please me beyond anything in the whole world was the wind musique when the angel comes down, which is so sweet that it ravished me, and indeed, in a word, did wrap up my soul so that it made me really sick, just as I have formerly been when in love with my wife. That neither then, nor all the evening going home, and at home, I was able to think of anything, but remained all night transported, so as I could not believe that ever any music hath that real command over the soul of a man as this did upon me, and makes me resolve to practice wind musique, and to make my wife do the like. 28th. Up, and to the office, where all the morning doing business, and after dinner with Sir W. Penn to Whitehall, where we and the rest of us presented a great letter of the state of our want of money to His Royal Highness. I did also present a demand of mine for consideration for my traveling charges of coach and boat hire during the war, which, though His Royal Highness and the company did all like of, yet, contrary to my expectation, I find him so jealous now of doing anything extraordinary, that he desired the gentlemen that they would consider it, and report their minds in it to him. This did unsettle my mind a great while, not expecting this stop. But however, I shall do as well, I know, though it causes me a little stop. But that troubles me most is, that while we were thus together with the Duke of York, comes in Mr. Wren from the house, where, he tells us, another storm hath been all this day almost against the officers of the navy, upon this complaint that, though they have made good rules for payment of tickets, yet that they have not observed them themselves, which was driven so high as to have it urged that we should presently be put out of our places. And so they have at last ordered that we shall be heard at the bar of the house upon this business on Thursday next. This did mightily trouble me and us all, but me particularly, who am least able to bear these troubles, though I have the least cause to be concerned in it. Thence therefore to visit Sir H. Comely, who hath for some time been ill of a cold, and thence walked towards Westminster, and met Colonel Birch, who took me back to walk with him, and did give me an account of this day's heat against the navy officers, and an account of his speech on our behalf, which was very good. And indeed we are much beholden to him, as I, after I parted with him, did find by my cousin Roger, whom I went to, and he and I to his lodgings. And there he did tell me the same over again, and how much Birch did stand up in our defense, and that he do see that there are many desirous to have us out of the office. And the house is so furious and passionate that he thinks nobody can be secure, let him deserve never so well. But now, he tells me, we shall have a fair hearing of the house, and he hopes justice of them. But upon the whole, he do agree with me that I should hold my hand as to making any purchase of land, which I had formerly discoursed with him about, till we see a little further how matters go. He tells me that made them so mad today first was, several letters in the house about the fanatics, in several places, coming in great bodies, and turning people out of the churches, and their preaching themselves, and pulling the surplice over the parsons' heads. This was confirmed from several places, which makes them stark mad, especially the Hectors and bravadoes of the house, who show all the zeal on this occasion. Having done with him, I home vexed in my mind, and so fit for no business, but sat talking with my wife and supped with her. And Nan Mercer come and sat all the evening with us, and much pretty discourse, which did a little ease me, and so to bed. 29th. Up and walked to Captain Cox, where Sir G. Carteret promised to meet me, and did come to discourse about the prize business of my Lord Sandwich, which I perceive is likely to be of great ill consequence to my lord, the house being mighty vehement in it. We could say little, but advise that his friends should labor to get it put off, till he comes. We did here talk many things over, in lamentation of the present posture of affairs, and the ill condition of all people that have had anything to do under the king, wishing ourselves a great way off. Here they tell me how Sir Thomas Allen hath taken the Englishmen out of La Roche, and taken from him an Ostend prize which La Roche had fetched out of our harbors, and at this day La Roche keeps upon our coasts. And had the boldness to land some men and go a mile up into the country, and there took some goods belonging to this prize out of a house there, which our king resents, and, they say, hath wrote to the king of France about, and everybody do think a war will follow. And then, in what a case we shall be for want of money, nobody knows. Thence to the office, where we sat all the morning, and at noon home to dinner, and to the office again in the afternoon, where we met to consider of an answer to the Parliament about the not paying of tickets according to our own orders, to which I hope we shall be able to give a satisfactory answer. But that the design of the House being apparently to remove us, I do question whether the best answer will prevail with them. This done I by coach with my wife to Martin, my bookseller, expecting to have had my Kircher's Musurgia, but to my trouble and loss of trouble it was not done. So home again, my head full of thoughts about our troubles in the office, and so to the office. Wrote to my father this post, and sent him now Colville's the goldsmith. Note for L600 for my sister's portion, being glad that I shall, I hope, have that business over before I am out of place, and I trust I shall be able to save a little of what I have got, and so shall not be troubled to be at ease, for I am weary of this life. So ends this month, with a great deal of care and trouble in my head about the answerings of the Parliament, and particularly in our payment of seamen by tickets. March 1667–1668. March 1st, Lord's Day. Up very betimes, and by coach to Sir W. Coventry, S. And there, largely carrying with me all my notes and papers, did run over our whole defence in the business of tickets, in order to the answering the House on Thursday next. And I do think, unless they be set without reason to ruin us, we shall make a good defence. I find him in great anxiety, though he will not discover it, in the business of the proceedings of Parliament, and would as little as is possible have his name mentioned in our discourse to them. And particularly, the business of selling places is now upon his hand to defend himself in, wherein I did help him in his defence about the flagmaker's place, which is named in the House. We did here do the like about the complaint of want of victuals in the fleet in the year 1666, which will lie upon me to defend also, so that my head is full of care and weariness in my employment. Thence home, and there my mind being a little lightened by my morning's work in the arguments I have now laid together in better method for our defence to the Parliament, I to talk with my wife. And in lieu of a coach this year, I have got my wife to be contented with her closet being made up this summer, and going into the country this summer for a month or two, to my father, S., and their Mercer and Deb. And Jane shall go with her, which I the rather do for the entertaining my wife, and preventing of fallings out between her and my father or Deb, which uses to be the fate of her going into the country. After dinner by coach to Westminster, and there to St. Margaret's Church, thinking to have seen Betty Mitchell, but she was not there, but met her father and mother and with them to her father's house, where I never was before, but was mighty much made of with some good strong waters, which they have from their son Mitchell, and mighty good people they are. Thence to Mrs. Martin's, where I have not been also a good while, and with great difficulty, company being there, did get an opportunity to haze her what I would con her. And here I was mightily taken with a starling witch she hath, that was the king's, which he kept in his bedchamber. And do whistle and talk the most and best that ever I heard anything in my life. Thence to visit Sir H. Comely, who continues still sick of his cold, and thence calling, but in vain, to speak with Sir G. Carteret at his house in Lincoln's Inn Fields, where I spoke with nobody, but home, where spent the evening talking with W. Hewer about business of the house, and declaring my expectation of all our being turned out. Hither comes Carcass to me about business, and there did confess to me of his own accord his having heretofore discovered as a complaint against Sir W. Batten, Sir W. Penn and me that we did prefer the paying of some men to man, the flying greyhound to others, by order under our hands. The thing upon recollection I believe is true, and do hope no great matter can be made of it, but yet I would be glad to have my name out of it, which I shall labor to do. In the meantime it weighs as a new trouble on my mind, and did trouble me all night. So without supper to bed, my eyes being also a little overwrought of late that I could not stay up to read. Second, up and betimes to the office, where I did much business, and several come to me, and among others I did prepare Mr. Warren and by Sir D. Gauden, about what presents I have had from them, that they may not publish them, or if they do, that in truth I received none on the account of the navy but Tangier, and this is true to the former, and in both that I never asked anything of them. I must do the like with the rest. Mr. Moore was with me, and he do tell me, and so W. Hewer tells me, he hears this morning that all the town is full of the discourse that the officers of the navy shall be all turned out. But honest Sir John Minns, who, God knows, is fitter to have been turned out himself than any of us, doing the king more hurt by his dotage and folly than all the rest can do by their knavery, if they had a mind to it. At noon home to dinner, where was Mercer, and very merry as I could be with my mind so full of business. And so with my wife, her and the girl, to the king's house to see the Virgin Martyr again, which do mightily please me, but above all the musique at the coming down of the angel, which at this hearing the second time, do still commend me as nothing ever did, and the other musique is nothing to it. Thence with my wife to the Change, and so, calling at the Cock Ale House, we home, and there I settled to business, and with my people preparing my great answer to the Parliament for the office about tickets till past 1 o'clock at night, and then home to supper and to bed, keeping Mr. Gibson all night with me. This day I have the news that my sister was married on Thursday last to Mr. Jackson, so that work is, I hope, well over. Third, up betimes to work again, and then met at the office, where to our great business of this answer to the Parliament, where to my great vexation I find my Lord Brouncker prepared only to excuse himself, while I, that have least reason to trouble myself, am preparing with great pains to defend them all. And more, I perceive, he would lodge the beginning of discharging ships by ticket upon me. But I care not, for I believe I shall get more honor by it when the Parliament, against my will, shall see how the whole business of the office was done by me. At noon rose and to dinner. My wife abroad with Mercer and Deb, buying of things, but I with my clerks home to dinner, and thence presently down with Lord Brouncker, W. Penn, T. Harvey, T. Middleton, and Mr. Tippets, who first took his place this day at the table, as a commissioner, in the room of Commissioner Pett. Down by water to Deptford, where the king, queen, and court are to see launch the new ship built by Mr. Shish, called the Charles. To God send her better luck than the former. Here some of our brethren, who went in a boat a little before my boat, did by appointment take opportunity of asking the king's leave that we might make full use of the want of money, in our excuse to the Parliament for the business of tickets, and other things they will lay to our charge, all which arose from nothing else. And this the king did readily agree to, and did give us leave to make our full use of it. The ship being well launched, I back again by boat, setting T. Middleton and Mr. Tippets on shore at Ratcliffe, I home and there to my chamber with Mr. Gibson, and laid up till midnight preparing more things against our defense on Thursday next to my content, though vexed that all this trouble should be on me. So to supper and to bed. Fourth, up betimes and with Sir W. Penn in his coach to Whitehall, there to wait upon the Duke of York and the Commissioners of the Treasury, W. Coventry and Sir John Duncombe, who do declare that they cannot find the money we demand, and we that less than what we demand will not set out the fleet intended, and so broke up, with no other conclusion than that they would let us have what they could get, and we would improve that as well as we could. So God bless us, and prepare us against the consequences of these matters. Thence, it being a cold wet day, I home with Sir J. Minns and his coach, and called by the way at my bookseller, and took home with me Kircher's Musings very well bound. But I had no comfort to look upon them, but as soon as I come home fell to my work at the office, shutting the doors, that I and my clerks, might not be interrupted, and so, only with room for a little dinner, we very busy all the day till night that the officers met for me to give them the heads of what I intended to say. Which I did with great discontent to see them all rely on me that have no reason at all to trouble myself about it, nor have any thanks from them for my labor. But contrarily Brounker looked mighty dogged, as thinking that I did not intend to do it so as to save him. This troubled me so much as, together with the shortness of the time and muchness of the business, did let me be at it till but about 10 at night, and then quite weary, and dull, and vexed, I could go no further, but resolved to leave the rest to tomorrow morning, and so in full discontent and weariness did give over and went home, with supper vexed and sickish to bed. And there slept about 3 hours, but then waked, and never in so much trouble in all my life of mind. Thinking of the task I have upon me, and upon what dissatisfactory grounds, and what the issue of it may be to me. 5th, with these thoughts I lay troubling myself till 6 o'clock restless, and at last getting my wife to talk to me to comfort me, which she at last did, and made me resolve to quit my hands of this office, and endure the trouble of it no longer than till I can clear myself of it. So with great trouble, but yet with some ease from this discourse with my wife, I up, and to my office, whither come my clerks, and so I did huddle the best I could some more notes for my discourse today, and by 9 o'clock was ready, and did go down to the Old Swan, and there by boat with T.H. and W.H. with me, to Westminster, where I found myself come time enough, and my brethren all ready. But I full of thoughts and trouble touching the issue of this day, and, to comfort myself, did go to the Dog and drink half a pint of mulled sack, and in the hall did drink a dram of brandy at Mrs. Hewlett's, and with the warmth of this did find myself in better order as to courage truly. So we all up to the lobby, and between 11 and 12 o'clock were called in with the mace before us into the house, where a mighty full house, and we stood at the bar, namely, Brounker, Sir J. Minns, Sir T. Harvey, and myself, W. Penn being in the house as a member. I perceived the whole house was full, and full of expectation of our defense what it would be, and with great prejudice. After the speaker had told us the dissatisfaction of the house, and read the report of the committee, I began our defense most acceptably and smoothly, and continued at it without any hesitation or loss, but with full scope, and all my reason free about me, as if it had been at my own table, from that time till past 3 in the afternoon, and so ended, without any interruption from the speaker. But we withdrew. And there all my fellow officers, and all the world that was within hearing, did congratulate me, and cry up my speech as the best thing they ever heard, and my fellow officers overjoyed in it. We were called in again by and by to answer only one question, touching our paying tickets to ticket-mongers, and so out. And we were in hopes to have had a vote this day in our favor, and so the generality of the house was. But my speech, being so long, many had gone out to dinner and come in again half drunk. And then there are 2 or 3 that are professed enemies to us and everybody else. Among others, Sir T. Littleton, Sir Thomas Lee, Mr. Wiles, the coxcomb whom I saw heretofore at the cock-fighting, and a few others. I say, these did rise up and speak against the coming to a vote now, the house not being full, by reason of several being at dinner, but most because that the house was to attend the king this afternoon about the business of religion, wherein they pray him to put in force all the laws against nonconformists and papists, and this prevented it, so that they put it off to tomorrow come sennight. However, it is plain we have got great ground, and everybody says I have got the most honor that any could have had opportunity of getting. And so, with our hearts mightily overjoyed at this success, we all to dinner to Lord Brounker's, that is to say, myself, T. Harvey, and W. Penn, and there dined. And thence with Sir Anthony Morgan, who is an acquaintance of Brounker's, a very wise man, we after dinner to the king's house, and there saw part of the discontented colonel, but could take no great pleasure in it, because of our coming in the middle of it. After the play, home with W. Penn, and there to my wife, whom W. Hewer had told of my success, and she overjoyed, and I also as to my particular. And after talking a while, I betimes to bed, having had no quiet rest a good while. 6th, up betimes, and with Sir D. Gauden to Sir W. Coventry's chamber, where the first word he said to me was, "Good morrow, Mr. Pepys, that must be Speaker of the Parliament House," and did protest I had got honour for ever in Parliament. He said that his brother, that sat by him, admires me, and another gentleman said that I could not get less than £1,000 a year if I would put on a gown and plead at the Chancery Bar. But what pleases me most, he tells me that the Solicitor General did protest that he thought I spoke the best of any man in England. After several talks with him alone, touching his own businesses, he carried me to Whitehall and there parted, and I to the Duke of York's lodgings, and find him going to the park, it being a very fine morning, and I after him. And as soon as he saw me, he told me with great satisfaction that I had converted a great many yesterday, and did, with great praise of me, go on with the discourse with me. And by, overtaking the king and Duke of York come to me both, and he said, "Mr. Pepys, I am very glad of your success yesterday," and fell to talk of my well speaking, and many of the lords there. My Lord Berkeley did cry thee up for what they had heard of it, and others, Parliament men there, about the king, did say that they never heard such a speech in their lives delivered in that manner. Progers of the bedchamber swore to me afterwards before Brouncker, in the afternoon, that he did tell the king that he thought I might teach the Solicitor General. Everybody that saw me almost come to me, as Joseph Williamson and others, with such eulogies as cannot be expressed. From thence I went to Westminster Hall, where I met Mr. G. Montagu, who come to me and kissed me, and told me that he had often heretofore kissed my hands, but now he would kiss my lips, protesting that I was another Cicero, and said, all the world said the same of me. Mr. Ashburnham, and every creature I met there of the Parliament, or that knew anything of the Parliament's actings, did salute me with this honour. Mr. Godolphin, Mr. Sands, who swore he would go 20 mile, at any time, to hear the like again, and that he never saw so many sit 4 hours together to hear any man in his life, as there did to hear me. Mr. Chichley, Sir John Duncombe, and everybody do say that the kingdom will ring of my abilities, and that I have done myself right for my whole life. And so Captain Cock, and others of my friends, say that no man had ever such an opportunity of making his abilities known. And that I may cite all at once, Mr. Lieutenant of the Tower did tell me that Mr. Vaughan did protest to him, and that, in his hearing it, said so to the Duke of Albemarle, and afterwards to W. Coventry, that he had sat 26 years in Parliament and never heard such a speech there before. For which the Lord God make me thankful. And that I may make use of it not to pride and vainglory, but that, now I have this esteem, I may do nothing that may lessen it. I spent the morning thus walking in the hall, being complimented by everybody with admiration. And at noon stepped into the leg with Sir William Warren, who was in the hall, and there talked about a little of his business. And thence into the hall a little more, and so with him by coach as far as the Temple almost, and there, light to follow my Lord Brounker's coach, which I spied, and so to Madam Williams's, where I overtook him, and agreed upon meeting this afternoon, and so home to dinner, and after dinner with W. Penn, who come to my house to call me, to Whitehall, to wait on the Duke of York, where he again and all the company magnified me, and several in the gallery. Among others, my Lord Gerard, who never knew me before nor spoke to me, desires his being better acquainted with me, and that, at table where he was, he never heard so much said of any man as of me, in his whole life. We waited on the Duke of York, and thence into the gallery, where the House of Lords waited the King, coming out of the park, which he did by and by. And there, in the vane room, my Lord Keeper delivered a message to the King, the Lords being about him, wherein the barons of England, from many good arguments, very well expressed in the part he read out of, do demand precedence in England of all noblemen of either of the King's other 2 kingdoms, be their title what it will. And did show that they were in England reputed but as commoners, and sat in the House of Commons, and at conferences with the lords did stand bare. It was mighty worth my hearing, but the King did only say that he would consider of it, and so dismissed them. Thence Brouncker and I to the Committee of Miscarriages sitting in the Court of Wards, expecting with Sir D. Gauden to have been heard against Prince Rupert's complaints for want of victuals. but the business of Holmes's charge against Sir Jer. Smith, which is a most shameful, scandalous thing for flag officers to accuse one another of, and that this should be heard here before men that understand it not at all, and after it hath been examined and judged in before the King and Lord High Admiral and other able seamen to judge, it is very hard. But this business did keep them all the afternoon, so we not heard but put off to another day. Thence with the Lieutenant of the Tower in his coach home, and there with great pleasure with my wife, talking and playing at cards a little she, and I, and W. Hewer and Deb. And so, after a little supper, I to bed. 7th, up and to the office, where all the morning, at noon home to dinner, where Mercer with us, and after dinner she, my wife, Deb, and I to the King's Playhouse, and there saw the Spanish Gypsies, the second time of acting, and the first that I saw it. A very silly play, only great variety of dances, and those most excellently done, especially one part by one hands, only lately come thither from the nursery, an understanding fellow, but yet, they say, hath spent L1000 a year before he come thither. This day my wife and I full of thoughts about Mrs. Pierce's sending me word that she, and my old company, Harris and Nip, would come and dine with us next Wednesday, how we should do receive or put them off, my head being, at this time, so full of business, and my wife in no mind to have them neither, and yet I desire it. Come to no resolution tonight. Home from the playhouse to the office, where I wrote what I had to write, and among others to my father to congratulate my sister's marriage, and so home to supper a little, and then to bed. 8th, Lord's Day. At my sending to desire it, Sir J. Robinson, Lieutenant of the Tower, did call me with his coach, and carried me to Whitehall, where met with very many people still that did congratulate my speech the other day in the House of Commons, and I find all the world almost rings of it. Here spent the morning walking and talking with one or other, and among the rest with Sir W. Coventry, who I find full of care in his own business, how to defend himself against those that have a mind to choke him. And though, I believe, not for honor and for the keeping his employment, but for his safety and reputation's sake, is desirous to preserve himself free from blame, and among other mean ways which himself did take notice to me to be, but a mean thing he desires me to get information against Captain Tatnell, thereby to diminish his testimony, who, it seems, hath a mind to do W. Coventry hurt. And I will do it with all my heart, for Tatnell is a very rogue. He would be glad, too, that I could find anything proper for his taking notice against Sir F. Hollies. At noon, after sermon, I to dinner with Sir G. Carteret to Lincoln's Inn Fields, where I find mighty deal of company a solemn day for some of his and her friends, and dine in the great dining room above stairs, where Sir G. Carteret himself, and I and his son at a little table by, the great table being full of strangers. Here my Lady Jem. Do promise to come, and bring my Lord Hinchingbroke and his lady some day this week, to dinner to me, which I am glad of. After dinner I up with her husband, Sir Philip Carteret, to his closet, where, beyond expectation, I do find many pretty things, wherein he appears to be ingenious, such as in painting and drawing and making of watches and such kind of things above my expectation. Though, when all is done, he is a shirk, who owns his owing me L10 for his lady 2 or 3 years ago, and yet cannot provide to pay me. The company by and by parted, and G. Carteret and I to Whitehall, where I set him down and took his coach as far as the Temple, it raining, and there took a hackney and home, and so had my head combed, and then to bed. 9th, up betimes, and anon with Sir W. Warren, who come to speak with me by coach to Whitehall, and there met Lord Brouncker. And he and I to the Commissioners of the Treasury, where I find them mighty kind to me, more, I think, than was wont. And here I also met Colville, the goldsmith, who tells me with great joy how the world upon the change talks of me, and how several parliamentmen, viz., Boscawen and Major Walden of Huntingdon, who, it seems, do deal with him, do say how bravely I did speak, and that the House was ready to have given me thanks for it. But that, I think, is a vanity. Thence I with Lord Brouncker, and did take up his mistress, Williams, and so to the Change, only to show myself, and did a little business there, and so home to dinner. And then to the office busy till the evening, and then to the excise office, where I find Mr. Ball in a mighty trouble that he is to be put out of his place at midsummer, the whole commission being to cease, and the truth is I think they are very fair-dealing men, all of them. Here I did do a little business, and then to Wright's home, and there dispatched many papers, and so home late to supper and to bed, being eased of a great many thoughts, and yet have a great many more to remove as fast as I can, my mind being burdened with them, having been so much employed upon the public business of the office in their defense before the Parliament of late, and the further cases that do attend it. 10th, up, and to the office betimes, were all the morning. At noon home to dinner with my clerks, and after dinner comes Kate Joyce, who tells me she is putting off her house, which I am glad of, but it was pleasant that she come on purpose to me about getting a ticket paid, and in her way hither lost her ticket, so that she is at a great loss what to do. There comes in then Mrs. Mercer, the mother, the first time she has been here since her daughter lived with us, to see my wife, and after a little talk I left them and to the office. And thence with Sir D. Gauden to Westminster Hall, thinking to have attended the committee about the victualling business, but they did not meet, but here we met Sir R. Brooks, who do mightily cry up my speech the other day, saying my fellow officers are obliged to me, as indeed they are. Thence with Sir D. Gauden homewards, calling at Lincoln's Inn Fields. But my Lady Jemima was not within. And so to Newgate, where he stopped to give directions to the jailer about a knight, one Sir Thomas Halford brought in yesterday for killing one Colonel Temple, falling out at a tavern. So thence as far as Leadenhall, and there I, light, and back by coach to Lincoln's Inn Fields. But my lady was not come in, and so I am at a great loss whether she and her brother Hinchingbroke and sister will dine with me tomorrow or no, which vexes me. So home, and there comes Mr. Moore to me, who tells me that he fears my Lord Sandwich will meet with very great difficulties to go through about the prizes, it being found that he did give orders for more than the king's letter do justify. And then for the act of resumption, which he fears will go on, and is designed only to do him hurt, which troubles me much. He tells me he believes the Parliament will not be brought to do anything in matters of religion, but will adhere to the bishops. So he gone, I up to supper, where I find W. Joyce and Harmon come to see us, and there was also Mrs. Mercer and her 2 daughters, and here we were as merry as that fellow Joyce could make us with his mad talking, after the old wont which tired me. But I was mightily pleased with his singing, for the rogue hath a very good ear and a good voice. Here he stayed till he was almost drunk, and then away at about 10 at night, and then all broke up, and I to bed. 11th, up and betimes to the office, were busy till 8 o'clock, and then went forth, and meeting Mr. Colville, I walked with him to his building, where he is building a fine house where he formerly lived in Lombard Street, and it will be a very fine street. Thence walked down to the 3 Cranes, and there took boat to Whitehall, where by direction I waited on the Duke of York about office business, and so by water to Westminster, where walking in the hall most of the morning, and up to my Lady Jem. In Lincoln's Inn Fields to get her to appoint the day certain when she will come and dine with me, and she hath appointed Saturday next. So back to Westminster, and there still walked, till by and by comes Sir W. Coventry, and with him Mr. Chichley and Mr. Andrew Newport, I to dinner with them to Mr. Chichley's, in Queen Street, in Covent Garden. A very fine house, and a man that lives in mighty great fashion, with all things in a most extraordinary manner noble and rich about him, and eats in the French fashion all, and mighty nobly served with his servants and very civilly, that I was mighty pleased with it, and good discourse. He is a great defender of the Church of England, and against the Act for Comprehension, which is the work of this day, about which the House is like to sit till night. After dinner, away with them back to Westminster, where, about 4 o'clock, the House rises, and hath done nothing more in the business than to put off the debate to this day month. In the meantime the King hath put out his proclamations this day, as the House desired, for the putting in execution the act against nonconformists and papists, but yet it is conceived that for all this some liberty must be given, and people will have it. Here I met with my cousin Roger Pepys, who is come to town, and hath been told of my performance before the House the other day, and is mighty proud of it. And Captain Cock met me here today, and told me that the Speaker says he never heard such a defense made, in all his life, in the House, and that the Solicitor General do commend me even to envy. I carried cousin Roger as far as the Strand, where, spying out of the coach Colonel Charles George Cock, formerly a very great man and my father's customer, whom I have carried clothes to, but now walks like a poor sorry sneak, he stopped, and I light to him. This man knew me, which I would have willingly avoided, so much pride I had, he being a man of mighty height and authority in his time, but now signifies nothing. Thence home, where to the office a while, and then home, where W. Baitlier was and played at cards and supped with us, my eyes being out of order for working, and so to bed. 12th, up and to the office, where all the morning, at noon home, and after dinner with wife and Deb. Carried them to unthanks, and I to Westminster Hall, expecting our being with the committee this afternoon about victualling business, but once more waited in vain. So after a turn or two with Lord Brouncker, I took my wife up and left her at the Change while I to Gresham College, there to show myself, and was there greeted by Dr. Wilkins, Whistler, and others, as the patron of the Navy Office, and one that got great fame by my late speech to the Parliament. Here I saw a great trial of the goodness of a burning glass, made of a new figure, not spherical, by one Smithies, I think they call him, that did burn a glove of my Lord Brounker's from the heat of a very little fire, which a burning glass of the old form, or much bigger, could not do, which was mighty pretty. Here I heard Sir Robert Southwell give an account of some things committed to him by the Society at his going to Portugal, which he did deliver in a mighty handsome manner. At the meeting of the Royal Society on March 12, 1668, Mr. Smethwick's glasses were tried again, and his telescope being compared with another longer telescope, and the object glasses exchanged, was still found to exceed the other in goodness, and his burning concave being compared with a spherical burning glass of almost twice the diameter, and held to the fire, it burnt gloves, whereas the other spherical ones would not burn at all. Sir Robert Southwell being lately returned from Portugal, where he had been ambassador from the king, and being desired to acquaint the society with what he had done with respect to the instructions, which he had received from them before his departure from England, related that he had lodged the astronomical quadrant, which the society had sent to Portugal to make observations with there, with a body of men at Lisbon, who had applied themselves among other kinds of literature to mathematics. Birch's History of the Royal Society, Volume Roman II, p. 256. Thence went away home, and there at my office as long as my eyes would endure, and then home to supper, and to talk with Mr. Pelling, who tells me what a fame I have in the city for my late performance, and upon the whole I bless God for it. I think I have, if I can keep it, done myself a great deal of repute. So by and by to bed. 13th. Up betimes to my office, where to fit myself for attending the Parliament again, not to make any more speech, which, while my fame is good, I will avoid, for fear of losing it, but only to answer to what objections will be made against us. Thence walked to the Old Swan and drank at Mitchell's, whose house is going up apace. Here I saw Betty, but could not Baser Law, and so to Westminster, there to the hall, where up to my cousin Roger Pepys at the Parliament door, and there he took me aside, and told me how he was taken up by one of the house yesterday, for moving for going on with the king's supply of money, without regard to the keeping pace therewith, with the looking into miscarriages, and was told by this man privately that it did arise because that he had a kinsman concerned therein, and therefore he would prefer the safety of his kinsman to the good of the nation, and that there was great things against us and against me, for all my fine discourse the other day. But I did bid him be at no pain for me, for I knew of nothing but what I was very well prepared to answer, and so I think I am, and therefore was not at all disquieted by this. Thence he to the house, and I to the hall, where my Lord Brouncker and the rest waiting till noon and not called for by the house, they being upon the business of money again, and at noon all of us to Chaitlin, the French house in Covent Garden, to dinner. Brouncker, J. Minns, W. Penn, T. Harvey, and myself in, there had a dinner cost us 8s. A piece, a damned base dinner, which did not please us at all, so that I am not fond of this house at all, but do rather choose the bear. After dinner to Whitehall to the Duke of York, and there did our usual business, complaining of our standing still in every respect for want of money, but no remedy propounded, but so I must still be. Thence with our company to the King's Playhouse, where I left them, and I, my head being full of tomorrow's dinner, I to my Lord Crewe, there to invite Sir Thomas Crewe, and there met with my Lord Hinchingbroke and his lady, the first time I spoke to her. I saluted her, and she mighty civil, and, with my Lady Jemima, do all resolve to be very merry tomorrow at my house. My Lady Hinchingbroke I cannot say is a beauty, nor ugly, but is altogether a comely lady enough, and seems very good-humoured, and I mighty glad of the occasion of seeing her before tomorrow. Thence home, and there find one laying of my napkins against tomorrow in figures of all sorts, which is mighty pretty, and it seems it is his trade, and he gets much money by it. And do now and then furnish tables with plate and linen for a feast at so much, which is mighty pretty, and a trade I could not have thought of. I find my wife upon the bed not over well, her breast being broke out with heat, which troubles her, but I hope it will be for her good. Thence I to Mrs. Turner, and did get her to go along with me to the French pewterer, and there did buy some new pewter against tomorrow, and thence to Whitehall to have got a cook of her acquaintance, the best in England, as she says. But after we had with much ado found him, he could not come, nor was Mr. Gentleman in town, whom next I would have had, nor would Mrs. Stone let her man Lewis come, whom this man recommended to me, so that I was at a mighty loss what in the world to do for a cook, Phillips being out of town. Therefore, after staying here at Westminster a great while, we back to London, and there to Phillips and his man directed us to Mr. Levitt who could not come, and he sent to 2 more, and they could not. So that at last Levitt as a great kindness did resolve he would leave his business and come himself, which set me in great ease in my mind, and so home, and there with my wife setting all things in order against tomorrow, having seen Mrs. Turner at home, and so late to bed. 14th, up very betimes, and with Jane to Levitt there to conclude upon our dinner, and thence to the pewterer to buy a pewter cistern. A pewter cistern was formerly part of the furniture of a well-appointed dining room. The plates were rinsed in it, when necessary, during the meal. A magnificent silver cistern is still preserved in the dining room at Burghley House, the seat of the Marquis of Exeter. It is said to be the largest piece of plate in England, and was once the subject of a curious wagerby, which I have ever hitherto been without, and so up and down upon several occasions to set matters in order, and that being done I out of doors to Westminster Hall, and there met my Lord Brouncker, who tells me that our business is put off till Monday, and so I was mighty glad that I was eased of my attendance here, and of any occasion that might put me out of humour, as it is likely if we had been called before the Parliament. Therefore, after having spoke with Mr. Godolphin and cousin Roger, I away home, and there do find everything in mighty good order, only my wife not dressed, which troubles me. Anon comes my company, viz., my Lord Hinchingbroke and his lady, Sir Philip Carteret and his lady Godolphin, and my cousin Roger and Creed, and mighty merry, and by to dinner, which was very good and plentiful. I should have said, and Mr. George Montagu, who come at a very little warning, which was exceeding kind of him. And there, among other things, my lord had Sir Samuel Morland's late invention for casting up of sums of LSD. The same as Morland's so-called calculating machine. Sir Samuel published in 1673 the description and use of 2 arithmetic instruments, together with a short treatise of arithmetic, as likewise a perpetual almanac and several useful tables, which is very pretty, but not very useful. Most of our discourse was of my Lord Sandwich and his family, as being all of us of the family, and with extraordinary pleasure all the afternoon, thus together eating and looking over my closet. And my Lady Hinchingbroke I find a very sweet-natured and well-disposed lady, a lover of books and pictures, and of good understanding. About 5 o'clock they went, and then my wife and I abroad by coach into Moorfields, only for a little air, and so home again, staying nowhere, and then up to her chamber, there to talk with pleasure of this day's passages, and so to bed. This day I had the welcome news of our prize being come safe from Holland, so as I shall have hopes, I hope, of getting my money of my Lady Batten, or good part of it. 15th Lord's Day. Up and walked, it being fine dry weather, to Sir W. Coventry, overtaking my boy Ely that was, and he walked with me, being grown a man, and I think a sober fellow. He parted at Charing Cross, and I to Sir W. Coventry, and there talked with him about the Commissioners of Accounts, who did give in their report yesterday to the House, and do lay little upon us as aggravate anything at present, but only do give an account of the dissatisfactory account they receive from Sir G. Carteret, which I am sorry for, they saying that he tells them not any time when he paid any sum, which is fit for them to know for the computing of interest. But I fear he is hardly able to tell it. They promise to give them an account of the embezzlement of prizes, wherein I shall be something concerned, but nothing that I am afeard of, I thank God. Thence walked with W. Coventry into the park, and there met the King and the Duke of York, and walked a good while with them. And here met Sir Jer. Smith, who tells me he is like to get the better of Holmes, and that when he is come to an end of that, he will do Hollies's business for him, in the house, for his blasphemies, which I shall be glad of. So to Whitehall, and there walked with this man and that man till chapel done, and the King dined, and then Sir Thomas Clifford, the controller, took me with him to dinner to his lodgings, where my Lord Arlington and a great deal of good and great company, where I very civilly used by them, and had a most excellent dinner. And good discourse of Spain, Mr. Godolphin being there. Particularly of the removal of the bodies of all the dead kings of Spain that could be got together, and brought to the Pantheon at the Escurial, when it was finished, and there placed before the altar, there to lie forever. And there was a sermon made to them upon this text, Errata assa, audite verbum Dei, and a most eloquent sermon, as they say, who say they have read it. After dinner, away hence, and I to Mrs. Martin's, and there spent the afternoon, and did Hazer con L, and here was her sister and Mrs. Burrows, and so in the evening got a coach and home, and there find Mr. Pelting and W. Hewer, and there talked and supped, Pelting being gone, and mightily pleased with a picture that W. Hewer brought hither of several things painted upon a deal board. Which board is so well painted that in my whole life I never was so well pleased or surprised with any picture, and so troubled that so good pictures should be painted upon a piece of bad deal. Even after I knew that it was not board, but only the picture of a board, I could not remove my fancy. After supper to bed, being very sleepy, and, I bless God, my mind being at very good present rest. 16th. Up to set my papers and books in order, and put up my plate since my late feast, and then to Westminster, by water with Mr. Hayter, and there in the hall did walk all the morning, talking with one or other, expecting to have our business in the house. But did now a third time wait to no purpose, they being all this morning upon the business of Barker's petition about the making void the Act of Settlement in Ireland, which makes a great deal of hot work. And at last, finding that by all men's opinion they could not come to our matter today, I with Sir W. Penn home, and there to dinner, where I find, by Willett S. crying, that her mistress had been angry with her, but I would take no notice of it. Busy all the afternoon at the office, and then by coach to the excise office, but lost my labor, there being nobody there, and so back again home, and after a little at the office I home, and there spent the evening with my wife talking and singing, and so to bed with my mind pretty well at ease. This evening, W. Penn and Sir R. Ford and I met at the first's house to talk of our prize that is now at last come safe over from Holland, by which I hope to receive some, if not all the benefit of my bargain, with W. Batten for my share in it, which if she had miscarried I should have doubted of my Lady Batten being left little able to have paid me. 17th. Up betimes and to the office, where all the morning busy, and then at noon home to dinner, and so again to the office a while, and then abroad to the excise office, where I met Mr. Ball, and did receive the paper I went for. And there fell in talk with him, who, being an old cavalier, do swear and curse at the present state of things, that we should be brought to this, that we must be undone and cannot be saved. That the Parliament is sitting now, and will till midnight, to find how to raise this L300000, and he doubts they will not do it so as to be seasonable for the king. But do cry out against our great men at court, how it is a fine thing for a Secretary of State to dance a jig, and that it was not so heretofore. And above all, do curse my Lord of Bristol, saying the worst news that ever he heard in his life, or that the devil could ever bring us, was this Lord's coming to prayers the other day in the House of Lords, by which he is coming about again from being a papist, which will undo this nation. And he says he ever did say, at the king's first coming in, that this nation could not be safe while that man was alive. Having done there, I away towards Westminster, but seeing by the coaches the house to be up, I stopped at the Change, where I met Mrs. Turner and did give her a pair of gloves, and there bought several things for my wife, and so to my bookseller, S., and there looked for Montaigne's essays. This must have been Florio's translation, as Cotton, S. was not published until 1685. Which I heard by my Lord Arlington and Lord Blaney so much commended, and intend to buy it, but did not now, but home, Where at the office did some business, as much as my eyes would give leave, and so home to supper, Mercer with us talking and singing, and so to bed. The house, I hear, have this day concluded upon raising L100,000 of the L300,000 by wine, and the rest by a poll, and have resolved to excuse the church, in expectation that they will do the more of themselves at this juncture. And I do hear that Sir W. Coventry did make a speech in behalf of the clergy. 18th. Up betimes to Westminster, where met with cousin Roger and Creed and walked with them, and Roger do still continue of the mind that there is no other way of saving this nation but by dissolving this parliament and calling another. But there are so many about the king that will not be able to stand, if a new parliament come, that they will not persuade the king to it. I spent most of the morning walking with one or other, and anon met Doll Lane at the Dog Tavern, and there G did hate her what I did desire with her. And I did give her as being my Valentine 20s, to buy what Elle would. Thence away by coach to my bookseller, S, and to several places to pay my debts, and to Duck Lane, and there bought Montaigne's essays in English, and so away home to dinner. And after dinner with W. Penn to Whitehall, where we and my Lord Brouncker attended the council, to discourse about the fitness of entering of men presently for the manning of the fleet, before one ship is in condition to receive them. W. Coventry did argue against it. I was wholly silent, because I saw the king, upon the earnestness of the prince, was willing to it, crying very sillily, "If ever you intend to man the fleet, without being cheated by the captains and pursers, you may go to bed, and resolve never to have it manned." And so it was, like other things, overruled that all volunteers should be presently entered. Then there was another great business about our signing of certificates to the Exchequer for goods, upon the L120000 Act, which the commissioners of the Treasury did all oppose, and to the laying fault upon us. But I did then speak to the justifying what we had done, even to the angering of Duncombe and Clifford, which I was vexed at. But for all that, I did set the office and myself right, and went away with the victory, my Lord Keeper saying that he would not advise the council to order us to sign no more certificates. But before I began to say anything in this matter, the King and the Duke of York talking at the council table, before all the lords, of the committee of miscarriages, how this entering of men before the ships could be ready would be reckoned a miscarriage. "Why," says the King, "it is then but Mr. Pepys making of another speech to them," which made all the lords, and there were by also the Attorney and Solicitor General, look upon me. Thence Sir W. Coventry, W. Penn, and I, by hackney coach to take a little air in Hyde Park, the first time I have been there this year, and we did meet many coaches going and coming, it being mighty pleasant weather. And so, coming back again, I light in the Pall Mall, and there went to see Sir H. Comely, who continues very ill of his cold. And there come in Sir H. Yelverton, whom Sir H. Comely commended me to his acquaintance, which the other received, but without remembering to me, or I him, of our being schoolfellows together, and I said nothing of it. But he took notice of my speech the other day at the bar of the house. And indeed I perceive he is a wise man by his manner of discourse, and here he do say that the town is full of it, that now the Parliament hath resolved upon L300,000, the King, instead of 50, will set out but 25 ships, and the Dutch as many, and that Smith is to command them, who is allowed to have the better of homes in the late dispute, and is in good esteem in the Parliament, above the other. Thence home, and there, in favour to my eyes, stayed at home, reading the ridiculous history of my Lord Newcastle, wrote by his wife, which shows her to be a mad, conceited, ridiculous woman, and he in a set to suffer her to write what she writes to him, and of him. The life of the thrice noble, high, and puissant Prince William Cavendish, Duke of Newcastle, by his Duchess, of which the first edition, in folio, was published in 1667. Betty Turner sent my wife the book to read, and it being a fair print to ease my eyes, which would be reading, I read that. Anon comes Mrs. Turner and sat and talked with us, and most about the business of Ackworth. William Ackworth, storekeeper at Woolwich, was accused of converting stores to his own use. See Calendar of State Papers, 1667-68 p. Which comes before us tomorrow, that I would favour it, but I do not think, notwithstanding all the friendship I can show him, that he can escape, and therefore it had been better that he had followed the advice I sent him the other day by Mrs. Turner to make up the business. So parted, and I to bed, my eyes being very bad, and I know not how in the world to abstain from reading. 19th. Up and betimes to the Old Swan, and by water to Whitehall, and thence to W. Coventry's, where stayed but a little to talk with him, and thence by water back again, it being a mighty fine, clear spring morning. Back to the Old Swan, and drank at Mitchell's, whose house goes up a pace, but I could not see Betty, and thence walked all along Thames Street, which I have not done since it was burned as far as Billingsgate. And there do see a brave street likely to be, many brave houses being built, and of them a great many by Mr. Jaggard. But the raising of the street will make it mighty fine. So to the office, where busy all the morning. At noon home to dinner, and thence to the office, very busy till 5 o'clock, and then to ease my eyes I took my wife out and Deb to the Change, and there bought them some things, and so home again and to the office, ended my letters, and so home to read a little more in last night's book, with much sport, it being a foolish book, and so to supper and to bed. This afternoon I was surprised with a letter without a name to it, very well writ, in a good style, giving me notice of my cousin Kate Joyce's being likely to ruin herself by marriage, and by ill reports already abroad of her, and I do fear that this keeping of an ennea may spoil her, being a young and pretty comely woman, and thought to be left well. I did answer the letter with thanks and good liking, and am resolved to take the advice he gives me and go see her, and find out what I can. But if she will ruin herself, I cannot help it, though I should be troubled for it. 20th. Up betimes, and to my office, where we had a meeting extraordinary to consider of several things. Among others, the sum of money fit to be demanded ready money, to enable us to set out 27 ships, every body being now in pain for a fleet, and everybody endeavoring to excuse themselves for the not setting out of one, and our true excuse is lack of money. At it all the morning, and so at noon home to dinner with my clerks, my wife and Deb. Being busy at work above in her chamber, getting things ready and fine for her going into the country a week or two hence. I away by coach to Whitehall, where we met to wait on the Duke of York, and soon as prayers were done, it being Good Friday, he come to us, and we did a little business and presented him with our demand of money, and so broke up, and I thence by coach to Kate Joyce, being desirous and in pain to speak with her about the business that I received a letter yesterday, but had no opportunity of speaking with her about it, company being with her. So I only invited her to come and dine with me on Sunday next, and so away home, and for saving my eyes at my chamber all the evening pricking down some things, and trying some conclusions upon my viol, in order to the inventing a better theory of musique than hath yet been abroad, and I think verily I shall do it. So to supper with my wife, who is in very good humor with her working, and so am I, and so to bed. This day at court I do hear that Sir W. Penn do command this summer's fleet, and Mr. Progers of the bedchamber, as a secret, told me that the Prince Rupert is troubled at it, and several friends of his have been with him to know the reason of it. So that he do pity Sir W. Penn, whom he hath great kindness for, that he should not at any desire of his be put to this service, and thereby make the prince his enemy, and contract more envy from other people. But I am not a whit sorry if it should be so, first for the king's sake, that his work will be better done by Sir W. Penn than the prince, and next that Penn, who is a false rogue, may be bit a little by it. 21st. Up betimes to the office, and there we sat all the morning, at noon home with my clerks, a good dinner, and then to the office, and wrote my letters, and then abroad to do several things, and pay what little scores I had, and among others to Mrs. Martin's, and there did give 20s. To Mrs. Cragg, her landlady, who was my valentine in the house, as well as Doll Lane. So home and to the office, there to end my letters, and so home, where Betty Turner was to see my wife, and she being gone I to my chamber to read a little again, and then after supper to bed. 22nd Easter Day. I up and walked to the Temple, and there got a coach, and to Whitehall, where spoke with several people, and find by all that Penn is to go to sea this year with this fleet, and they excuse the prince's going, by saying it is not a command great enough for him. Here I met with Brisbane, and after hearing the service at the King's Chapel, where I heard the Bishop of Norwich, Dr. Reynolds, the old Presbyterian, begin a very plain sermon, he and I to the Queen's Chapel. And there did hear the Italians sing. and indeed their music did appear most admirable to me, beyond anything of ours. I was never so well satisfied in my life with it. So back to Whitehall, and there met Mr. Pierce, and adjusted together how we should spend tomorrow together. And so by coach I home to dinner, where Kate Joyce was, as I invited her, and had a good dinner, only she and us. And after dinner she and I alone to talk about her business, as I designed. And I find her very discreet, and she assures me she neither do nor will incline to the doing anything towards marriage, without my advice, and did tell me that she had many offers, and that Harmon and his friends would fain have her. But he is poor, and hath poor friends, and so it will not be advisable. But that there is another, a tobacconist, one Holinshed, whom she speaks well of to be a plain, sober man and in good condition, that offers her very well, and submits to me my examining and inquiring after it, if I see good, which I do like of it, for it will be best for her to marry, I think, as soon as she can at least, to be rid of this house. For the trade will not agree with a young widow, that is a little handsome, at least ordinary people think her so. Being well satisfied with her answer, she anon went away, and I to my closet to make a few more experiments of my notions in musique, and so then my wife and I to walk in the garden, and then home to supper and to bed. 23rd. Up, and after discoursing with my wife about many things touching this day's dinner, I abroad, and first to the tavern to pay what I owe there, but missed of seeing the mistress of the house, and their bespoke wine for dinner, and so away thence, and to Bishopsgate Street, thinking to have found a harpsichon maker that used to live there before the fire. But he is gone, and I have a mind forthwith to have a little harpsichon made me to confirm and help me in my musique notions, which my head is nowadays full of. And I do believe will come to something that is very good. Thence to Whitehall, expecting to have heard the Bishop of Lincoln, my friend, preach, for so I understood he would do yesterday, but was mistaken, and therefore away presently back again, and there find everything in good order against dinner, and at noon come Mr. Pierce and she, and Mrs. Manuel, the Jew's wife, and Mrs. Corbett, and Mrs. Pierce's boy and girl. But we are defeated of Nep, by her being forced to act today, and also of Harris, which did trouble me, they being my chief guests. However, I had an extraordinary good dinner, and the better because dressed by my own servants and were mighty merry. And here was Mr. Pelling by chance come and dined with me. And after sitting long at dinner, I had a barge ready at Tower Wharf to take us in, and so we went, all of us, up as high as Barnelms, a very fine day, and all the way sang. And Mrs. Manuel sings very finely, and is a mighty discreet, sober-carriaged woman, that both my wife and I are mightily taken with her, and sings well, and without importunity or the contrary. At Barnelms we walked round, and then to the barge again, and had much merry talk and good singing, and come before it was dark to the New Exchange stairs, and there landed and walked up to Mrs. Pierce's, where we sat a while, and then up to their dining-room. And so, having a violin and theorbo, did fall to dance, here being also Mrs. Floyd come hither and by Mr. Harris. But there being so few of us that could dance, and my wife not being very well, we had not much pleasure in the dancing. There was Nep also, by which with much pleasure we did sing a little, and so, about 10 o'clock, I took coach with my wife and Deb, and so home and there to bed. 24th. Up pretty betimes, and so there comes to me Mr. Shish, to desire my appearing for him to succeed Mr. Christopher Pett, lately dead, in his place of Master Shipwright of Deptford and Woolwich, which I do resolve to promote what I can. So by and by to Whitehall, and there to the Duke of York's chamber, where I understand it is already resolved by the King and Duke of York that Shish shall have the place. From the Duke's chamber Sir W. Coventry, and I to walk in the matted gallery. And there, among other things, he tells me of the wicked design that now is at last contriving against him, to get a petition presented from people that the money they have paid to W. Coventry for their places may be repaid them back, and that this is set on by Temple and Hollies of the Parliament, and, among other mean people in it, by Captain Tatnell. And he prays me that I will use some effectual way to sift Tatnell what he do, and who puts him on in this business, which I do undertake, and will do with all my skill for his service, being troubled that he is still under this difficulty. Thence up and down Westminster by Mrs. Burruff's her mother's shop, thinking to have seen her, but could not, and therefore back to Whitehall, where great talk of the tumult at the other end of the town, about Moorfields, among the prentices, taking the liberty of these holidays to pull down bawdy houses. it was customary for the apprentices of the metropolis to avail themselves of their holidays, especially on Shrove Tuesday, to search after women of ill fame and to confine them during the season of Lent. See A Satire Against Separatists, 1642. Stand forth, Shrove Tuesday, 1a The Silenced Bricklayers, T's in your charge to pull down bawdy houses. Middleton's Inner Temple Masque, 1619 Works ed., Bullen Roman 7, 209. And Lord, to see the apprehensions which this did give to all people at court, that presently order was given for all the soldiers, horse and foot, to be in arms. And forthwith alarms were beat by drum and trumpet through Westminster, and all to their colours, and to horse, as if the French were coming into the town. So Creed, whom I met here, and I to Lincoln's in fields, thinking to have gone into the fields to have seen the prentices. But here we found these fields full of soldiers all in a body, and my Lord Craven commanding of them, and riding up and down to give orders, like a madman. And some young men we saw brought by soldiers to the guard at Whitehall, and overheard others that stood by say, that it was only for pulling down the bawdy houses, and none of the bystanders finding fault with them, but rather of the soldiers for hindering them. And we heard a justice of the peace this morning say to the king, that he had been endeavoring to suppress this tumult, but could not, and that, imprisoning some in the new prison at Clerkenwell, the rest did come and break open the prison and release them, and that they do give out that they are for pulling down the bawdy houses, which is one of the greatest grievances of the nation. To which the king made a very poor, cold, insipid answer. Why do they go to them then? And that was all, and had no mind to go on with the discourse. Mr. Creed and I to dinner to my Lord Crewe, where little discourse, there being none but us at the table, and my lord and my lady Jemima, and so after dinner away, Creed and I to Whitehall, expecting a committee of Tangier, but come too late. So I to attend the council, and by were called in with Lord Brouncker and Sir W. Penn to advise how to pay away a little money to most advantage to the men of the yards, to make them dispatch the ships going out, and there did make a little speech, which was well liked, and after all it was found most satisfactory to the men, and best for the king's dispatch. That what money we had should be paid weekly to the men for their week's work, until a greater sum could be got to pay them their arrears, and then discharge them. But Lord, to see what shifts and what cares and thoughts there was employed in this matter, how to do the king's work, and please the men and stop clamours would make a man think the king should not eat a bit of good meat till he has got money to pay the men. But I do not see the least print of care or thoughts in him about it at all. Having done here, I out and there met Sir Fr. Hollies, who do still tell me that, above all things in the world, he wishes he had my tongue in his mouth, meaning since my speech in Parliament. He took Lord Brouncker and me down to the guards, he and his company being upon the guards today. And there he did, in a handsome room to that purpose, make us drink, and did call for his bagpipes, which with pipes of ebony, tipped with silver, he did play beyond anything of that kind that ever I heard in my life. And with great pains he must have obtained it, but with pains that the instrument do not deserve at all. For, at the best, it is mighty barbarous music. So home and there to my chamber, to prick out my song, it is decreed, intending to have it ready to give Mr. Harris on Thursday, when we meet, for him to sing, believing that he will do it more right than a woman that sings better, unless it were Nep, which I cannot have opportunity to teach it to. This evening I come home from Whitehall with Sir W. Penn, who fell in talk about his going to sea this year, and the difficulties that arise to him by it, by giving offence to the prince, and occasioning envy to him, and many other things that make it a bad matter, at this time of want of money and necessaries, and bad and uneven counsels at home for him to go abroad. And did tell me how much with the King and Duke of York he had endeavoured to be excused, desiring the prince might be satisfied in it, who hath a mind to go. But he tells me they will not excuse him, and I believe it, and truly do judge it a piece of bad fortune to W. Penn. 25th. Up and walked to Whitehall, there to wait on the Duke of York, which I did. And in his chamber there, first by hearing the Duke of York call me by my name, my Lord Burlington did come to me, and with great respect take notice of me and my relation to my Lord Sandwich, and express great kindness to me, and so to talk of my Lord Sandwich's concernments. By and by the Duke of York is ready, and I did wait for an opportunity of speaking my mind to him about Sir J. Minns, his being unable to do the king any service, which I think do become me to do in all respects, and have Sir W. Coventry's concurrence therein, which I therefore will seek a speedy opportunity to do, come what will come of it. The Duke of York and all with him this morning were full of the talk of the prentices, who are not yet down, though the guards and militia of the town have been in arms all this night, and the night before. And the prentices have made fools of them, sometimes by running from them and flinging stones at them. Some blood hath been spilt, but a great many houses pulled down. And, among others, the Duke of York was mighty merry at that of Damaris Pages, the great bawd of the seamen. And the Duke of York complained merrily that he hath lost 2 tenants, by their houses being pulled down, who paid him for their wine licenses 15 a year. But here it was said how these idle fellows have had the confidence to say that they did ill in contenting themselves in pulling down the little bawdy houses, and did not go and pull down the great bawdy house at Whitehall. And some of them have the last night had a word among them, and it was reformation and reducement. This do make the courtiers ill at ease to see this spirit among people, though they think this matter will not come to much. But it speaks people's minds, and then they do say that there are men of understanding among them that have been of Cromwell's army. But how true that is, I know not. Thence walked a little to Westminster, but met with nobody to spend any time with, and so by coach homeward, and in Seething Lane met young Mrs. Daniel and I stopped, and she had been at my house, but found nobody within, and tells me that she drew me for her Valentine this year, so I took her into the coach, and was going to the other end of the town, thinking to have taken her abroad, but remembering that I was to go out with my wife this afternoon. And so to a milliner at the corner shop going into Bishopsgate and Leadenhall Street, and there did give her 8 pair of gloves, and so dismissed her, and so I home and to dinner. And then with my wife to the King's Playhouse to see The Storm, which we did, but without much pleasure, it being but a mean play compared with The Tempest, at the Duke of York's house, though Nep did act her part of grief very well. Thence with my wife and Deb. By coach to Islington, to the old house, and there eat and drank till it was almost night, and then home, being in fear of meeting the prentices, who are many of them yet, they say, abroad in the fields, but we got well home. And so I to my chamber a while, and then to supper and to bed. 26th. Up betimes to the office, where by and by my Lord Brounker and I met and made an end of our business betimes. So I away with him to Mrs. Williams's, and there dined, and thence I alone to the Duke of York's house, to see the new play called The Man is the Master, where the house was, it being not above 1 o'clock, very full, but my wife and Deb. Being there before, with Mrs. Pierce and Corbett and Betty Turner, whom my wife carried with her, they made me room, and there I sat, it costing me 8s. Upon them in oranges at 6d. a piece. By and by the king come, and we sat just under him, so that I durst not turn my back all the play. The play is a translation out of French, and the plot Spanish, but not anything extraordinary at all in it, though translated by Sir W. Davenant, and so I found the king and his company did think meanly of it, though there was here and there something pretty. But the most of the mirth was sorry, poor stuff, of eating of sack posset and slabbering themselves, and mirth fit for clowns. The prologue but poor, and the epilogue little in it but the extraordinariness of it, it being sung by Harris and another in the form of a ballet. Thence, by agreement, we all of us to the Blue Balls, hard by, whither Mr. Pierce also goes with us, who met us at the play, and anon comes Manuel and his wife and Nep and Harris, who brings with him Mr. Bannister, the great master of musique. And after much difficulty in getting of musique, we to dancing, and then to a supper of some French dishes, which yet did not please me, and then to dance and sing. And mighty merry we were till about 11 or 12 at night, with mighty great content in all my company. And I did, as I love to do, enjoy myself in my pleasure as being the height of what we take pains for and can hope for in this world, and therefore to be enjoyed while we are young and capable of these joys. My wife extraordinary fine today in her flower tabby suit, bought a year and more ago, before my mother's death put her into mourning, and so not worn till this day, and every body in love with it, and indeed she is very fine and handsome in it. I having paid the reckoning, which come to almost L4, we parted. My company and William Baitlier, who is also with us, home in a coach, round by the wall where we met so many stops by the watches, that it cost us much time and some trouble, and more money, to every watch to them to drink. This being increased by the trouble the prentices did lately give the city, so that the militia and watches are very strict at this time. And we had like to have met with a stop for all night at the constable's watch, at Murrigate, by a pragmatical constable. But we come well home at about 2 in the morning, and so to bed. This noon, from Mrs. Williams's, my Lord Brouncker sent to Somerset House to hear how the Duchess of Richmond do, and word was brought him that she is pretty well, but mighty full of the smallpox, by which all do conclude she will be wholly spoiled, which is the greatest instance of the uncertainty of beauty that could be in this age. But then she hath had the benefit of it to be first married, and to have kept it so long, under the greatest temptations in the world from a king, and yet without the least imputation. This afternoon, at the play, Sir Fr. Holly spoke to me as a secret, and matter of confidence in me, and friendship to Sir W. Penn, who is now out of town, that it were well he were made acquainted that he finds in the House of Commons, which met this day, several motions made for the calling strictly again upon the miscarriages, and particularly in the business of the prizes and the not prosecuting of the first victory, only to give an affront to Sir W. Penn, who's going to see this year do give them matter of great dislike. So though I do not much trouble myself for him, yet I am sorry that he should have this fall so unhappily without any fault, but rather merit of his own that made him fitter for this command than anybody else, and the more for that this business of his may haply occasion their more eager pursuit against the whole body of the office. 27th. Up and walked to the waterside, and thence to Whitehall to the Duke of York's chamber, where he being ready he went to a committee of Tangier, where I first understand that my Lord Sandwich is, in his coming back from Spain, to step over thither, to see in what condition the place is, which I am glad of, hoping that he will be able to do some good there, for the good of the place, which is so much out of order. Thence to walk a little in Westminster Hall, where the Parliament I find sitting, but spoke with nobody to let me know what they are doing, nor did I inquire. Thence to the Swan and drank, and did Baser frank, and so down by water back again, and to the Exchange a turn or two only to show myself, and then home to dinner, where my wife and I had a small squabble. But I first this day tried the effect of my silence and not provoking her when she is in an ill humor, and do find it very good, for it prevents its coming to that height on both sides which used to exceed what was fit between us. So she become calm by and fond, and so took coach, and she to the mercer S to buy some lace, while I to Whitehall but did nothing, but then to Westminster Hall and took a turn, and so to Mrs. Martin's, and there did sit a little and talk and drink, and did hazer con her, and so took coach and called my wife at Unthank S, and so up and down to the nursery, where they did not act, then to the new cockpit, and there missed, and then to Hyde Park, where many coaches. But the dust so great, that it was troublesome, and so by night home, where to my chamber and finished my pricking out of my song for Mr. Harris. It is decreed. And so a little supper, being very sleepy and weary since last night, and so by 2 o'clock to bed and slept well all night. This day at noon comes Mr. Pelling to me, and shows me the stone cut lately out of Sir Thomas Adams, the old comely alderman's body, which is very large indeed, bigger I think than my fist, and weighs above 25 ounces, and which is very miraculous. He never in all his life had any fit of it, but lived to a great age without pain, and died at last of something else, without any sense of this in all his life. This day Creed at Whitehall in discourse told me what information he hath had, from very good hands, of the cowardice and ill government of Sir Jer. Smith and Sir Thomas Allen, and the repute they have both of them abroad in the Straits, from their deportment when they did it several times command there. And that, above all Englishmen that ever were there never was any man that behaved himself like poor Charles Wager, whom the very Moors do mention, with tears sometimes. 28th. Up and to the office, where all the morning busy, and at noon home to dinner with my clerks. And though my head full of business, yet I had a desire to end this holiday week with a play. And so, with my wife and Deb, to the king's house, and there saw The Indian Emperor, a very good play indeed, and thence directly home, and to my writing of my letters, and so home to supper and to bed for fearing my eyes. Our greatest business at the office today is our want of money for the setting forth of these ships that are to go out, and my people at dinner tell me that they do verily doubt that the want of men will be so great, as we must press. And if we press, there will be mutinies in the town, for the seamen are said already to have threatened the pulling down of the Treasury office. And if they do once come to that, it will not be long before they come to ours. 29th Lord's Day. Up and I to church, where I have not been these many weeks before, and there did first find a strange reader, who could not find in the service book the place for churching women, but was fain to change books with the clerk. And then a stranger preached, a seeming able man, but said in his pulpit that God did a greater work in raising of an oak tree from an acorn than a man's body raising it at the last day from his dust, showing the possibility of the resurrection, which was, methought, a strange saying. At home to dinner, whither comes and dines with me W. Howe, and by invitation Mr. Harris and Mr. Bannister, most extraordinary company both, the latter for musique of all sorts, the former for everything. Here we sang, and Bannister played on the theorbo, and afterwards Bannister played on his flageolet, and I had very good discourse with him about musique, so confirming some of my new notions about musique that it puts me upon a resolution to go on and make a scheme and theory of musique not yet ever made in the world. Harris do so commend my wife's picture of Mr. Hales's, that I shall have him draw Harris's head, and he hath also persuaded me to have Cooper draw my wife's, which, though it cost L30, yet I will have done. Thus spent the afternoon most deliciously, and then broke up and walked with them as far as the Temple, and there parted, and I took coach to Westminster. But there did nothing, meeting nobody that I had a mind to speak with, and so home, and there find Mr. Pelling, and then also comes Mrs. Turner, and supped and talked with us, and so to bed. I do hear by several that Sir W. Penn's going to see do dislike the Parliament mightily, and that they have revived the Committee of Miscarriages to find something to prevent it, and that he being the other day with the Duke of Albemarle to ask his opinion touching his going to sea, the Duchess overheard and come in to him, and asks W. Penn how he durst have the confidence to offer to go to sea again, to the endangering the nation, when he knew himself such a coward as he was, which, if true, is very severe. 30th, up betimes and so to the office, there to do business till about 2 o'clock, and then out with my wife and Deb. And W. Hewer by coach to Common Garden Coffee House, where by appointment I was to meet Harris, which I did, and also Mr. Cooper, the great painter, and Mr. Hales. And thence presently to Mr. Cooper's house, to see some of his work, which is all in little, but so excellent as, though I must confess I do think the coloring of the flesh to be a little forced, yet the painting is so extraordinary, as I do never expect to see the like again. Here I did see Mrs. Stewart's picture as when a young maid, and now just done before her having the smallpox, and it would make a man weep to see what she was then, and what she is like to be, by people's discourse now. Here I saw my Lord General's picture, and my Lord Arlington and Ashley's and several others, but among the rest one Swinfen, that was secretary to my Lord Manchester, Lord Chamberlain, with Cooling, done so admirably as I never saw anything. But the misery was, this fellow died in debt, and never paid Cooper for his picture. But it being seized on by his creditors, among his other goods, after his death, Cooper himself says that he did buy it, and give L25 out of his purse for it, for what he was to have had but L30. Being infinitely satisfied with this sight, and resolving that my wife shall be drawn by him when she comes out of the country, I away with Harris and Hales to the coffee house, sending my people away, and their resolve for Hales to begin Harris's head for me, which I will be at the cost of. After a little talk, I away to Whitehall and Westminster, where I find the Parliament still bogling about the raising of this money, and every body's mouth full now, and Mr. Wren himself tells me that the Duke of York declares to go to see himself this year, and I perceive it is only on this occasion of distaste of the Parliament against W. Penn's going, and to prevent the Prince S. But I think it is mighty hot counsel for the Duke of York at this time to go out of the way. But, Lord, what a pass are all our matters come to. At noon, by appointment to Cursitor's Alley, in Chancery Lane, to meet Captain Cock and some other creditors of the Navy, and their counsel, Pemberton, North, Offley, and Charles Porter, and there dined, and talked of the business of the assignments on the exchequer of the L1 250,000 on behalf of our creditors. And there I do perceive that the council had heard of my performance in the Parliament House lately, and did value me and what I said accordingly. At dinner we had a great deal of good discourse about Parliament, their number being uncertain, and always at the will of the king to increase, as he saw reason to erect a new borough. But all concluded that the bane of the Parliament hath been the leaving off the old custom of the places, allowing wages to those that served them in Parliament, by which they chose men that understood their business and would attend it, and they could expect an account from, which now they cannot. And so the Parliament is become a company of men unable to give account for the interest of the place they serve for. Thence, the meeting of the council with the King's Council this afternoon being put off by reason of the death of Serjeant Maynard's lady, I to Whitehall, where the Parliament was to wait on the King. And they did. And it was to be told that he did think fit to tell them that they might expect to be adjourned at Whitsuntide, and that they might make haste to raise their money. But this, I fear, will displease them, who did expect to sit as long as they pleased, and whether this be done by the King upon some new council I know not, for the King must be beholding to them till they do settle this business of money. Great talk today as if Beaufort was come into the Channel with about 20 ships, and it makes people apprehensive, but yet the Parliament do not stir a bit faster in the business of money. Here I met with Creed, expecting a committee of Tangier, but the committee met not, so he and I up and down, having nothing to do, and particularly to the new cockpit by the King's Gate in Holborn. But seeing a great deal of rabble, we did refuse to go in, but took coach and to Hyde Park. And there till all the tour was empty, and so he and I to the lodge in the park, and there eat and drank till it was night, and then carried him to Whitehall. Having had abundance of excellent talk with him in reproach of the times and managements we live under, and so I home, and there to talk and to supper with my wife, and so to bed. 31st. Up pretty betimes and to the office, where we sat all the morning, and at noon I home to dinner, where Uncle Thomas dined with me, as he do every quarter, and I paid him his pension. And also comes Mr. Hollier a little fuddled, and so did talk nothing but Latin, and laugh, that it was very good sport to see a sober man in such a humor, though he was not drunk to scandal. At dinner comes a summons for this office, and the victualler to attend a committee of Parliament this afternoon, with Sir D. Gauden, which I accordingly did, with my papers relating to the sending of victuals to Sir John Harmon's fleet. And there, Sir R. Brooks in the chair, we did give them a full account, but Lord, to see how full they are, and immovable in their jealousy, that some means are used to keep Harmon from coming home. For they have an implacable desire to know the bottom of the not improving the first victory, and would lay it upon Brounker. Having given them good satisfaction, I away thence, up and down, wanting a little to see whether I could get Mrs. Burruffs out. But L being in the shop, ego did speak con her much. She could not then go far, and so I took coach and away to unthank S, and there took up my wife and Deb. And to the park, where, being in a hackney, and they undressed, was ashamed to go into the tour, but went round the park, and so with pleasure home, where Mr. Pelting come and sat and talked late with us, and he being gone, I called Deb to take pen, ink, and paper and write down what things come into my head for my wife to do in order to her going into the country. And the girl, writing not so well as she would do, cried, and her mistress construed it to be sullenness, and so away angry with her too, but going to bed she undressed me, and there I did give her good advice and base her law, L weeping still. April 1668. April 1st. Up and to dress myself and call as I use Deb, to brush and dress me. And I to my office, we're busy till noon, and then out to bespeak some things against my wife. Going into the country tomorrow, and so home to dinner, my wife and I alone, she being mighty busy getting her things ready for her journey, I all the afternoon with her looking after things on the same account. And then in the afternoon out and all alone to the king's house, and there sat in an upper box, to hide myself, and saw The Black Prince. A very good play. But only the fancy, most of it, the same as in the rest of my Lord Orrery's plays, but the dance very stately. But it was pretty to see how coming after dinner, and with no company with me to talk to, and at a play that I had seen, and went to now not for curiosity, but only idleness, I did fall asleep the former part of the play, but afterward did mind it and like it very well. Thence called at my bookseller S., and took Mr. Boyle's Book of Forms, newly reprinted, and sent my brother my old one. So home, and there to my chamber till anon comes Mr. Turner and his wife and daughter, and pelting, to sup with us and talk of my wife's journey tomorrow, her daughter going with my wife. And after supper to talk with her husband about the office, and his place, which, by Sir J. Minns's age and inability, is very uncomfortable to him, as well as without profit or certainty what he shall do, when Sir J. Minns dies, which is a sad condition for a man that hath lived so long in the office as Mr. Turner hath done. But he aims, and I advise him to it, to look for Mr. Ackworth's place, in case he should be removed. His wife afterwards did take me into my closet, and give me a cellar. A box to hold bottles. Run for the cellar of strong waters quickly, Ben Jonson, Magnetic Lady, Act 3 SC. R. Of waters of her own distilling for my father, to be carried down with my wife and her daughter tomorrow, which was very handsome. So broke up and to bed. Second, up after much pleasant talk with my wife, and upon some alterations I will make in my house in her absence, and I do intend to lay out some money thereon. So she and I up, and she got her ready to be gone, and by comes Betty Turner and her mother, and W. Baitlier, and they and Deb, to whom I did give tens. This morning, to oblige her to please her mistress, and Ego did baser her mouch, and also Jane, and so in 2 coaches set out about 8 o'clock towards the carrier. There for to take coach for my father's, that is to say, my wife and Betty Turner, Deb, and Jane. But I meeting my Lord Anglesey going to the office, was forced to light in Cheapside, and there took my leave of them, not Baysado Deb. Which G had a great mind to, left them to go to their coach, and I to the office, where all the morning busy, and so at noon with my other clerks. W. Hewer being a day's journey with my wife to dinner, where Mr. Pierce come and dined with me, and then with Lord Brouncker carrying his little kinswoman on my knee, his coach being full, to the Temple, where my lord and I light, and to Mr. Porter's chamber, where Cock and his counsel, and so to the attorney S. Whither the Solicitor General come, and there, their cause about their assignments on the L1250000 Act was argued, where all that was to be said for them was said, and so answered by the Solicitor General beyond what I expected, that I said not one word all my time, rather choosing to hold my tongue, and so mind my reputation with the Solicitor General, who did mightily approve of my speech in Parliament, than say anything against him to no purpose. This I believe did trouble Cock and these gentlemen, but I do think this best for me, and so I do think that the business will go against them, though it is against my judgment, and I am sure against all justice, to the men to be invited to part with their goods, and be deceived afterward of their security for payment. Thence with Lord Brouncker to the Royal Society, where they were just done. But their eye was forced to subscribe to the building of a college, and did give L40, and several others did subscribe, some greater and some less sums. But several I saw hang off, and I doubt it will spoil the society, for it breeds faction and ill will, and becomes burdensome to some that cannot, or would not, do it. Here, to my great content, I did try the use of the autoacousticon, which was only a great glass bottle broke at the bottom, putting the neck to my ear, and their eye did plainly hear the dashing of the oars of the boats in the Thames to Arundel Gallery window, which without it, I could not in the least do, and may, I believe, be improved to a great height, which I am mighty glad of. Thence with Lord Brouncker and several of them to the King's Head Tavern by Chancery Lane, and there did drink and eat and talk, and above the rest, I did hear of Mr. Hook and my lord an account of the reason of concords and discords in musique, which they say is from the equality of vibrations. But I am not satisfied in it, but will at my leisure think of it more, and see how far that do go to explain it. So late at night home with Mr. Caldwell, and parted, and I to the office, and then to Sir W. Penn to confer with him, and Sir R. Ford and Young, about our St. John Baptist prize, and so home, without more supper to bed, my family being now little by the departure of my wife and 2 maids. Third, up, and Captain Perriman come to me to tell me how Tatnell told him that this day one how is to charge me before the commissioners of prizes to the value of L8,000 in prizes, which I was troubled to hear, so fearful I am, though I know that there is not a penny to be laid to my charge that I dare not own, or that I have not owned under my hand. But upon recollection it signifies nothing to me, and so I value it not, being sure that I can have nothing in the world to my hurt known from the business. So to the office, where all the morning to dispatch business, and so home to dinner with my clerks, whose company is of great pleasure to me for their good discourse in anything of the navy I have a mind to talk of. After dinner by water from the Tower to Whitehall, there to attend the Duke of York as usual, and particularly in a fresh complaint the commissioners of the Treasury do make to him, and by to the Council, this day of our having prepared certificates on the Exchequer to the further sum of near L50000. And soon as we had done with the Duke of York, we did attend the Council, and were there called in, and did hear Mr. Solicitor make his report to the Council in the business, which he did in a most excellent manner of words, but most cruelly severe against us. And so were some of the Lords Commissioners of the Treasury, as men guilty of a practice with the tradesmen, to the King's prejudice. I was unwilling to enter into a contest with them, but took advantage of 2 or 3 words last spoke, and brought it to a short issue in good words, that if we had the King's order to hold our hands, we would, which did end the matter. And they all resolved we should have it, and so it ended. And so we away. I vexed that I did not speak more in a cause so fit to be spoke in, and wherein we had so much advantage. But perhaps I might have provoked the Solicitor and the Commissioners of the Treasury, and therefore, since, I am not sorry that I forbore. Thence my Lord Brouncker and I to the Duke of York's playhouse, and there saw the latter part of the master and the man, and thence by coach to Duck Lane, to look out for Marsan in French, a man that has wrote well of musique, but it is not to be had. But I have given order for its being sent for over, and I did hear by Descartes his little treatise of musique, and so home, and there to read a little and eat a little. Though I find that my having so little taste do make me so far neglect eating that, unless company invite, I do not love to spend time upon eating, and so bring emptiness and the colique. So to bed. This day I hear that Prince Rupert and Holmes do go to sea, and by this there is a seeming friendship and peace among our great seamen, but the devil a bit is there any love among them, or can be. Fourth, up betimes and by coach towards Whitehall, and took Aldgate Street in my way, and there called upon one Hayward that makes virginals, and did there like of a little espinet, and will have him finish it for me. For I had a mind to a small harpsichon, but this takes up less room, and will do my business as to finding out of chords, and I am very well pleased that I have found it. Thence to Whitehall, and after long waiting did get a small running committee of Tangier, where I stayed but little, and little done, but the correcting 2 or 3 egregious faults in the charter for Tangier, after it had so long lain before the Council, and been passed there, and drawn up by the Attorney General. So slightly are all things in this age done. Thence home to the office by water, where we sat till noon, and then I moved we might go to the Duke of York, and the King, presently, to get out their order in writing that was ordered us yesterday about the business of certificates, that we might be secure against the tradesmen who, Sir John Banks by name, have told me this day that they will complain in Parliament against us for denying to do them right. So we rose of a sudden, being mighty sensible of this inconvenience we are liable to should we delay to give them longer, and yet have no order for our indemnity. I did dine with Sir W. Penn, where my Lady Batten did come with desire of meeting me there, and speaking with me about the business of the L500 we demand of her for the chest. She do protest, before God, she never did see the account, but that it was as her husband in his lifetime made it, and he did often declare to her his expecting L500, and that we could not deny it him for his pains in that business, and that he hath left her worth nothing of his own in the world, and that therefore she could pay nothing of it, come what will come, but that he hath left her a beggar, which I am sorry truly for. Though it is a just judgment upon people that do live so much beyond themselves in housekeeping and vanity, as they did. I did give her little answer, but generally words that might not trouble her, and so to dinner, and after dinner Sir W. Penn and I away by water to Whitehall, and there did attend the Duke of York, and he did carry us to the king's lodgings. But he was asleep in his closet. So we stayed in the green room, where the Duke of York did tell us what rules he had, of knowing the weather, and did now tell us we should have rain before tomorrow, it having been a dry season for some time, and so it did rain all night almost. And pretty rules he hath, and told Brounker and me some of them, which were such as no reason seems ready to be given. By and by the king comes out, and he did easily agree to what we moved, and would have the commissioners of the navy to meet us with him tomorrow morning, and then to talk of other things, about the Quakers not swearing, and how they do swear in the business of a late election of a knight of the shire of Hertfordshire in behalf of one they have a mind to have, and how my Lord of Pembroke says he hath heard him, the Quaker, at the tennis court swear to himself when he loses, and told us what pretty notions my Lord Pembroke hath of the first chapter of Genesis, how Adam's sin was not the sucking, which he did before, but the swallowing of the apple, by which the contrary elements begun to work in him, and to stir up these passions, and a great deal of such fooleries, which the king made mighty mockery at. Thence my Lord Brounker and I into the park in his coach, and there took a great deal of air, saving that it was mighty dusty, and so a little unpleasant. Thence to common garden with my lord, and there I took a hackney and home, and after having done a few letters at the office, I home to a little supper and so to bed, my eyes being every day more and more weak and apt to be tired. 5th Lord's Day. Up and to my chamber, and there to the writing fair some of my late musique notions, and so to church, where I have not been a good while, and thence home, and dined at home with W. Hewer with me. And after dinner, he and I a great deal of good talk touching this office, how it is spoiled by having so many persons in it, and so much work that is not made the work of any one man, but of all, and so is never done. And that the best way to have it well done were to have the whole trust in one, as myself, to set whom I please to work in the several businesses of the office, and me to be accountable for the whole, and that would do it, as I would find instruments. But this is not to be compassed, but something I am resolved to do about Sir J. Minns before it be long. Then to my chamber again, to my musique, and so to church. And then home, and thither comes Captain Silas Taylor to me, the storekeeper of Harwich, where much talk, and most of it against Captain Dean, whom I do believe to be a high, proud fellow. But he is an active man, and able in his way, and so I love him. He gone, I to my musique again, and to read a little, and to sing with Mr. Pelling, who come to see me, and so spent the evening, and then to supper and to bed. I hear that 8 of the ringleaders in the late tumults of the prentices at Easter are condemned to die. 4 were executed on May 9th, namely, Thomas Limerick, Edward Cotton, Peter Massenger, and Richard Beasley. They were drawn, hanged, and quartered at Tyburn, and 2 of their heads fixed upon London Bridge, the London Gazette, number 259. C. The trials of such persons as under the notion of London apprentices were tumultuously assembled in Moorfields, under colour of pulling down bawdy houses. 42, London, 1668. It is to be observed, says the London Gazette, to the just vindication of the city, that none of the persons apprehended upon the said tumult were found to be apprentices, as was given out, but some idle persons, many of them nursed in the late rebellion, too readily embracing any opportunity of making their own advantages to the disturbance of the peace and injury of others. 6th. Betimes I to Alderman Backwell, and with him to my Lord Ashley's, where did a little business about Tangier, and to talk about the business of certificates, wherein, contrary to what could be believed, the King and Duke of York themselves, in my absence, did call for some of the commissioners of the Treasury, and give them directions about the business, which I, despairing to do anything on a Sunday, and not thinking that they would think of it themselves, did rest satisfied, and stayed at home all yesterday, leaving it to do something in this day. But I find that the King and Duke of York had been so pressing in it, that my Lord Ashley was more forward with the doing of it this day than I could have been. And so I to Whitehall with Alderman Backwell in his coach, with Mr. Blaney, my lord's secretary. And there did draw up a rough draft of what order I would have, and did carry it in, and had it read twice and approved of before my Lord Ashley and 3 more of the commissioners of the Treasury, and then went up to the council chamber, where the Duke of York and Prince Rupert and the rest of the committee of the Navy were sitting. And I did get some of them to read it there. And they would have had it passed presently, but Sir John Nicholas desired they would first have it approved by a full council. And therefore, a council extraordinary was readily summoned against the afternoon, and the Duke of York run presently to the king, as if now they were really set to mind their business, which God grant. So I thence to Westminster, and walked in the hall and up and down, the house being called over today, and little news, but some talk as if the agreement between France and Spain were like to be, which would be bad for us, and at noon with Sir Herbert Price to Mr. George Montagu's to dinner, being invited by him in the hall, and they're mightily made of, even to great trouble to me to be so commended before my face, with that flattery and importunity, that I was quite troubled with it. Yet he is a fine gentleman, truly, and his lady a fine woman, and among many sons that I saw there was a little daughter that is mighty pretty, of which he is infinite fond. And after dinner did make her play on the gitter and sing, which she did mighty prettily, and seems to have a mighty musical soul, keeping time with most excellent spirit. Here I met with Mr. Brownlow, my old schoolfellow, who come thither, I suppose, as a suitor to one of the young ladies that were there, and a sober man he seems to be. But here Mr. Montagu did tell me how Mr. Vaughan, in that very room, did say that I was a great man, and had great understanding, and I know not what, which, I confess, I was a little proud of, if I may believe him. Here I do hear, as a great secret, that the King and Duke of York and Duchess, and my Lady Castlemaine, are now all agreed in a strict league, and all things like to go very current, and that it is not impossible to have my Lord Clarendon, in time, here again. But I do hear that my Lady Castlemaine is horribly vexed at the late libel. The poor whore's petition to the most splendid, illustrious, serene and eminent lady of pleasure the Countess of Castlemaine, and C., signed by us, Madame Cresswell and Damaris Page, this present day of March, 1668. This sham petition occasioned a pretended answer, entitled, The Gracious Answer of the Most Illustrious Lady of Pleasure, the Countess of Castlem, to the poor whore's petition. It is signed, given at our closet in King Street, Westminster, Die Veneris, April 24, 1668. Castlem, compare Evelyn, April 2nd, 1668. The petition of the poor whores about the town, whose houses were pulled down the other day. I have got one of them, but it is not very witty, but devilish severe against her, and the king and I wonder how it durst be printed and spread abroad, which shows that the times are loose, and come to a great disregard of the king, or court, or government. Thence I to Whitehall to attend the council, and when the council rose, we find my order mightily enlarged by the Solicitor General, who was called thither, making it more safe for him and the council, but their order is the same in the command of it that I drew, and will I think defend us well. So thence, meeting Creed, he and I to the new cockpit by the king's gate, and there saw the manner of it, and the mixed rabble of people that come thither, and saw 2 battles of cocks, wherein is no great sport, but only to consider how these creatures, without any provocation, do fight and kill one another, and aim only at one another's heads, and by their good will not leave till one of them be killed. And thence to the park in a hackney coach, so would not go into the tour, but round about the park, and to the house, and there at the door eat and drank. Whither come my Lady Kernegy, of whom Creed tells me more particulars. How her lord, finding her and the Duke of York at the king's first coming in too kind, did get it out of her that he did dishonor him, and so bid her continue. Which is the most pernicious and full piece of revenge that ever I heard of, and he at this day owns it with great glory, and looks upon the Duke of York and the world with great content in the ampleness of his revenge. Thence, where the place was now by the last night's rain very pleasant, and no dust, to Whitehall, and set Creed down, and I home and to my chamber, and there about my musique notions again, wherein I take delight and find great satisfaction in them, and so, after a little supper, to bed. This day, in the afternoon, stepping with the Duke of York into St. James's Park, it rained, and I was forced to lend the Duke of York my cloak, which he wore through the park. 7th, up, and at the office all the morning, where great hurry to be made in the fitting forth of this present little fleet, but so many rubs by reason of want of money, and people's not believing us in cases where we had money and less, which in several cases, as in hiring of vessels, cannot be, they be paid beforehand, that everything goes backward instead of forward. At noon comes Mr. Clerk, my solicitor, and the auditor, men with my account drawn up in the exchequer way with their queries, which are neither many nor great, or hard to answer upon it, and so dined with me, and then I by coach to the King's Playhouse, and there saw the English monsieur, sitting for privacy's sake in an upper box. The play hath much mirth in it as to that particular humour. After the play done, I down to Nip and did stay her undressing herself, and there saw the several players, men and women go by, and pretty to see how strange they are all, one to another, after the play is done. Here I saw a wonderful pretty maid of her own that come to undress her, and one so pretty that she says she intends not to keep her, for fear of her being undone in her service, by coming to the playhouse. Here I hear Sir W. Davenant is just now dead, and so who will succeed him in the mastership of the house is not yet known. The eldest Davenport is, it seems, gone from this house to be kept by somebody, which I am glad of, she being a very bad actor. I took her then up into a coach and away to the park, which is now very fine after some rain, but the company was going away most, and so I took her to the lodge, and there treated her and had a deal of good talk, and now and then did baser law, and that was all, and that as much or more than I had much mind to because of her paint. She tells me mighty news, that my Lady Castlemaine is mightily in love with Heart of their house, and he is much with her in private, and she goes to him, and do give him many presents, and that the thing is most certain, and Beck Marshall only privy to it, and the means of bringing them together, which is a very odd thing. And by this means she is even with the King's love to Mrs. Davis. This done, I carried her and set her down at Mrs. Manuel's, but stayed not there myself, nor went in, but straight home, and there to my letters, and so home to bed. 8th, up, and at my office all the morning, doing business, and then at noon home to dinner all alone. Then to Whitehall with Sir J. Minns in his coach to attend the Duke of York upon our usual business, which was this day but little, and thence with Lord Brouncker to the Duke of York's playhouse, where we saw The Unfortunate Lovers. No extraordinary play, methinks, and thence I to Drumbleby's, and there did talk a great deal about pipes, and did buy a recorder, which I do intend to learn to play on, the sound of it being, of all sounds in the world, most pleasing to me. Thence home, and to visit Mrs. Turner, where among other talk, Mr. Foley and her husband being there, she did tell me of young Captain Holmes's marrying of Peglother last Saturday by stealth, which I was sorry for, he being an idle rascal, and proud, and worth little, I doubt, and she a mighty pretty, well-disposed lady, and good fortune. Her mother and friends take on mightily, but the sport is, Sir Robert Holmes do seem to be mad too with his brother, and will disinherit him, saying that he hath ruined himself, marrying below himself, and to his disadvantage. Whereas, I said in this company, that I had married a sister lately, with little above half that portion, that he should have kissed her breech before he should have had her, which, if our Holmes should hear, would make a great quarrel. But it is true I am heartily sorry for the poor girl that is undone by it. So home to my chamber, to be fingering of my recorder, and getting of the scale of musique without book, which I at last see is necessary for a man that would understand musique, as it is now taught to understand, though it be a ridiculous and troublesome way, and I know I shall be able hereafter to show the world a simpler way. But, like the old hypotheses in philosophy, it must be learned, though a man knows a better. Then to supper, and to bed. This morning Mr. Christopher Pett's widow and daughter come to me, to desire my help to the King and Duke of York, and I did promise, and do pity her. 9th, up, and to the office where all the morning sitting, then at noon home to dinner with my people, and so to the office again writing of my letters, and then abroad to my bookseller and up and down to the Duke of York's playhouse, there to see, which I did, Sir W. Davenant's corpse carried out towards Westminster, there to be buried. Here were many coaches and 6 horses, and many hackneys that made it look, methought, as if it were the burial of a poor poet. He seemed to have many children, by 5 or 6 in the first morning coach, all boys, and there I left them coming forth, and I to the New Exchange, there to meet Mrs. Burrows, and did take her in a carrosse and carry Elle towards the park, kissing her. But did not go into any house, but come back and set her down at Whitehall, and did give her wrapped in paper for my Valentine's gift for the last year before this, which I never did yet give her anything for, 12 half-crowns, and so back home and there to my office, where come a packet from the Downs from my brother Balty, who, with Harmon, is arrived there, of which this day come the first news. And now the Parliament will be satisfied, I suppose, about the business they have so long desired between Brouncker and Harmon about not prosecuting the first victory. Balty is very well, and I hope hath performed his work well, that I may get him into future employment. I wrote to him this night, and so home, and there to the perfecting my getting the scale of musique without book, which I have done to perfection backward and forward, and so to supper and to bed. 10th Friday all the morning at office, at noon with W. Penn to Duke of York and attended council, so to Piper and Duck Lane and their kissed bookseller's wife and bought legend, so home, coach, sailor, Mrs. Hannam dead, news of peace, conning my gamut. The entries from April 10th to April 19th are transcribed from 3 leaves, 6 pages of rough notes, which are inserted in the MS. The rough notes were made to serve for a sort of account book, but the amounts paid are often not registered in the fair copy when he came to transcribe his notes into the diary. 12th Sunday, dined at Brouncker S. and saw the new book, Peace, Cutting Away Sails. 13th Monday, spent at Mitchell's 6D, in the Folly ones. The Folly was a floating house of entertainment on the Thames, which at this time was a fashionable resort. Oysters ones, coach to W. Coventry about Mrs. Pett, ones, thence to Commissioners of Treasury and so to Westminster Hall by water 6D, with G. Montagu and Roger Pepys and spoke with Birch and Vaughan all in trouble about the prize business. So to Lord Crew's calling for a low pipe by the way, where Creed and GM and GC come ones, so with Creed to a play. Little laugh fours, thence towards the park by coach 2's, 6D. Come home, met with order of Commissioners of Accounts, which put together with the rest vexed me, and so home to supper and to bed. 14th Tuesday, up betimes by water to the Temple. In the way read the narrative about prizes, and so to Lord Crew's bedside, and then to Westminster, where I hear Penn is, and sent for by messenger last night. Thence to Commissioners of Accounts and there examined, and so back to Westminster Hall, where all the talk of committing all to the Tower, and Creed and I to the Quaker, S, dined together. Thence to the House, where rose about 4 o'clock, and with much ado Penn got to Thursday to bring in his answer, so my lord escapes today. Thence with Goddage and G. Montagu to G. Carteret S. and there sat their dinner time, and here myself by many Parliament men mightily commended. Thence to a play, Love's Cruelty, and so to my Lord Crew's, who glad of this day's time got, and so home and their office, and then home to supper and to bed, my eyes being the better upon leaving drinking at night. Water 1's Porter 6D, water 6D, dinner 3's 6D, play part 2's Oranges 1's, home coach 1's 6D. 15th. After playing a little upon my new little flageolet, that is so soft that pleases me mightily, betimes to my office, where most of the morning. Then by coach 1's and meeting Lord Brouncker, light at the Exchange, and thence by water to Whitehall 1's and there to the chapel, expecting wind music and to the harp and ball, and drank all alone 2D. Back and to the fiddling concert, and heard a practice mighty good of Grebus, and thence to Westminster Hall, where all cry out that the House will be severe with Penn, but do hope well concerning the buyers, that we shall have no difficulty, which God grant. Here met Creed, and about noon he and I and Sir P. Neal to the Quaker, S., and there dined with a silly executor of Bishop Juxon's and cousin Roger Pepys. Business of money goes on slowly in the house. Thence to Whitehall by water, and there with the Duke of York a little, but stayed not, but saw him and his lady at his little pretty chapel, where I never was before, but silly devotion, God knows. Thence I left Creed and to the King's Playhouse into a corner of the 18D. Box and there saw The Maid's Tragedy, a good play. Coach 1's, play and Oranges 2's. 6D, Creed come, dropping presently here, but he did not see me, and come to the same place, nor would I be seen by him. Thence to my Lord Crew's, and there he come also after, and there with Sir T. Crew bemoaning my lord's folly in leaving his old interest, by which he hath now lost all. An ill discourse in the morning of my lord's being killed, but this evening Godolphin tells us here that my lord is well. Thence with Creed to the Cock Ale House, and there spent 6D, and so by coach home 2's, 6D, and so to bed. 16th, Th. Greetings book is begun this day to learn the recorder. To the office where all the morning. Dined with my clerks and merry at Sir W. Penn's crying yesterday, as they say, to the king that he was his martyr. So to Whitehall by coach to Commissioners of Treasury about certificates, but they met not twos, to Westminster by water. To Westminster Hall, where I hear W. Penn is ordered to be impeached, 6d. There spoke with many, and particularly with G. Montagu, and went with him and Creed to his house, where he told how W. Penn hath been severe to Lord Sandwich. But the Coventrys both laboring to save him, by laying it on Lord Sandwich, which our friends cry out upon, and I am silent, but do believe they did it as the only way to save him. It could not be carried to commit him. It is thought the house do cool, W. Coventry, S being for him, provoked Sir R. Howard and his party, court, all for W. Penn. Thence to Whitehall, but no meeting of the commissioners, and there met Mr. Hunt, and thence to Mrs. Martin's, and there did what I would, she troubled for want of employ for her husband, spent on her ones. Thence to the hall to walk a while and ribbon, spent is. So Lord Cruise, and there with G. Carteret and my lord to talk, and they look upon our matters much the better, and by this and that time is got ones. So to the Temple late, and by water, by moonshine, home ones. Cooks, 6d. Wrote my letters to my Lady Sandwich, and so home, were displeased to have my maid bring her brother, a countryman, to lie there, and so to bed. 17th Friday. Called up by Balty's coming, who gives me a good account of his voyage, and pleases me well, and I hope hath got something. This morning paid the Royal Society L16s, and so to the office all the morning. At noon home to dinner with my people, and their much pretty discourse of Balty's. So by coach to Whitehall. The coachman on Ludgate Hill, lighted, and beat a fellow with a sword twos, 6d. Did little business with the Duke of York. Hear that the house is upon the business of Harman, who, they say, takes all on himself. Thence with Brounker to the king's house, and saw the surprisal, where bass singing only Nep, who come, after her song in the clouds, to me in the pit, and there oranges twos. After the play, she and I and Rolt, by coach 6s, 6d. To Kensington, and there to the grotto, and had admirable pleasure with their singing, and fine ladies listening to us. With infinite pleasure, I enjoyed myself. So to the tavern there, and did spend 16s, 6d, and the gardener twos. Mighty merry, and sang all the way to the town, a most pleasant evening, moonshine, and set them at her house in Covent Garden, and I home and to bed. 18th Saturday. Up, and my bookseller brought home books, bound the binding comes to 17s. Advanced to my maid Bridget L1. Sir W. Penn at the office, seemingly merry. Do hear this morning that Harman is committed by the Parliament last night, the day he come up, which is hard, but he took all upon himself first, and then when a witness come in to say otherwise, he would have retracted, and the House took it so ill, they would commit him. Thence home to dinner with my clerks, and so to Whitehall by water ones, and there a short committee for Tangier, and so I to the King's Playhouse ones, and to the play of the Duke of Lerma twos, 6d, and oranges ones. Thence by coach to Westminster ones, and the house just up, having been about money business ones. So home by coach 3s, calling in Duck Lane, and did get Descartes' Musique in English, and so home and wrote my letters, and then to my chamber to save my eyes, and to bed. 19th Sunday. Lay long. Roger Pepys and his son come, and to church with me, where W. Penn was, and did endeavor to show himself to the church. Then home to dinner, and Roger Pepys did tell me the whole story of Harman, how he prevaricated, and hath undoubtedly been imposed on, and wheedled, and he is called the miller's man that in Richard the Third's time was hanged for his master. The story alluded to by Pepys, which belongs not to the reign of Richard Roman III, but to that of Edward Roman VI, occurred during a seditious outbreak at Bodmin in Cornwall, and is thus related by Holinshed. At the same time, and near the same place, dwelled a miller that had been a great doer in that rebellion, for whom also Sir Anthony Kingston sought. But the miller being thereof warned, called a good tall fellow that he had to his servant, and said unto him, I have business to go from home. If any therefore come to ask for me, say thou art the owner of the mill, and the man for whom they shall so ask, and that thou hast kept this mill for the space of 3 years, but in no wise name me. The servant promised his master so to do. And shortly after came Sir Anthony Kingston to the miller's house, and calling for the miller, the servant came forth and answered that he was the miller. How long, quoth Sir Anthony, hast thou kept this mill? He answered, 3 years. Well then, said he, come on, thou must go with me, and caused his men to lay a hands on him, and to bring him to the next tree, saying to him, Thou hast been a busy knave, and therefore here shalt thou hang. Then cried the fellow out, and said that he was not the miller but the miller's man. Well then, said Sir Anthony, thou art a false knave to be in two tales, therefore, said he, hang him up, and so incontinently hanged he was indeed. After he was dead, one that was present told Sir Anthony, Surely, sir, this was but the miller's man. What then, said he, could he ever have done his maester better service than to hang for him? B. So after dinner I took them by water to Whitehall, taking in a very pretty woman at Paul's Wharf, and there landed we, and I left Roger Pepys and to St. Margaret's Church, and there saw Betty, and so to walk in the Abbey with Sir John Talbot, who would fain have pumped me about the prizes, but I would not let him. And so to walk towards Mitchell's to see her, but could not, and so to Martin S. and her husband was at home, and so took coach and to the park, and thence home and to bed betimes. Water ones coach fives, Balti borrowed L2. 20th, up betimes and to the getting ready my answer to the Committee of Accounts to several questions, which makes me trouble, though I know of no blame due to me from any, let them inquire what they can out. The first part of the entry for April 20th is among the rough notes, and stands as follows. Monday 20. Up and busy about answer to Committee of Accounts this morning about several questions, which vexed me though in none I have reason to be troubled. But the business of the Flying Greyhound begins to find me some care, though in that I am wholly void of blame. This may be compared with the text. I to Whitehall, and there hear how Henry Brouncker is fled, which, I think, will undo him. But what good it will do Harman I know not, he hath so befooled himself. But it will be good sport to my Lord Chancellor to hear how his great enemy is fain to take the same course that he is. There met Robinson, who tells me that he fears his master, W. Coventry will this week have his business brought upon the stage again, about selling of places, which I shall be sorry for, though the less, since I hear his standing for pen the other day, to the prejudice, though not to the wrong, of my Lord Sandwich. And yet I do think what he did out of a principle of honesty. Thence to Committee of Accounts, and delivered my paper, and had little discourse, and was unwilling to stay long with them to enter into much, but away and glad to be from them, though very civil to me, but cunning and close I see they are. So to Westminster Hall, and there find the Parliament upon the Irish business, where going into the Speaker's chamber, I did hear how plainly one lawyer of counsel for the complainants did inveigh by name against all the late commissioners there. Thence with Creed thinking, but failed, of dining with Lord Crewe, and so he and I to Hercules Pillars and there dined, and thence home by coach, and so with Jack Fenn to the Chamberlain of London to look after the state of some navy assignments that are in his hands. And thence away, and meeting Sir William Hooker, the alderman, he did cry out mighty high against Sir W. Penn for his getting such an estate, and giving L15000 with his daughter, which is more by half than ever he did give, but this the world believes, and so let them. Thence took coach and I all alone to Hyde Park, passing through Duck Lane among the booksellers, only to get a sight of the pretty little woman I did salute the other night, and did in passing, and so all the evening in the park, being a little unwilling to be seen there, and at night home, and there 2 Pens and sat and talked there with his wife and children a good while, he being busy in his closet, I believe preparing his defense in Parliament, and so home to bed. 21st. Up and at the office all the morning, at noon dined at home, and thence took Mrs. Turner out and carried her to the king's house, and saw the Indian Emperor. And after that done, took Nep out and to Kensington. And there walked in the garden, and then supped and mighty merry, there being also in the house Sir Philip Howard and some company, and had a dear reckoning, but merry and away, it being quite night, home and dark, about 9 o'clock or more, and in my coming had the opportunity the first time in my life to be bold with Nep. And so left her at home, and so Mrs. Turner and I home to my letters and to bed. Hear how Sir W. Penn's impeachment was read, and agreed to, in the House this day, and ordered to be engrossed. And he suspended the House Harman set at liberty, and Brouncker put out of the House, and a writ for a new election, and an impeachment ordered to be brought in against him, he being fled. Sir Charles Berkeley, Jun, was chosen in his room. In the sea fight off Southwold Bay on June 3, 1665, the English triumphed over the Dutch, but the very considerable victory was not followed up. During the night, while the Duke of York slept, Henry Brouncker, his groom of the bedchamber, ordered the lieutenant to shorten sail, by which means the progress of the whole fleet was retarded, the Duke of York's being the leading ship. The Duke affirmed that he first heard of Brounker's unjustifiable action in July, and yet he kept the culprit in his service for nearly 2 years after the offense had come to his knowledge. After Brounker had been dismissed from the Duke's service, the House of Commons ejected him. The whole matter is one of the unsolved difficulties of history. See Lister, S. Life of Clarendon, Roman 2, 334-335. 22nd. Up and all the morning at my office busy. At noon, it being washing day, I toured Whitehall and stopped and dined all alone at Hercules Pillars, where I was mighty pleased to overhear a woman talk to her counsel how she had troubled her neighbors with law, and did it very roguishly and wittily. Thence to Whitehall, and there we attended the Duke of York as usual, and I did present Mrs. Pett, the widow, and her petition to the Duke of York, for some relief from the king. Here was today a proposition made to the Duke of York by Captain von Hemskirk for L20000, to discover an art how to make a ship go 2 foot for one what any ship do now, which the king inclines to try, it costing him nothing to try, and it is referred to us to contract with the man. Thence to attend the council about the business of certificates to the Exchequer, where the commissioners of the Treasury of different mines, some would, and my Lord Ashley would not have any more made out, and carried it there should not. After done here, and the council up, I by water from the Privy Stairs to Westminster Hall, and, taking water, the King and the Duke of York were in the new buildings. And the Duke of York called to me whither I was going. And I answered aloud, to wait on our maesters at Westminster. At which he and all the company laughed, but I was sorry and troubled for it afterwards, for fear any Parliament man should have been there, and will be a caution to me for the time to come. Met with Roger Pepys, who tells me they have been on the business of money, but not ended yet, but will take up more time. So to the fishmonger, S., and bought a couple of lobsters, and over to the Sparagus Garden, thinking to have met Mr. Pierce, and his wife and Nep. But met their servant coming to bring me to Chaitlin, S., the French house in Covent Garden, and there with music and good company Manuel and his wife and one Swaddle, a clerk of Lord Arlington's who dances and speaks French well, but got drunk, and was then troublesome, and here mighty merry till 10 at night, and then I away, and got a coach and so home, where I find Balty and his wife come to town, and did sup with them, and so they to bed. This night the Duke of Monmouth and a great many blades were at Chaitlin's, and I left them there, with a hackney coach attending him. 23rd. Up and to the office, where all the morning, and at noon comes Nep and Mrs. Pierce and her daughter and one Mrs. Foster, and dined with me, and mighty merry, and after dinner carried them to the Tower, and showed them all to be seen there, and among other things, the crown and scepters and rich plate, which I myself never saw before, and indeed is noble, and I mightily pleased with it. Thence by water to the Temple, and thereto the Cock alehouse, and drank and eat a lobster, and sang, and mighty merry. So almost night, I carried Mrs. Pierce home, and then Nep and I to the Temple again, and took boat, it being darkish, and to Foxhall, it being now night, and a bonfire burning at Lambeth for the King's coronation day. And there she and I drank. And so back and led her home, it being now 10 at night, and so got a link, and walking towards home, just at my entrance into the ruins at St. Dunstan's, I was met by 2 rogues with clubs who come towards us. So I went back and walked home quite round by the wall, and got well home, and to bed weary, but pleased at my day's pleasure, but yet displeased at my expense, and time I lose. 24th. Up betimes, and by water to Whitehall, to the Duke of York, and there hear that this day Hopes and Temple purpose to bring in the petition against Sir W. Coventry, which I am sorry for, but hope he will get out of it. Here I presented Mrs. Pett and her condition to Mr. Wren for his favor, which he promised us. Thence to Lord Brounker and sat and talked with him, who thinks the Parliament will, by their violence and delay in money matters, force the king to run any hazard and dissolve them. Thence to Duck Lane, and there did overlook a great many of Monsieur Fouquet's library, that a bookseller hath bought, and I did buy one Spanish, Los Illustres Varones. Nicolas Fouquet, Surintendant des Finances in France, had built at Vaux a house which surpassed in magnificence any palace belonging to Louis Roman XIV, prior to the erection of Versailles, and caused much envy to all the court, especially to Colbert. Fouquet died at Pignerol in 1680, after 19 years' incarceration, and whilst Pepys was buying his books in London, Colbert had become Prime Minister in France, and Colbert's brother Ambassador in England. The viper had caught the squirrel B. Here did I endeavor to see my pretty woman that I did baser in las tenebras a little while depuis, and did find her sofa in the book, but had not la confidence para altera el. So lost my pains. But will another time, and so home and to my office, and then to dinner. After dinner down to the Old Swan, and by the way called at Mitchell, and there did see Betty, and that was all, for either she is shy or foolish, and Sue Marty hath no mind para laser me see Sue mow her. To Whitehall by water, and there did our business with the Duke of York, which was very little, only here I do hear the Duke of York tell how Sir W. Penn's impeachment was brought into the House of Lords today, and spoke with great kindness of him, and that the Lords would not commit him till they could find precedent for it, and did incline to favor him. Thence to the King's Playhouse, and there saw a piece of Beggar's Bush, which I have not seen some years, and thence home, and there to Sir W. Penn's, and supped and sat talking there late, having nowhere else to go, and my eyes too bad to read right, and so home to bed. 25th. Up, and with Sir J. Minns to my Lord Brounker, and with him all of us to my Lord Ashley to satisfy him about the reason of what we do or have done in the business of the tradesmen's certificates, which he seems satisfied with, but is not. But I believe we have done what we can justify, and he hath done what he cannot in stopping us to grant them, and I believe it will come into Parliament and make trouble. So home and there at the office all the morning. At noon home to dinner, and thence after dinner to the Duke of York's playhouse, and there saw Sir Martin Marall, which, the more I see, the more I like, and thence to Westminster Hall, and there met with Roger Pepys. And he tells me that nothing hath lately passed about my Lord Sandwich, but only Sir Robert Carr did speak hardly of him. But it is hoped that nothing will be done more. This meeting of Parliament, which the King did, by a message yesterday, declare again, should rise the 4th of May, and then only adjourn for 3 months. And this message being only adjournment, did please them mightily, for they are desirous of their power mightily. Thence homeward by the coffee house in Covent Garden, thinking to have met Harris here but could not, and so home, and there, after my letters, I home to have my hair cut by my sister Mitchell and her husband, and so to bed. This day I did first put off my waistcoat, the weather being very hot, but yet lay in it at night, and shall for a little time. 26th, Lord's Day. Lay long, and then up and to church, and so home, where there come and dined with me Harris, Rolt, and Bannister, and one Bland, that sings well also, and very merry at dinner, and, after dinner, to sing all the afternoon. But when all was done, I did begin to think that the pleasure of these people was not worth so often charge and cost to me, as it hath occasioned me. They being gone, I and Balty walked as far as Charing Cross, and there got a coach and to Hales's the painter, thinking to have found Harris sitting there for his picture, which is drawing for me. But he and all this day's company, and Hales, were got to the Crown Tavern at next door, and thither I to them and stayed a minute, leaving Captain Grant telling pretty stories of people that have killed themselves, or been accessory to it, in revenge to other people, and to mischief other people, and thence with Hales to his house, and there did see his beginning of Harris's picture, which I think will be pretty like, and he promises a very good picture. Thence with Balty away and got a coach and to Hyde Park, and there up and down, and did drink some milk at the lodge, and so home and to bed. 27th. Up, and Captain Dean come to see me, and he and I toward Westminster together, and I set him down at Whitehall, while I to Westminster Hall and up to the Lord's house, and there saw Sir W. Penn go into the House of Lords, where his impeachment was read to him, and he used mighty civilly, the Duke of York being there. And 2 days hence, at his desire, he is to bring in his answer, and a day then to be appointed for his being heard with counsel. Thence down into the hall, and with Creed and Godolphin walked, and do hear that tomorrow is appointed, upon a motion on Friday last, to discourse the business of my Lord Sandwich, moved by Sir R. Howard, that he should be sent for, home, and I fear it will be ordered. Certain news come, I hear, this day, that the Spanish plenipotentiary in Flanders will not agree to the peace and terms we and the Dutch have made for him and the King of France. And by this means the face of things may be altered, and we forced to join with the French against Spain, which will be an odd thing. At noon with Creed to my Lord Crew's, and there dined, and here was a very fine-skinned lady dined, the daughter of my Lord Roberts, and also a fine lady, Mr. John Parkhurst his wife, that was but a boy the other day. And after dinner there comes in my Lady Roberts herself, and with her Mr. Roberts's daughter, that was Mrs. Baudeville, the great beauty, and a fine lady indeed, the first time I saw her. My Lord Crewe and Sir Thomas, and I and Creed, all the afternoon debating of my Lord Sandwich's business against tomorrow, and thence I to the King's Playhouse, and there saw most of the Cardinal, a good play, and thence to several places to pay my debts, and then home, and there took a coach and to Mile End to take a little air, and thence home to Sir W. Penn's, where I supped and sat all the evening. And being lighted homeward by Mrs. Markham, I blew out the candle and kissed her, and so home to bed. 28th. Up betimes and to Sir W. Coventry's by water, but lost my labor, so through the park to Whitehall, and thence to my Lord Crewe's to advise again with him about my Lord Sandwich, and so to the office, where till noon, and then I by coach to Westminster Hall. And there do understand that the business of religion and the act against conventicles have so taken them up all this morning, and do still, that my Lord Sandwich's business is not like to come on today, which I am heartily glad of. This law against conventicles is very severe, but Creed, whom I met here, do tell me that, it being moved that Papists' meetings might be included, the House was divided upon it, and it was carried in the negative, which will give great disgust to the people, I doubt. Thence with Creed to Hercules' Pillars by the Temple again, and there dined he and I all alone, and thence to the King's house, and there did see Love in Amaze, wherein very good mirth of Lacy, the clown, and Wintersell, the country knight, his master. Thence to the New Exchange to pay a debt of my wife's there, and so home, and there to the office and walk in the garden in the dark to ease my eyes, and so home to supper and to bed. 29th. Up and to my office where all the morning busy. At noon dined at home, and my clerks with me, and thence I to Whitehall, and there do hear how Sir W. Penn hath delivered in his answer. And the Lords have sent it down to the Commons, but they have not yet read it, nor taken notice of it, so as, I believe, they will by design defer it till they rise, that so he, by lying under an impeachment, may be prevented in his going to sea, which will vex him, and trouble the Duke of York. Did little business with the Duke of York, and then Lord Brouncker and I to the Duke of York's playhouse, and there saw Love in a Tub. And, after the play done, I stepped up to Harris's dressing-room, where I never was, and there I observe much company come to him, and the wits to talk after the play is done, and to assign meetings. Mine was to talk about going down to see the Resolution, and so away, and thence to Westminster Hall, and there met with Mr. G. Montagu, and walked and talked, who tells me that the best fence against the Parliament's present fury is delay, and recommended it to me in my friend's business and my own, if I have any, and is that Sir W. Coventry do take, and will secure himself, that the King will deliver up all to the Parliament. And being petitioned the other day by Mr. Brouncker to protect him, with tears in his eyes, the King did say he could not, and bid him shift for himself, at least till the House is up. Thence I away to Whitehall, and there took coach home with a stranger I let into the coach, to club with me for it, he going into London. I set him down at the lower end of Cheapside, and I home, and to Sir W. Penn's, and there sat, and by, it being now about 9 o'clock at night, I heard Mercer's voice, and my boy Tom's singing in the garden, which pleased me mightily, I longing to see the girl, having not seen her since my wife went. And so into the garden to her and sang, and then home to supper, and mightily pleased with her company in talking and singing, and so parted, and to bed. 30th. Up and at the office all the morning. At noon Sir J. Minns and I to the Dolphin Tavern, there to meet our neighbours, all of the parish, this being procession day, to dine. And did, and much very good discourse, they being most of them very able merchants as any in the city, Sir Andrew Rickard, Mr. Vandeput, Sir John Frederick, Harrington, and others. They talked with Mr. Mills about the meaning of this day, and the good uses of it, and how heretofore, and yet in several places, they do whip a boy at each place they stop at in their procession. Thence I to the Duke of York's playhouse, and there saw The Tempest, which still pleases me mightily, and thence to the New Exchange, and then home, and in the way stopped to talk with Mr. Brisband, who gives me an account of the rough usage Sir G. Carteret and his council had the other day before the Commissioners of Accounts, and what I do believe we shall all of us have, in a greater degree than any he hath had yet with them, before their 3 years are out, which are not yet begun. Nor God knows when they will, this being like to be no session of Parliament when they now rise. So home, and there took up Mrs. Turner and carried her to Mile End and drank, and so back talking, and so home and to bed, I being mighty cold, this being a mighty cold day, and I had left off my waistcoat 3 or 4 days. This evening, coming home in the dusk, I saw and spoke to Arnell, Payne's daughter, and had I not been very cold I should have taken her to Tower Hill Para together at Tokerher. Thus ends this month. My wife in the country, myself full of pleasure and expense, and some trouble for my friends, my Lord Sandwich, by the Parliament, and more for my eyes, which are daily worse and worse, that I dare not write or read almost anything. The Parliament going in a few days to rise. Myself so long without accounting now, for 7 or 8 months, I think, or more, that I know not what condition almost I am in, as to getting or spending for all that time, which troubles me, but I will soon do it. The kingdom in an ill state through poverty. A fleet going out, and no money to maintain it or set it out. Seamen yet unpaid, and mutinous when pressed to go out again. Our office able to do little, nobody trusting us, nor we desiring any to trust us, and yet have not money for anything, but only what particularly belongs to this fleet going out, and that but lamely too. The Parliament several months upon an act for L300000, but cannot or will not agree upon it, but do keep it back, in spite of the king's desires to hasten it, till they can obtain what they have a mind, in revenge upon some men for the late ill managements. And he is forced to submit to what they please, knowing that, without it, he shall have no money, and they as well, that, if they give the money, the king will suffer them to do little more. And then the business of religion do disquiet every body, the Parliament being vehement against the nonconformists, while the king seems to be willing to countenance them. So we are all poor, and in pieces God help us. While the peace is like to go on between Spain and France, and then the French may be apprehended able to attack us. So God help us.